Right, we are live. Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back to the Kiwi Lads channel. We are here for another test match. This one, the West Indies taking on the Australians at Adelaide Oval. Now, the Australians have lost David Warner, but that does not mean they haven't got a very good replacement at number one. Although it's a big question mark of whether or not Steve Smith is an opener. We're going to find out, but not yet, because Australia won the toss. They decided they wanted to have a bowl here at the West Indies. So instead, we will get to see the captain Brathwaite and also Chanderpaul get the early chance on this Adelaide Oval wicket. I think it's going to be a good day of test match cricket, and hopefully the West Indies can be competitive. That is a big concern for a lot of people, whether or not they will be able to hold out against the Aussie quicks. And they don't really switch them up too much. It is still going to be that same pace attack. Really, the only change in the starting lineup for the Australians is the fact that Cam Green has been added in for David Warner. He will be batting number 4. But the Aussies, they've gone with that experience. West Indies, they've got a nice little mix of more experienced players as well as a few newer names in there. They are just ringing the bell here at Adelaide Oval. We are now ready to go for this test match, ladies and gentlemen. 3 minutes away from the start of this test match. West Indies have a 3% chance of winning this test. So they haven't been given a lot of a chance, but if they can get off to a good start in this session, that will be the main thing. It is overcast conditions, which means more than likely the ball is going to be swinging. It's going to be hard to bat up against these Australian openers, more than likely. They will have Starc from the first over, Hazlewood from the second, and their goal will be to try and tear through this top order of the West Indies. I would say if the West Indies are any less, to be honest, any 2 or less in this session worth of wickets, they've done extremely well because this Aussie pace attack has been insane over the last little while. We saw what they did up against Pakistan. Now, Pakistan at times put in a good fight, but overall, it just is extremely tough to be able to hold out for long enough, definitely with that accuracy that you see from Josh Hazlewood. Need to get a good start with the bat, says Greg Galway. Exactly right. This innings here for these 2 batsmen will determine, I believe, their whole momentum for the series. They are just getting a few throwdowns before making their way out onto the field. Get ready for this match. Hey all, and Hamish says, Robert, welcome in, Robert. Hope you are doing extremely well. What time is it for you at the moment, Robert? Do let me know. Chanderpaul and Craig Brathwaite. Combination that they have been going with recently, the West Indies, in their test match format. The youngster Chanderpaul, he's looked very impressive. He was one of the standouts in his first test series. Mitch Marsh having a bit of a cuddle there with Cam Green. Of course, both men now in the starting lineup with the fact that Warner is not there. Steve Smith moves to the top of the order. I know there were a lot of people in the crowd who were hoping to see Steve Smith batting in this morning's session. The Australians had the option to do it, but they decided instead send in the West Indies, try and get them a few wickets early. But this is where Brathwaite, his experience, he is actually one of those openers how if he can get in, he can just stick it out, grind it out. It's going to be a hard surface to face for a start, but as soon as that ball gets maybe about 30 overs old, that is when you start to find your success as a batsman. So that will be the goal for these 2. Make it to 30 overs. Can't imagine what kind of momentum the West Indies could have if they were none down at the first session end. They've got 2 hours though, and that is hard to do up against the Aussies. Looks like it will be the youngster Chanderpaul who will be on strike for the first over of this test match. Australia coming off a very successful series up against Pakistan. The West Indies, this is their first test series in a little while, so they'll be looking forward to the challenge going out there. Facing Mitchell Starc on a breezy, cloudy Adelaide Oval. Not easy conditions. 3 slips and the gully. They've also got point. They've got the man at kind of like a close-in mid-off, I would call him, a little bit wider. Kind of that extra cover region. Plus the man on the leg side, around that half between mid-wicket and mid-on. And then I believe they'll have the deep fine leg. But a lot of men around the bat early try and put the pressure on. In fact, it's going to be Brathwaite who does have the first ball to face here in the first test. Hi, Hamish Bro says, Michelle, welcome in, mate. Hope you're doing extremely well. Hope you're excited for this test match. And do let me know, ladies and gents, of these 2 openers, Brathwaite as well as Chanderpaul, Who will be the man who scores the most runs out of them? And if you have a prediction, how many runs will they get? 25 degrees here with 2 in the snow and Jersey and ice, says Robert. Now Mitchell Starc charging in to Brathwaite. Ooh, okay, it was outside of off stump, decent length, left alone by Brathwaite, but it seemed massively back in. I would say that seemed probably, I want to say 4 or 5 inches. So that's kind of dangerous on a first ball of a test match. Yeah, gripped off the surface, came back in. Nicely taken by Alex Carey. If he had put that anywhere near off stump, that could have been a big danger, but didn't quite get the line right, Mitchell Starc. Sometimes it takes him a few overs to really find his momentum. Here he comes again, charging in. Brathwaite on strike, yet to get off the mark. Outside off, left alone again, quite full from Mitchell Starc, trying to lure in the drive early. Driving on the surface in day one. Definitely session one can be a bit of a risk in these overcast conditions. Few people were surprised Australia didn't decide to have a bat first, just because normally, I guess, they get themselves off to a great start, lead by about 400 or 500, and then the test match is almost done. So perhaps that is a part of the plan. They'd rather bowl first, see what they need to chase, and then not go too, I guess, over the top. It is a decently length series in terms of not just these games, but also what Australia have round the corner. Another one pitched up from Starc on about that 6 stump line. Once again, doesn't lure Brathwaite into a drive. So he has to be patient here. Can't afford to play a silly shot early on, because up against these Australian bowlers, that normally sends you straight back to the shed. And minus 10 degrees here in Brampton, Ontario, California. Thanks for the commentary, says Surveyors. Hopefully I've said that correctly. Do let me know if I've got that slightly wrong though. But minus 10 is brutal. Like, that is extreme temperature right there. Now Mitchell Starc, 4th ball of his over. That one, he's actually got to go a little bit the other way. Didn't swing back in. Brathwaite did play the shot. It was a play and a miss. Missing it by a good probably foot or so it didn't quite swing the way he thought. Mitchell Starc, he hasn't had his loose ball yet. He normally has one in the first over, how it either goes way outside of off stump or goes way down leg side. He hasn't had that. He's looking like he's bowling well. Few people also surprised that they went with Starc and Hazlewood. Some thought that they may have rested one of the two, given either, they've got Lance Morris, they've got Scotty Boland, few other guys that they could have brought in to give them a little bit of a crack. Nice drive there from Brathwaite, pushing it out towards Nathan Lyon at point. You got it correct. It's Canada though. Did I say California? My apologies. Oh, that's even worse, the fact that I said Ontario first, isn't it? But yeah, of course, Ontario in Canada. New Zealand versus Pakistan in an hour. Says Robert, yeah, they've got their T20 earlier. It's actually, I think, in 25 minutes, isn't it? Then New Zealand will be playing Pakistan. So, bit of a weird time to have it, midweek. But, will be interesting. New Zealand currently 2-0 up in that series. Last ball of the Mitchell Starc over, about to be bowled. Still the 3 slips. Oh, that one was coming back in. That is a much better line and length from Starc. It's going to be a maiden to start off this test match. Some very good bowling, but also good defence from Brathwaite. Only had to play up the 2 balls, managed to get well and truly in behind them. Now at the other end, we're going to get to see Hazlewood go face-to-face with Chanderpaul. I feel like this young man, Chanderpaul, he's only been, if I'm correct, in the test side maybe 2 or 3 years. But he's already managed to show that huge amount of, I guess, playing older than yourself. That was not a good sentence, but he's pretty much showing that experience, showing that wisdom of the game. And, we're looking at a West Indies lineup with McKenzie coming in at 3, Athanazi at 4. There's a lot of inexperience in this West Indies side, which I think is why a lot of people thought Australia would also give a few young guys a go. Currently in this Test 11, there are 2 men under the age of 30. So in 3 or 4 years' time, Aussie's going to have a scenario of what do you do next? And they haven't reached that stage of slowly bringing in those new players as of yet. They're happy to give the older players the chance, but now it will be Hazlewood to Chanderpaul outside of off stump. Is left alone. Now, of course, Chanderpaul, the left-hander, Hazlewood will try and get that ball to cut across him towards that slip cordon, which is heavily stacked at the moment with the 3 slips and the gully of Cam Green. So Usman Khawaja actually moves to first slip. I believe that's Steve Smith at second, and then Mitchell Marsh at third slip is the way that they've gone in the Aussie slip cordon. It was always going to be the question of who was going to replace Warner at first slip. Usman Khawaja, a lot of experience, gets that spot. Straight ball from Hazlewood. Chanderpaul stepping across to the off stump before playing it. And which channel can I view this game? Watching from Malaysia, thank you, says Anne-Marie. Oh, Malaysia. I'll have a quick wee look. Because I know that some places in Asia have the option where to watch. Okay. Free on 7 if you are, or if you have access to an Australian account, I think that is. Do you have a VPN, Anne-Marie? But nice shot from Chanderpaul there. Works it to the leg side and will actually receive his first 2 runs of the test match. Very nicely played. Calm and collected this youngster is. Hamish Rawant Fennellan hit a century today's game. Hazlewood, he did end up just straying. Well, to be fair to him, he didn't really stray too far off where he needed to. It was going to be hit in middle stump if Chanderpaul missed it, but manages to get it to the leg side. With so much movement early from Chanderpaul. Oh! Sorry, I got a bit excited. I thought I heard an edge there. I think it was just not an edge, because no one went up whatsoever other than myself. I thought that he just hit the screws off that. But it is a play and a miss from Chanderpaul. Outside off stump. A little bit shorter in the length from Hazlewood. Chanderpaul in Australia 2022. He got 51 in his first innings. I think he went out the very next ball, if I'm correct. And then alongside that, he also got that 47 in Australian conditions. Oh, sorry, 45. And then the 47 followed by 17. So he doesn't do too badly up against the Aussies. Once again, it's going to be left outside of the off stump. 2-time got out after good start, says Vishal. It's the tricky thing for Chanderpaul because he normally does all the hard work of staying focused to get to the mid-40s, and then he either turns it into that 50 to then go out pretty much the next ball, or he'll go out just short of the 50, playing a silly shot or just a lapse of judgment, which is always a shame because like he looks like the type of player how once he goes from 50, maybe the 100 could be just around the corner, but he hasn't been able to prove that up against Australia as of yet. Last ball of Hazlewood over, outside off stump, left alone, blocked, straight towards Nathan Lyon. 2 for none. After the 2, ba-boom. Says Distractor Sports, welcome in, Tony. Hope you are doing extremely well. Hope you're excited for New Zealand-Pakistan as well, of course, taking place today. I think all 5 of those T20s are taking place in the North Island of New Zealand. First test at Adelaide Oval. Between these two sides, Steve Smith, top of the order, the talking point of this Aussie side. But for now, they are bowling. Good first over from Mitchell Starc. It was a maiden. We'll now be going head-to-head with Brathwaite once again. The captain of the West Indies. They always say the captain needs to lead from the front. And up against Australia in 2022, he managed to get 64 and 110 in his first innings. Tricky length from Starc, but once again, solidly played. And behind the ball from Brathwaite. But yeah, Adelaide, he actually doesn't have the best record. 19 and 3. Which does mean this is the ground he struggles at a lot more. Why are we shunning the sheep lovers? Says Distractor Sports. Why are we shunning the... What? Is that New Zealand, maybe? Are we talking about us? I mean, we've got a few sheep around. The other week when I was coming home from cricket practice, there was a sheep on the road. Which is a true story, and I was very confused. But there were like people trying to herd it. We have got there, trucking down under. Hamish, how are you, mate? Doing very well, mate. Hope you are doing well also. Are you on the road today trucking? And if so, whereabouts are you heading? Do let me know. And hey, Kiwi Lad, how are you? Says Joyful. I'm doing very well. Excited for this test match. This was one that, everyone wants to see how this young West Indies side will do. They are still in the rebuilding process because, to be honest, they've been in that rebuilding process for quite a long time, but they are slowly making those little improvements. Why are you not coming regular? Says Joyful. I've been on a few live streams. We're still doing a few a week. Cricket-wise, we haven't been able to do too many because I've been working. But I managed to convince my dad to give me a couple days off to do the first couple of days of this test match. The South Islanders, okay. Why are we not playing games down there? That is a good question. I feel like it would be pretty awesome if they did, even if it was, I guess we don't have T20 grounds down here really, do we? We've got Hazlewood Oval, which I believe, no, that's a lie. They played in Nelson before. But yeah, it would have been nice to have one or two. I'm actually more than likely going to be going to the Christchurch one that has taken place between New Zealand and Australia. That's a nice drive there from Brathwaite off the front foot. This will be at least 2 runs here. And in fact, they'll get back for 3. We hope their distracted sports is possibly a little distracted in the head maybe, says Chucking Down Under. And also, please, Amish alongside Pakistan versus New Zealand score almost same time at the stream. I watch it both match at the same time and enjoying your commentary. Here's it one single stream, says Vishal. But yeah, a little bit of swing for Mitchell Starc as it came back in, but nicely driven by Brathwaite to get himself off the mark. Just played that shot with confidence, which is always good. We have there a quick question. How did you get out to me? Says Daniel. I got out caught. I'll be honest, Daniel. It wasn't the best ball, but, it still got the wicket. I feel like that ball that you bowled prior was a lot better. I got caught by Mitchell as well, so a guy who I've gone out to that was almost out there in the cricket. Chanderpaul tried to leave the ball. It hit his bat like a telescope or a periscope it would be. Slightly got it wrong. Also, are you going to vlog the matchday experience in Christchurch? Maybe. I haven't quite made all of the decisions yet for it. That's a bad shot from Chanderpaul, trying to get the hands out of the way of it. He did, but the bat still hit it. We have good there. That was what I was going to say. Bowling pies at the moment. Although, that's the thing. In T20, sometimes it's honestly the pies that get the wicket. I need to work on it. Well, that's the thing. You also didn't know you were going to be playing. So, or maybe you knew you were playing the second game, but, T20's a whole different thing in terms of sometimes the best balls are the ones that get hit for 6. Sometimes the balls that are a little bit shaky are the ones that get the wicket. And, sometimes you just got to either ride that luck or, just hope that the batsmen aren't hitting it as hard. But, no, I don't think you bowled too badly. Overall, I'm watching from Barbados, says Oliver Hart. Welcome in, mate. You're doing extremely well. What is the time in Barbados at the moment? Do let me know. Is it a middle of the night West Indies game for you guys, or is it a decent hour? It might be evening if I'm not wrong, or early evening. Short boundaries on either side of the wicket, 60 metres and 62. So if the batsmen do actually go after it, could go quite far, but 9 runs on the board. Chanderpaul managing to get that boundary. Brathwaite currently on strike to Josh Hazlewood. This will be the first over. First time that these two have faced off in 2023. Brathwaite currently sitting on 3 off 10. Outside of off stump, left alone. Hi from the UK, says Charlie. Geez, we got people from all around the world popping in for this live stream. It is greatly appreciated, ladies and gents. We will be back for, of course, day 2 and 3, day 4. I think day 4 is the day that I might have cricket on, but we will still be trying our best to cover a little bit of that day. And then day 5, if it goes that far, we will be covering in full on the channel as well at 7:45 in the evening, says Alva. Okay, so it's a relatively decent start time for you guys. So probably last session would be just after midnight, I think. Inside edge from Brathwaite. It's going to race down to the boundary. Little bit of fortune early on for the West Indies, because that could have been both men gone already. I felt bad for Mitchell. He was bowling really well, but that one batter was smoking it. Yeah, at the end of the day, that guy for us, he was swinging no matter what. Oh, Johnny, he was just whether it was a good ball or a bad ball, he was whacking. So, yeah, hopefully Mitchell doesn't lose too much confidence in his bowling because he's normally a very good bowler. Like, he was putting it on a good length. It's just Johnny was swinging for the fences and hitting it for 6. Johnny was playing like the West Indies in a T20 and just absolutely berserkering it to the boundary. But now, sorry, I keep hearing it in my ear each time the ball goes past the outside edge of the bat. I don't know whether or not that's just my brain trying to tell me there should be a wicket for that ball, but Australia really, really tight in their field. They've actually gone with a bat pad on the leg side. Don't even know if they have a fine leg at this point. Travis head in close. Yeah, just a little bit of an inside edge from Brathwaite. It led to that original 4 runs test at the Adelaide Oval. Josh Hazlewood has had 7 matches and he's got 32 wickets. That was a little bit more of a timid delivery outside of off stump, left alone by Brathwaite again. We have got there a 5:15 a.m. here in India, Hamish bro. Says Vishal. Oh, so a pretty early morning start for you guys in India. And bonjour, says Brandon. A little bit of French today. Hope you're doing well, Brandon. Inside the bed, watching your stream, Hamish bro, and low volume commentary on my phone. Says Vishal. I'm watching from Guyana. Says Duck. I think we've already crossed off maybe about 15 countries just in the short amount of time that we've been on. So ladies and gentlemen, do let me know, where are you watching this live stream from? Hit down to the man at deep backwards square leg. Just the single again for Brathwaite. But this is a good start overall for the West Indies. 14 runs off the first 3.5 overs. So yes, they've had a couple boundaries off edges, but sometimes you need that bit of luck early on in an innings to be able to really ramp it up later. Who you playing for this Saturday? I think we're still playing for Timaru boys. And the first game's actually up against the local second grade side. And then last game, Temuka. And going to the rugby, did you see Lewis Rezamek going to the NFL? I did. It's been his dream. Oh, that's at the pad. I think it will be bouncing over. It might be a little bit down leg. So Hazlewood's not looking too confident. Cummins goes over to him, just gives him the pat on the back. Says good ball, but that will be the end of the over. Now after the 4, West Indies sitting 14 for none. So the scoreboard, there we go. It's updated itself. Yeah, maybe pitching outside leg, hitting him above the knee roll on that front leg, so I don't think it would have been hitting the stumps. And watching from Georgia, says Ali there. Or Ali, it might be actually, sorry. Yeah, just saying a bit of height for Josh Hazlewood. He wasn't hugely confident, but he was searching and honing in on that front pad. And every once in a while, just a little bit to the side. I'm going to get down because my brother's playing. If you're sure, I'll play for you. Says Daniel. I'll be able to keep it in mind because I think at training tomorrow we'll find out how many we've got. And yeah, if we have a few numbers short, we'll let you know. And Nikki watching from Venezuela, says Nikki there. Oh, so good question here. What time is it in Venezuela? We know roughly what time it is in North America, but what about South America? What time is it for you, Nikki? Also, we're there watching from St. Lucia, says Ellen there. Yeah, people all around the Americas, North America, South America. We got the UK as well a little bit earlier on. Georgia, watching from Barbados. Says Veronica, another nice ball bowled by Mitchell Starc. Brathwaite, there's no real option there but to play the line and just hope that it doesn't come back in. In the Bronx, New York, good start. Says John there. Yeah, nice swing and delivery from Mitchell Starc. It just came a little bit back in before it bounced and went away. And also, Hamish bro, bye, meet you again after a few hours because want to sleep and wake up at 7 a.m. my regular time, so bye, says Michelle, and my hello to uncle and auntie, says Hamish bro, says Michelle there as well. Watching from New Zealand, says Daniel. Watching in France for holiday, says Brandon. And watching from Spain, says Derek. And also Tobago, says Moses. I feel like we're almost in a scenario of, I don't think we've had 2 people watching from the same country that I can think of. You know, we've got Venezuela, Barbados, Spain, Tobago, Antigua and Barbuda, St. Vincent, St. Lucia. It's quite cool. Watching from St. Vincent in the Caribbean, Ephraim Foster says a change in lives broadcast. And in Antigua, it is 8 p.m. Jamaica, says Becky Chan. Currently 4 overs down in this test match. 3 balls into Mitchell Starc's third. Nice drive from Brathwaite. Hits straight to Labuschagne at short cover. But if it got past him, I think it would have been racing away to the boundary. Although we did see the drive earlier on from Brathwaite, didn't quite make it. It is a longer boundary straight rather than beside the wickets. The USA, says Robert there. Mitchell Starc in Adelaide Oval test matches. 9 matches, 44 wickets. And watching from Dominica, Hodge and Athanasi, says Darius there. Yeah, it will be interesting to see how this young West Indies middle order do in this test match because, it's always a hard one when you're facing up against the Aussies, but facing the Aussies in Australia on debut, or at least with very limited experience, that's the real test in a way. And Guyana, says Khalid there. And also West Indies still have my support, says Imperia. And that's something that I have to hugely respect about the West Indies supporters is no matter when they struggle, the crowd are still behind them, which is absolutely awesome to see. There's so many sides that when they start losing games, supporters start disappearing. But for the West Indies, no matter what, it seems like you guys have stuck by them and still want to see them do well. You know that it's just a little bit of a rough patch that they went through. Not being able to qualify for I think it was the T20 World Cup was pretty brutal for the West Indies, but people are still with them. They're looking forward to them co-hosting the next Cricket World Cup. Should be pretty awesome. I've been in France for 1 week and coming back to New Zealand tomorrow. Hamish, when you're uploading a cricket video, says Daniel, I was actually hoping to have one up tomorrow, but I think it's been a little bit more delayed. But yeah, it's close, and it's the Roncalli final from last year. So we're having an Aussie Test series start in mid-Jan. Says David Lim, it is a little bit, isn't it? But I guess with the hectic Test schedule, there weren't many times that this one could be played. Australia are going to be playing up against New Zealand in March, so that will be another entertaining one. Keep the eyes on. We have good there, Dominica, says Marvlin. Hopefully I said that correctly. The West Indies will fight in the series. I hope so. Oh, short ball from Hazlewood. I think that's the first sign of a short one that we've had. It's taken 5 overs before they decided to drop it a little bit shorter. Chanderpaul sitting on 6 runs off the 10. The boundary that he got was off the edge when trying to evade the ball. Ended up hitting the end of the bat, flying through the slip cordon between Mitchell Marsh and Cam Green. 2 men who are both relatively similar players in terms of what they do with a bit of bowling, bit of batting. But they kept them both in. We don't normally get 361 people on a cricket live stream before, says Brandon. Yeah, the support on this one already has been massive. Oh, that's at the pad, but once again, just pitching outside leg for Hazlewood. Not even an appeal coming from the Aussies. Did that bloke for Australia move up the batting order to open the innings? I think you might be talking Cam Green, but it's actually Steve Smith who will be opening Trucking Down Under. For the first time ever, Steve Smith, top of the order. Cam Green has moved to 4. But I think a lot of people are a little bit annoyed. They thought maybe Matthew Renshaw, maybe Cam Bancroft could have been an option. And enjoying the commentary, says Derek. Thank you very much, mate. Now Hazlewood again. Oh, outside off stump. Drawing the drive from Chanderpaul, but not being able to connect with it. Must have been close to the edge of the bat. We have got there 6:53 in Florida, says Steve. And also, we don't say his name. Says Trucking Down Under. And Trinidad in the house. And enjoying your commentary, says Kieran. Thank you very much, mate. That was close to the outside edge of Chanderpaul. He cannot afford to play at the wrong delivery, but also he cannot afford to leave the wrong delivery, or else it does get him in a lot of trouble. Definitely up against these Aussie bowlers who do like to slowly hone in that line. Oh, that's again very close to Chanderpaul's outside edge. A little bit shorter there. That's not Shiv Chanderpaul, is it? It is Tanjir Narayan. I believe he is the son of the great West Indian batsman Chanderpaul, though. So, yeah, he's got some pretty good help when it comes to his batting. And he's got a very similar technique to his dad. So when you watch him, you kind of get that throwback vibe of, hang on, what year are we watching this cricket? And watching from Canada, come on boys, let us go for the upset, we can do it, says Wilford. Yeah, starting this test match, West Indies were given 3% chance of winning, which I'll be honest is pretty brutal. Like, yes, they're up against an Aussie side who are World Test champions, and yes, they're playing in Australia, but 3% to any side, to be given only 3% seems like a bit of an insult. You know, this West Indies side, yes, they're young, but test match cricket, the beauty of it is upsets happen, and imagine if the West Indies could cause an upset here. I finally found a channel with commentary, enjoying it. Mickey Slide, Jamaican in the USA, thank you. Says it was there from Michael. And how much of the day are you doing? I am planning on doing the full first day of this test match, ladies and gentlemen, plus as much of the other days as we can. Like I mentioned, I will have cricket training on Thursday in the evening, so that will mean that I might have to miss one session, but other than that, we are hoping to do the whole test match. Hello, good morning, sir. I'm listening to you from India. Nice commentary, says Kim. Thank you very much, mate. And the Windies in 2 days, says Trucking Down Under, and all the best for the West Indies, says Hermant. And 8 p.m. in the Eastern Caribbean, says Changing Lives broadcast. And yes, he is, says Oran. Just showing the highlights of the first few overs. We've seen one strong drive from Brathwaite, and then we've also seen his inside edge. We saw Chanderpaul get that awkward leave that led to a boundary. That is his only boundary that he has scored thus far, and alongside that, just the 2 runs when he whipped the ball to leg side. Pitch map for the Australians, 50% of their bowling has been on a good length, 27% on that little bit of a shorter length, and the full length of 22%. So they're still searching for the top of that stump. And here comes Mitchell Starc for his 4th over now. Can he get it right? Oh, he almost did. That one has missed the stump by about that much. Only maybe an inch or 2 from coming back enough and cleaning up the off stump of Brathwaite, who I think left it on length. Oh, that's come back a long way. If you're Chanderpaul at the other end, as a youngster, do you tell your captain and your experienced batting partner that missed by that? So maybe just watch out for that ball. And Trinidad in the house, says Kazim Ali. Now 8 runs off 22 balls for Brathwaite. Neither West Indian batsman in a hurry to score here, but they've got plenty of time. And up against a strong bowling attack for the Aussies, you just have to wait a little bit longer to make sure that you start playing your shot. I've learned never to judge a book by its cover, says Kevin. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, I don't know whether or not that was for the percentage-wise in terms of 3% for the West Indies to win. But, yeah, on paper, Australia, a lot of people feel they should dominate this match. But I hope that it's not the case. I hope the West Indies really challenge them. And the Windies, I know, says Kevin. And, yeah, a lot of inexperience in this West Indies side. But that can sometimes bring some pretty awesome starts to a career, because we look at Chanderpaul. Oh, he's off the edge, Brathwaite. It didn't carry to Khawaja, but he pushed at it. That is the threat that Mitchell Starc brings with his left arm in swing. You have to make sure you are playing the right ball, and to be honest, he's getting it full enough, Mitchell Starc, that he's getting lured into the drive. Now, he didn't have to play that one, but that was because of the threat of the ball prior that did come back and almost hit the stumps, that he had to try and push it. It luckily pushed at it with soft hands, though, so it doesn't carry to the man at first slip, Usman Khawaja. And looking at reality, West Indies have it tough for sure. Says Stanley, yeah, up against a world-class Aussie side. Oh, short ball from Starc. It was loose. It almost evaded Alex Curry, but it was well taken, and it will still be the dot ball. All of the deliveries so far in this over 140 Ks from Mitchell Starc, really steaming in at the moment. Like they said, that edge would normally carry in Australian conditions, so I think that's almost a testament to how softly that Brathwaite did push it, that one. And St. Kitts in the house, says Dwayne, and thanks for the work, bro, says alright, no worries at all. Feels nice to be back covering a full test match, or predominantly almost a full test match. And mind you, I respect the Aussies, says Kevin. Once again, Starc is on the money at the moment. The only thing that he hasn't quite been able to do that would make it a slight improvement is get it so that that ball is hitting that off stump. He's allowed a little bit of width for Brathwaite to either leave or play and miss. But if he can get that one that comes back in, would he try a Yorker? I don't think he would yet, but that is something that Mitchell Starc would normally do in the short format. Pitch that ball up, get the in-swinging Yorker. But up against a man like Brathwaite, that is the kind of ball that you might get turned to leg. And with the outfield, I think it would race away to the boundary. So has to be strategic here, Starc. Perhaps he goes for the one that swings away. He does, a little bit wider. And that is going to be the end of, once again, a very strong over from Mitchell Starc. 14 for none, the West Indies sit. And folks, give Hamish a like. There is only 35 for an audience of 600, says Gus. I should also mention, if you guys are new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. It is greatly appreciated. You all being here. We are covering this West Indies versus Australia Test Series, and it's going to be a pretty awesome one. I'm excited to see what this young West Indies side can bring to the Aussie conditions. I'm hoping a bit of fight, bit of grit, and currently these two have been doing very well to see off this opening spell from Hazlewood and Starc. Everyone in the West Indies is following this test match, says Change and Lives broadcast, and excellent commentary. Keep up the fantastic work, says Steve. And there as well, thank you very much, mate. Greatly appreciated. Yeah, like I said, it's great to have the test matches back in the full swing of things. Outside off, a little bit of a rough ball from Hazlewood. We aren't used to seeing that. Quite wide. Chanderpaul will make 100 in this match, says Himant. Well, he's had some very good starts up against the Australians. He got himself 51, then went out the very next ball after bringing up the 50 with a boundary. He had a 45. He's had a 47, and I think he had about a 17 or a 15 or somewhere around there the last time that he played Australia. So, to be honest, he's shown that he can get decent starts. It's just whether or not he can continue that and really bring the attack to this Australian bowling lineup. But Hazlewood now trying to hone in his line also. Chanderpaul plays it nicely, squared him up a little bit, but just soft hands towards the gully region where Cam Green picks up that ball. Of course, big chance for him, playing 4 in this contest. Steve Smith, going from his normal spot of 4, moves into the opening partnership with Usman Khawaja. Those two have spent a lot of time together at the crease, but never when Steve Smith was coming in as an opener. And driving home in the car, listening, hoping for a disciplined batting performance. 8:03 p.m. in Trinidad and Tobago, says Kieran. And there as well, yeah, these two just need to stick it out for a while, I think is the best way of describing it. We know the Aussie bowling attack is going to be strong, but this batting lineup, these two, it seems to be the young and the older, that experience of Brathwaite, the inexperience of Chanderpaul, but the batting skill that he brings to this West Indies lineup is just so crucial. And he is the future of this West Indies top order, I believe. Look at there, St. Lucia here, says SLPP. Now Hazlewood, once again, just outside off stump, and that is well played by Chanderpaul. He's pretty much just leaving the bat above his leg, saying if this one comes back in, I'll get it in the middle. If it doesn't, it's going to manage to beat the outside edge, and I don't have to worry about the stumps. Like they've said, it looks a little bit frustrating when he plays Chanderpaul, but yeah, just making sure he gets that bat out of the way of that one when he knew it was outside off stump. Hazlewood has not given him any freebies though. This is a very good start from the Australian bowling attack. Maybe not quite as close to off stump as either man would have liked. That is nice front foot push from Chanderpaul. Goes straight out to Labuschagne at short cover. Run rate of only 1.79 at the moment for the West Indies, but that will not bother them. They know that the key to this game is to keep those wickets in hand and not throw away them early. I mentioned if they were able to have less than 2 wickets falling in this first session up against this Australian bowling attack, that would be considered as a massive win. Oh, here we go. Hazlewood now round the wicket, making a little bit of a change and also putting the man who was at square leg to a deep square leg. Is it a double bluff? It was. Outside off stump, lures him into playing, but unable to get a bit of bat on it for Chanderpaul into the over. And it is still none for 14. I say debutant, I'm seeing debutant century here, says Kevin. And God blessing the West Indies, go Brave. And Brathwaite is too much of an ultra-defensive player for my liking. But I guess he has to be cautious, says Michael. Yeah, it's a tricky one for Brathwaite, isn't it? Because, like you said, he doesn't normally score runs in a huge hurry. But when he gets a decent amount of runs, you know, he looks very solid at the middle, if that makes sense. Like, up against the Aussies, I think he got about 122 in the last series in Perth. It did take him a long time, but I guess for the Windies, as long as they are still there and they're still scoring runs, because he's currently scoring a little tiny bit quicker than Chanderpaul at the moment. He's sitting on 6 runs off 21 deliveries, but the Australians just haven't really given too many loose balls to be able to go after. I'm hopeful, but Australia is very strong, says Marlon. And yeah, I think that there's that quiet hope for the West Indies here. It's whether or not once one wicket falls, many follow. Because if they can build a few partnerships, that is something that Australia do so well. Is, let's say, Usman Khawaja and Warner, they get a 50-run partnership. Then if any of those other top 5 batsmen lose their wicket early, the next partnership is normally 100 runs, and then they still get to a good total. And that is something that the West Indies, they will be hoping to do. We've actually, there's a stat for you, 25 balls, the last 25, we haven't had a single run scored. The Australians are just not giving the West Indies anything to go after. The question is, if they did, would the West Indies go after it, or would they stay disciplined? Starc outside off stump, he threw the hands at that one, Brathwaite, and it's gone straight out to the man at deep, or in fact, he's just at a backward square, or backward point, I should say. But just ended up hitting it straight to Nathan Lyon. Wasn't on the full, though, so he is still at the crease, I should mention. But, yeah, just threw the hands at it. Confident shot. Or, I'll be honest, it's almost a bit of a tentative confidence about that shot. Like, he still managed to get on top of the bounce. Actually got it out of the middle with the bat, but he did hit it into the turf. Straight to Nathan Lyon. No runs off it for Brathwaite. Now Starc, third ball of the over, that one. I think that was the away swinger. Rolls the fingers over it so that it doesn't quite come in as much by. I'm listening from Jamaica. Says it was there from Marlon. So welcome in, mate. Yeah, anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Like I mentioned, we have got plenty more of this test series coming just around the corner between Australia and the West Indies. So yeah, if you are new, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We've still got another hour and 20 minutes remaining of this session. And then session number 2 starting from 3:10 p.m. New Zealand time, going right through to 5:10 p.m. Now Mitchell Starc charging in, a little bit shorter of the length. Brathwaite once again just puts the bat up, hoping that it doesn't get the outside edge. And Adelaide, Brathwaite actually only averaging 11. So he's close to his average here. But still very great bowling from the Australians, up to about 28 balls now that we are yet to see a run scored. And I honestly don't see that changing too soon. Definitely not if they keep on bowling this length that they are. It is a very difficult one to hit. Still plenty of movement, so you can understand why the Australians wanted to have a bowl rather than having the bat with the overcast conditions in Adelaide. Oh, a little bit shorter again from Starc. It's hit thigh pad for Brathwaite. Nicely claimed by Cam Green, who is back in the gully region. He got to field there a little bit in the last test match between Australia and Pakistan, but that was mainly due to injuries or just rotating who was out there on the field. Like that said, Jason Holder, a lot of people were wondering whether or not he would be playing in this series, but he has gone to the T20 format. He is very good at that T20 format, of course. His bowling, something that really helps the West Indies. We have Gadir, you're doing a great job, mate. Jamaican Logan, says Jermaine there. Nice ball again from Starc. Little bit fuller, kind of almost on that half volley length to see whether or not Brathwaite would go for it. He does not. Another maiden from the Aussies. That still makes the score 14 for none. Go the West Indies, go straight out of Jamaica, says O'Neill Campbell. This has been some very tight bowling from the Australians. I'm wondering when they're actually going to make that sub of bringing in Pat Cummins, and I guess Cam Green would be the other switch that they make. They want to keep the pace on the board, or on the pitch, for a little bit longer before going to Nathan Lyon. Although going with Nathan Lyon might also lure a false shot. Now Pat Cummins comes into the attack. He'll be replacing Josh Hazlewood, who did only go for the 7 runs off his 4 overs. No wickets taken, but did look very handy. And come West Indies openers, get some singles, boring batting, says worldwide distributors, although it's pretty tough to get singles up against this Aussie side, mainly because of how compact their field are. Like, we've seen them hit it straight to fielders twice. Marnus Labuschagne managed to take a couple at that kind of short cover, extra cover region, and then the other good shot was a cut shot going straight to Nathan Lyon. So it's tricky at the moment, but that's nicely worked by Chanderpaul to the leg side. A little bit too straight from Cummins for his first delivery, but once again goes to the man at square leg to Travis Head. And it could be quite frustrating for the West Indies when they're trying to work it around the field and you just can't quite get that one. Have you got Cricket 24? The wickets do not come out of the ground when a fast bowler hits the wicket. Says Kiwi Gamer. I actually don't have Cricket 24. Fun fact, I bought Cricket 22 right when it came out, but didn't get a chance to really play it, so I decided I'd wait a bit longer for Cricket 24. Now Cummins, that's hit the back leg again of Chanderpaul. I think that Cummins is going to be at that really annoying length for a batsman, one that you're not too sure whether or not you're coming forward or you're stepping back, and that is when the danger is going to be coming for Chanderpaul. First time listening to you. I'm loving it so far. Keep up the good job. Texting from Jamaica. Says All-Star there. I'm watching from Guyana. Love looking test matches, and I hope the Windies give good account of themselves. Yeah, I think that's the big thing for the West Indies. Like I said, they're 3% likely to win this test match according to the odds, which is really, really low. But if they can prove themselves in this test match and play like a side higher than a 3% percentage, like, it'll be massive for them. A lot of these young guys, this is their first series. So to come out here in Australia up against one of the best sides, if not the best side in test match cricket today, and you put a good account for yourself, like, that will be the main thing, I believe, for a lot of these West Indies batsmen. Of course, we've got McKenzie coming in at 3. Do not know a lot about that man, so hopefully we do get to see him in action at some stage. Maybe not too soon, though, because or else then the West Indies, of course, would lose that opening partnership that they are currently building. But Cummins again, pitched up, driven, and it's taken. It is going to be Cam Green in the gully region, luring in Chanderpaul as Cummins with the half volley. And it's going to be the wicket for the Aussies. It was a matter of time, about 30 balls that were all dots. Chanderpaul, to his credit, he was trying to work the single, but he couldn't get it away, and then tries the drive. Cam Green sharp as attack in the gully region, taking it above his head with the catch to the left. He's a big man, so to get it above his head takes a ladder, and it will be the first wicket now for Australia. The West Indies, I mentioned about, I just jinxed that. I just realised just then I said I was looking forward to seeing what we saw from McKenzie. The very next ball, we see the wicket, and now we're going to see McKenzie. So I apologise for jinxing him there. And all West Indies have to do is just humble themselves out there. Says O'Neill, a good catch, made it look simple. Yeah, that is not an easy catch for Cam Green, but the way that that man moves for his height and his size is insane. He's a little bit similar to, I believe for the South Africans, it's Marco Jansen. He's the same, about 6'6", but just moves like he is a man a lot smaller than he is. Yeah, nice ball from Pat Cummins. It's a little bit unfortunate, you'd have to say, for Mitchell Starc and Josh Hazlewood, who really laid down that foundation that created the pressure for Cummins to come in and strike on his 4th ball. Yeah, now it will be interesting to see what happens with McKenzie. Yeah, I've subscribed to your channel, says Marlon. Thank you very much, mate. Greatly appreciated. Anyone else who is new, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We have recently brought up the 44,000 subscribers, but do hit that subscribe button if you are enjoying. Now the youngster, Kirk McKenzie. Chance for him. He's had 2 matches. He's scored 32 runs and he's got an average of 16. So to say that he hasn't had a huge amount of experience would be an understatement. But up against Pat Cummins here, another left armer. Looks like Australia, they've got 3 slips and the gully still. They've got bat pad left alone outside off stump. Watching from Nepal, says Abiska. Hopefully I've said that correctly, but welcome in, mate. If you are keeping well, Pat Cummins on his way towards a wicket maiden here with just the 1 ball remaining, but Cam Green, massive smile on his face. And I've always said about Cam Green, when he's fielding well and bowling well, he actually bats a lot better. So with him to be batting 4, it's going to be a big opportunity to see whether or not he can handle being a little bit higher up in the order. There were rumours that maybe even he would take that opening jersey from David Warner, but they instead went with Steve Smith. Apparently the slip corner, and that's hit the pad, but it's going down leg. I don't think Pat Cummins will go upstairs for it, but a nice ball to finish the over. He's thinking about it. No, they won't go up for it, and that is the end of what has been a fantastic partnership breaking over for the Australians. Now 14 for 1. Like I said, about maybe 32 balls or so since we've seen the West Indies score a run. It just shows the intent that the Australians have when it comes to their bowling line, not allowing any freebies, and then that's actually what set up the wicket. Finally, they gave away a ball that Chanderpaul could hit. He swings at it, doesn't get connection, and then ends up getting caught in the gully region. Just a little bit of a lack of foot movement, I think, for Chanderpaul. Kind of threw the hands at it without stepping across. I think that's what slightly hurt him. Found the edge. And yeah, Pat Cummins manages to get that run. The worst opening batsman in Test cricket history, Craig Brathwaite, says Peter Abbas, although he has got some decent totals up against the Australians. Nice push there out through cover. And he does get the single there, Brathwaite. We have got that to nail. He said 10 runs there. And Cummins seems to make the right change a lot, says Scott Thomas. He does. He makes good decisions, and he probably... That's the benefit that Australia have in some regards. They've got a bowler as a captain rather than a batsman. So when it comes to those bowling changes, Cummins, I believe, is one of the best at getting a feel for when a wicket is coming or when he feels there's a chance for a wicket. Because, you know, Hazlewood and Starc just perfectly putting it outside off stump, waiting, and then Cummins says, now's the time, give me the ball, wicket. And watching from the Cayman Islands, says Ashton there, and I'm from Jamaica. It'll be a hard task for the West Indies. Hope they can do well, says Patrick. Now McKenzie, the youngster, on strike. Outside of off stump, left alone. I know Sup says try tone down under. Welcome in. You are doing extremely well. And Stephen Smith opening and Cam Green at 4. That's the perfect thing Australia have done. And now when Khawaja retires, Renshaw will open, says Abiskar. Yeah, because a lot of people were concerned because there's 2 men under 30 in this Australian side. And once you kind of give it a couple years, there's a lot of changes that will need to be made. That's why some people expected to see maybe Lance Morris or Scott Boland getting the chance in this test match. Maybe even Matthew Renshaw at the opening role. But Australia, they're very happy with the side that they've got currently. Pitched up ball there from Starc, well fielded by Labuschagne, looking sharp. McKenzie willing to try and punch it down the ground. Doesn't quite get the connection. And test opening batsman out to be able to score runs at a decent rate, not play like a draw game. Says worldwide distributors. And Sup says right down under. And Craig has the best opener we've had since Chris Gale, says Marlon. And I think the tricky thing is, for some of these opening batsmen, like when you're facing this Australian attack, it is much easier said than done when it comes to scoring runs. We saw Pakistan try to score runs aggressively. They just lost wickets flat out. Because if you chase the wrong ball, you get yourself in trouble. This Aussie side, they know how to get wickets. They get a lot of them. Bowl sides out pretty easily sometimes. But Mitchell Starc, big smile on his face at the moment, just gone for the 1 run this over. We have seen 40 balls bowled in just this little stage. 1 run, 1 wicket. How to watch in Thailand, says Lisa. That is a great question. I'm not actually too sure which broadcasters have got the game available. I know it's free to air in Australia. They are just showing that McKenzie got 32 off 57 deliveries on test debut versus India. That was in 2023 in July. Beautifully played. Whipped off his legs. That'll be 4 runs down the leg side. And McKenzie gets the first boundary in what has felt like maybe about 7 or so overs. But that'll give him some confidence. Actually playing that one beautifully. Getting the hands caught up with the ball. Yeah, just comfortably whipping it away. And Australia has a good team, but West Indies have to focus more. Day can win the game. Teamwork, make the dream work. I know it is not easy out there, says O'Neill. And also West Indies is going to do better in the series than many thought, says Ashton. I agree. I think that the West Indies, yes, there's going to be moments where it feels like the Aussies are all over them. But I also think there's going to be some great partnerships that are built for the West Indies and some great experience gained for these younger players or inexperienced players. A little bit of wind at the moment at the Adelaide Oval. Mitchell Starc was not happy with his run-in, so he has gone back to the mark. Just 1 ball remaining in this over. Perhaps they gave Starc 1 too many overs, though. He did have 7 off his first 5 overs. Now he's got 5 runs off this over already. Trinidad and Tobago in the house, says Dale. And also we have got their second season. The second session will be better. They just need to get in, says Philip. Good ball there from Starc. Little bit fuller. Doesn't get the outside edge. End of the over though. 1 for 19. A much better over for the West Indies. Getting a few more runs. 5 in total. After West Indies continue to play defensive cricket, they'll eventually fold. They have to attack. The ball play shot, says Melvin. And I think that's where the balance between playing defensive and playing like the English lineup does come into it. Because, of course, England play to be aggressive. And it's normally the case of they'll either lose their wickets, but at least they've got those runs on the board to be able to work with. Or they'll score some big runs in the process. I think that at the moment for the West Indies, they do need to punish the bad ball. The problem that they've got is Australia haven't really bowled a bad ball in about maybe 40 balls. So it does make it tricky. That 1 ball, though, on the leg side, that was whipped away, that was beautifully played, and that was punishing the bad ball from McKenzie. Why the West Indies better not using the bat to play the ball hard and stop Pat, says John. One almost coming back in a little bit for Brathwaite. Has managed to cut it off. Run rate at the moment, 1.7 through the first 11 overs, just waiting on the shine to come off the ball, and then we'll do what we have to do, says Kevin. Yeah, I think that the first 30 overs are normally the hardest at the Adelaide Oval, because we've got to remember the first ball that was bowled by Mitchell Starc seemed about that much. So you want to make sure that you are still keeping that good ball out. You can't afford to chase the wrong ball in this type of match. Definitely up against a side like Australia, who will score a lot of runs. I'm from Jamaica. I hope they do well. Once again, left alone. That one's seen back in a little bit from Starc. Or in fact, from Pat Cummins this time. Talking about the setup. How do you get Brathwaite out? Sitting on 9 off 36. A little bit shorter outside off stump. He did cut that ball. So maybe you go with a ball that is on that cuttable length. See whether or not he chases it. It could lead to runs though, and I feel like at the moment for Australia, their mindset is do not allow West Indies any sort of runs off deliveries. Make sure you're keeping it tight and make them have to force those runs by playing a bad shot. Short ball there from Cummins, but not short outside off, instead over the head of Brathwaite, who does duck under it. The 3 matches up against Pakistan. Pat Cummins taking 19 wickets with an average of 12. So he's certainly bowling some of his best at the moment, Pat Cummins. The show Mitchell Starc, he's been on that good length. It's a little bit shorter. No Yorkers there from Mitchell Starc, though. Got close to one in his last over, but wasn't quite able to get it full enough. I will mention anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We've got plenty more action. It's outside off, and Brathwaite does drive at that one. The half volley, it goes to that backward point boundary. And Brathwaite, that is his first boundary that he has scored since his inside edge that went almost onto his stumps. Yeah, nice drive. Still a little bit risky. He did push at it, and it was slightly up-ish. Don't know if he stepped across far enough there, Brathwaite, but he does get the runs. Just has to be very careful when driving like that. He doesn't look happy with it, actually. After he hit that ball, he kind of swatted it off as if to say, why did I play that? But it does get him a boundary. First runs that Cummins has gone for almost. That was the inside edge from Brathwaite, but luckily for him, he inside edged it into his pad rather than hitting it onto the stumps. West Indies need to acquire the crease. Equip the crease. And bat for a long period of time. Says Patrick, and this is real cricket. The real deal test cricket requires patience, temperament. It's lifelike, or it's like life. Doesn't need to be rushed. You need to be in control, not too attacking, not too defensive, says Michael Murray there. I think that's why a lot of people enjoy test match cricket the most, because it is a mental game as well as the physical one. You know, you've got to plan out what you're going to do ball by ball. You'll have a mindset going into it of what you want to achieve, but as soon as a bowler isn't bowling the way you thought he would, then all of a sudden your plan has to change and you have to be able to adapt. And I feel like that's one of the best ways to describe test match cricket, and what makes some of the best test match players around the best is their ability to adapt to conditions, to adapt to a bowling attack, and know when to go after that ball and when to not. At the end of the over, 4 runs off it. So we've actually seen 2 overs in a row that the West Indies have got themselves at least a boundary. So that is actually going to make it 9 runs off the last 2 overs. Oh, here we go. Interesting change here. I thought that they would have gone with Cam Green, but they've actually decided to switch Mitchell Starc for Nathan Lyon. This might actually be a very good opportunity for the West Indies to attack, because if they are able to score runs consistently off Nathan Lyon, perhaps then that does mean that the Australians have to go back to their pace attack. And this partnership is so crucial for the West Indies, says Dale. Exactly right. These two need to build something big here for the West Indies. First ball for Nathan Lyon, straight away on the money. Towards leg stump, spinning back towards middle. It is well kept out from McKenzie. Does have his high score of 32. That was up against India. And I'm from Jamaica, says Patrick there. So yeah, we are hugely appreciative of all of the viewers, wherever you are in the world. We've got quite a bit of support from the West Indies. Quite a bit of support for the West Indies. And this match is Test cricket, the best cricket right now. I honestly would say yes. For me personally, like Test cricket, it doesn't get much better than that. Unfortunately, the numbers for Test cricket in terms of viewership for the world of cricket has gone down though. A lot of people are going into that T20 and ODI. They prefer that. But for me, Test cricket still is the cream of the crop. I understand that Australia is a strong team. However, West Indies need to be at least take singles. I don't think that it's too hard to score that number of runs of so many balls, says Dunstan. And yeah, I think that McKenzie, already in about the 3 or 4 blocks that we saw from him up against pace bowlers, he did look like he was trying to work it around a little bit. And Craig had to stay for a long time. His other player around him from Jamaica, says Ramezi. And also, how can I see this match live? Any link, says Ainsley. If you do, the best bet normally is to just Google Australia versus West Indies where to watch and put your country that you're trying to watch from. I know that in Australia it is free to air on 7, but of course you do have to be in Australia to be able to use that option. Windies is going to win, says Carolyn Edwards. It would be a pretty awesome series if the West Indies could get themselves at least 1 win. And I'll be honest, I think it would do their cricket and also the world of cricket a whole lot of good seeing a side beat Australia. That's not saying that it will happen, but I just think that overall, like, it would be pretty massive for the West Indies. But that is the end of the Nathan Lyon over. No runs off it, just simple bowling outside of off stump, trying to lure in some sort of shot from the West Indies. But like I mentioned, maybe Nathan Lyon is the bowler that they do have to go after. Rather than playing patiently up against him, if he bowls a bad ball, I think they have to whack it to the boundary so that he doesn't stay in the bowling attack. They want to try and wear out this Aussie quick attack. Most Adelaide wickets, though, for Nathan Lyon on 60, so it does make it tricky to go after a man who does take wickets on a consistent basis. Watching from Jamaica, says Ainsley. Side off stump, left alone. Not a lot of carry there off that delivery of Pat Cummins. 136 Ks, so still quick enough. But it didn't carry through to Alex Carey the way that he would have liked. Good day, mate. Barbados signing on. Let's go the Windies, says Carlos. And yeah, like I said, the West Indies, they have got a huge amount of support going into this test match. Everyone wants to see them do well. And I do hope they are able to do very nicely here. Still 1 hour left of the session, but they have managed to get through the first hour, just the one down. Brathwaite controls that shot, a little bit squared up. It's on that good length that it's not quite going to be hitting the stumps, but it can be very threatening to the outside edge of the batsman. Run rate still only 1.73 though. I think for the West Indies, even with the fact that they were able to bring up those 9 runs in 2 overs, that just shows how tight this Aussie bowling attack has been. Test cricket is definitely the best cricket, says Ashton. And yeah, the best thing about Test cricket as well is if you have a day that you don't quite play your best as a player, you've still got those other days that you can come back, get another chance. If you go out to a bad ball or you end up playing a silly shot, you get another chance a couple of days later on to try and improve and still can help your side progress in the test match. And I watching from Barbados, says Anthony Archer there, welcome in. But I should mention anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button, ladies and gentlemen. It is greatly appreciated you all being here. We are currently sitting just over the 44,000, but let's see if we can push towards 44,100 by the end of this session. So that would be 73 more. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. We are back for plenty of this test match. So yeah, if you do want to show your support, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Pat Cummins, 3-dot balls to start off is over. That is way down the leg side. Alex Carey won't even be able to get to it. And that will be at least the 4 runs. Is it 5 wides? Or just buys? I think it's going to be called as buys. Pat Cummins tried the in-swinger, but I don't think he quite got it right, as it does race away for 4 buys. Bit harsh on Alex Carey, to be honest. I'd almost call that as a wide in this format. And also, love folk, Happy New Year's. I know it's hard to beat the Aussies, but I'm praying for the 5 days, says Ali Richards. And yeah, I think, to be honest, that's the best way of looking at it. If this goes 5 days, that's their best chance of being able to win this for the West Indies. They have to make sure they take it deep into the test match, though. He's been bowled straight through Brathwaite. And Pat Cummins gets his second after the loosener that went for 4 buys. Next ball right on the money and rattles the stumps of Brathwaite. The skipper is gone. The West Indies are in a little trouble here, being the 2 wickets down for 27. Just on the attacking length, little bit of the in off the seam and then takes out the top of off stump. I thought Brathwaite had it covered, but it sneaks around the bat and it's the 2nd wicket now falling for Australia. And Guyana, says Balewa, or whereabouts he's watching from. Brathwaite bowled by Cummins, who has taken 2 wickets and only bowling 19 balls so far for Pat Cummins, and already has been able to cut open this West Indian attack, getting both openers out. Damn, says Carlos. Yeah, ripper of a ball from Cummins. Played around it was Brathwaite, and now we're going to get to see 2 young batsmen, or 2 inexperienced batsmen at the crease for the West Indies. Kirk McKenzie here sitting on 4 runs off 13, just scored that 1 boundary so far off Mitchell Starc's bowling. Next batsman to the crease, it is going to be Alec Avanasi. So let's see what he can do out there in the middle. I should mention there isn't a lot of experience up until Joshua De Silva though, who is batting 7. Kavem Hodge, new man there. Justin Greaves, we haven't seen a lot of him either. And even in the bowling attack, of course, you've got Alzari Joseph and Kumar Roach, 2 familiar faces. Motti and Joseph, the other 2 for the West Indies. But we've currently got the drinks break. Good commentary, says John Lane. And 1 come on the Windies. Let's get it on from Barbados, says Sinclair Mayers. That's another player who's missing from the side. Whereabouts is Mayers? Because he was in the middle order, wasn't he? The last time I believe they came to Australia, and it actually was a decent bowling option for them. So probably short format, similar to Holder he may have gone to. And all over again, the batting go, McKenzie, Jamaica for live, says Ali. And also 8 says Oldsworld. And also, hi, live in Australia on a holiday in the Maldives Watching at 5 a.m, says Diamond. That is commitment to your cricket, that is for sure. Hopefully the weather's treating you nice in the Maldives. They're currently talking to Mitchell Starc. He bowled 4 maidens of his 6 overs. I think they might have just been talking about the fact that Pat Cummins, he comes into the attack after the other bowlers have worked extremely hard to try and force that wicket and just manages to know where to bowl it to clean it up. But now 2 new batsmen at the crease. McKenzie, he's faced 13 deliveries, just the 1 boundary. Love Test cricket, says Clyde Jones. Yeah, it's full of twists and turns. That's the beauty of the game. And West Indies, please put up a fight at least, says Sunil Singh. I think we should mention a little bit earlier on about one of the comments that was made, and that was about the West Indies not being aggressive enough. Unfortunately, they've lost 2 of their best batsmen, and because they weren't able to get those runs, yeah, that's just a good ball from Cummins on a hard length to hit. I thought Brathwaite had the bat in the way of it, but it's just snuck around the bat. Watch from Antigua, says Eugene, but yeah, those 2 would have loved to have a 50-run partnership at the top of the order to really add to the runs that the West Indies have got, because now there's a lot of pressure on the youngsters. McKenzie, the middle order is going to be crucial for the Windies here. But I said that if they were to lose less than 2 wickets or 2 or less, there would still be a decent session for the West Indies. They're in a tricky position at the moment, but that doesn't mean they won't have fight. They still know how to really grit and grind their way towards a good total. First ball to Avanazi was outside of off stump. He played and missed. Cummins will feel like he's on for another one here very soon. That's the end of his over. He's only gone for the 4 runs. He's already taken the 2 wickets from the 18 balls that he has bowled. Like I said, the most experienced batsman for the West Indies, both back in the sheds. Of course, they've got Joshua De Silva a little bit further down the order, at least 250 or more. Please go West Indies, says Ali Richards. The slight scary thing for the West Indies, though, is I honestly feel anything under maybe 350, 400 might not be enough for this first innings. The West Indies will do it. Come on, boys, let's get them, says Sinclair Mayers. And we are not seeing the match. I would like to get a site that I can see it on, and that is in the Jamaica. Oh, tell you what, McKenzie's gone aggressive. Over the top, Nathan Lyon hit down the ground for 4. Perhaps that mindset of if it's there to hit, we've got to hit it, is what we're going to see from the West Indies now. And that is honestly when they play some of their best cricket. Just steps into it, lofts it down the ground, takes a bit of a risk in the shot, but hit it well enough and hard enough that he receives the 4 runs. Now it's about control for McKenzie. He can't afford to do that every ball. Has to make sure that he still waits for the loosener to be able to go after it. Well bowled by Nathan Lyon. Nicely fielded in close by Travis Head as well, who is at the bat pad roll at short on. Wherever the West Indies will do it. Come on, boys, let's get them. And also, what MC right now, the West Indies need to attack the ball to get some good runs, says O'Neill. And yeah, I think that will just help them build towards that big total as well. I see play it again. Nathan Lyon really attacking that leg stump at the moment, trying to lure maybe the West Indian batsman into turning it to leg. If he misses it, it will be bowling him or hitting the pad. Also, if he can get that ball to really turn on an Adelaide surface, we're only in day 1, session 1, and it's already turning quite nicely. More of an arm ball there from Nathan Lyon. Just the dot ball once more. At the moment, 250 will do, says Ali Richardson. Yeah, I think for these 2 batsmen, it will be all about planning out little goals. You know, like for these 2, it will be we need to either bat to lunch or we need to get to 50 runs, and we'll see how we're going from there. It's normally what you hear from some of the best partnerships is they just have the little goals for themselves. Right, we need to get through this next 3-over period. We need to attack a bowler for a bit more. Hello, Hamish, says Xavier. Welcome in, mate. Hope you're doing extremely well. Should mention anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We are only now 58 away from the goal that we had, so be sure to hit that button if you haven't already. Nicely taken. And close by Marnus Labuschagne. Decent drive there from McKenzie to close out the over. Isn't rewarded with any runs, though. Now, just a short little break here in between overs. I believe they will be continuing with Pat Cummins, as you should, when he's bowled the 3 overs, only gone for the 4 runs, and has taken the 2 wickets. They're just showing a whole heap of ads for food at the moment, which is very unfortunate as I have not had lunch. McKenzie sitting on 8 off 19, just the 1 ball of Adelaide, who will now be on strike though to Pat Cummins. Now he had a bit of a play and a miss at the first delivery, and I think that Cummins will really look to attack him. Try and get him out early while the nerves are still high. Oh, he's hit him on the back leg there, Pat Cummins. Brought it back a little bit more. Like the commentators are saying, this type of pitch really does suit Pat Cummins in the way that he bowls. Fight fire with fire, boys. Show him what we are made of, says Sinclair Mayers. It was a pretty rough ball, actually, from Cummins. The delivery before, he did get Brathwaite out. I know BPCN says it was there from Dunstan. Pat Cummins, he has been celebrating big time over the last 12 months in terms of the amount of wickets it's been able to take. Side off stump. Actually bounces twice before it reaches Alex Carey. Over there, 250 we will get, says Sinclair Mayers, and also hello watching from Germany, says Anita. So welcome and hope you are doing extremely well. Middle of the night, I believe, for you in Germany, Anita, if I'm correct. And please, next 5 days, don't give me a heart attack, says Robert Vale. Yeah, it's going to be some very entertaining cricket taking place over the next 5 days. We need someone bat on, says Ali Richards. Yeah, they just need a big partnership here for the West Indies, and it will drastically help their chances. Short ball played nicely by Adelaide. Actually decides to chase it. Starc flying around the boundary. He will be able to keep it to just the 2 runs. Adelaide, rather than ducking under it, decides, nah, I'm going to play that pull shot. If you're going to try and intimidate me, I'm going to get back. I'm going to get some nice bat on it. Athanaz, sorry. My apologies. We are there watching the Heat play the Sixers in the final makes me happy, says Xavier. Most test match wickets. Pat Cummins slowly crawling towards McDermott. He's 50 wickets away from Brett Lee. And I'll be honest, like 2 seasons, or maybe even this season, Cummins is going to get there. The amount he's been able to take. Okay, there you are, says Dunstan. Of course, he's got a long way to go to catch the king. Shane Warne, 708 wickets, although, of course, a lot more matches that he did play. He's gone ahead of Gillespie with the 2 wickets he has taken in this test. Going to try and catch a little bit closer to McDermott, and also, like they said, McGrath at the top of the pace attack, 563. Cummins on the stumps. Nicely played from Avanas. Good control of the ball at the moment from Pat Cummins. And the runs will come, boys. Just stick around, says Sinclair Myers. Yeah, that is the hardest thing as a batsman when you're sitting out there and you know that they aren't giving you any free shots to play and you just have to wait and wait. And that's why they talk about Test match cricket being such a game of patience as well, because sometimes the ball won't be there to be able to hit. Now, last ball of the Cummins over. Oh, yeah, that a beautiful drive from Avanaz, just using the pace of Cummins' delivery. I think they'll be able to get the 3 runs, and they do so. So he will get his first chance of facing Nathan Lyon, and it's going to be the end of the over. Moving quite nicely here, the West Indies, 36 for 2. What about Kasparich? I don't think he played Test for Australia. I know he did it for Queensland, says Xavier. I love Test cricket. It is the best form, says Ramirez, and West Indies don't have no confidence. For years, they just don't like to run singles, says Chris Greaves. Well, in a way, I know it's not so much based off that, but there was a long time for the West Indies when Chris Gale was at the top of the order that they just wouldn't really take many singles. And that's across all formats, mainly because he was like, nah, I'm not running. I'm either going to hit it to the boundary or, it's a dot ball. So it's always a hard thing to learn, I guess you could say, taking singles, because it does feel like a risk. Definitely because the last thing you want is a run out. But if you can get it in gaps, there are a lot of opportunities to take runs, and that also relieves some of the pressure on your batsman because you are allowing two different men to face the same bowler, so the bowler has to adjust. Definitely left-hand, right-hand combo. Both these batsmen, though, left-handers. It's the first ball we've seen Lion bowl to Avanaz. It's just the dot. And a day will get there. They just had to put in the work. Says O'Neill. Now Nathan Lyon. He's gone for the 4 runs so far. Oh, attacking shot. Beautifully driven. But it goes straight to Marnus Labuschagne. And that is unfortunate for Avanaz because I think that was probably going to race to the boundary. Although I think he's hurt Marnus's finger, so maybe that's a mini win for the West Indies there. Third ball. Get quite aggressive in the way that he played that, really striding into it. Seems like an attacking batsman, Avanaz, which is good to see because it will bring the runs for the West Indies. Well done, new cricket live stream record with 1,200 people in here, says Brandon. Yeah, it is absolutely awesome, the amount of support that we've had on this cricketing live stream so far, late in England, but I'll be up all night. Says Clyde Jones, all inside edge from Avanaz. He does get the single. Are you looking forward to the series, Clyde, between England and India? I know that is coming up relatively soon. And how do you think England will do in that series? Do let me know. Nathan Lyon, he's just putting it on that hard-to-hit length. He's actually managed to hit that between his legs. In that case, Avanaz. And come on, boys. Keep a look them Aussies in the eyes. Stay there, the runs will come. Says Sinclair Mayers. Once again on middle stump. Front foot defensive from McKenzie. Doesn't bowl too many looseners. Nathan Lyon, are you doing any rugby this weekend to the URC? Says Brandon. We are doing the Champions Cup games that are taking place. I believe we've got about 3 games that we will be covering, as well as the test match, this one here, that we will be continuing. McKenzie on strike. Last ball beats the outside edge. And that'll be the end of the over. 2 for 37 here for the West Indies. Now, 45 minutes remaining in this session. Still plenty of time to work for both of these sides. To be honest, 45 minutes is long enough for Australia to maybe pick up a couple wickets, but it's also long enough for the West Indies to start building this partnership and working towards maybe around, I want to say they'll get to 60 or 70 runs by the end of the session if they weren't to lose another wicket, if these two were to continue to bat, mainly because of that aggressive nature of Avanaz, already sitting on 6 runs off 11 balls. But Pat Cummins, he is a wicket taker, and he is searching for another one here. Should I mention anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button, ladies and gents. We have got plenty more cricket coming in the near future. Also the rugby we have been covering on the channel, but we are 50 away from 44,100, so we are halfway there. If you want to help us get there, be sure to hit that subscribe button. But now, Pat Cummins, a little bit leg side-ish, does hit the pad of Avanaz. I think there was an inside edge as well. It wouldn't have been out, missing the stumps. I know this all the way to day 5. I only think we'll find a winner in day 3, says Brandon. Yeah, I think it all depends on how this West Indies first innings goes, to be honest. Because if they start losing quick wickets and if they are bowled out by the end of day number 1, like you said, there is a chance that this match does finish a little bit sooner. But hopefully they'll be able to really dig in, themselves a good total, bat out the day. That'll be the main goal for them. I love cricket, any form, one day, T20 test. Just love cricket, Ali from Jamaica, go the West Indies. Says Ali there as well. And yeah, the 3 formats, of course, a lot of cricket coming up in the near future. This test match taking place currently. We've also got the New Zealand-Pakistan series taking place. Afghanistan versus India, another series that is on currently. And then, of course, building into the test series as well between New Zealand, South Africa, India, England. It's a great time to be a cricket fan, that is for sure. Let's go. The West Indies says win. Outside off stump, left alone by Avanaz again. Yes, it's easy to be a member here too, says Robert. Here we are, of course, greatly appreciative of all the support you guys have been showing. I'll be honest, I did not expect this many people to be watching on this cricket live stream. I thought we'd have maybe a few of the regulars and a couple extras. But yeah, it's been a hugely successful live stream so far, and we are doing the whole day, ladies and gents. So if you are new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We'll be back tomorrow as well with another day of Test match cricket. The Nas, or pitched up delivery again with the drive, and that will be frustrating Pat Cummins because the Nas, he isn't overhitting it, he's just driving it down the ground. Gets 3 runs again. Ticking over these ones for the West Indies quite nicely here. That brings up the 40-run West Indies going to win. Who's with me? Says O'Neill Campbell. I can tell you what the percentages are. At the moment, the West Indies are 4% likely to win this match. They've actually gone up 1% compared to the start of this test match. How many people in the ground, says Gary Hope? Adelaide Oval. I want to say they'll have... how big's Adelaide Oval? I was going to say about 15,000, but I think there might actually be a few more than that. Hopefully they tell us. At some stage, short ball there from Cummins to McKenzie. Just dragging it back a little bit, almost 140 40 kilometres an hour. Yes, Adhanaz is pretty attacking, says Michael Murray. And to be honest, that's kind of what the West Indies needed at this stage. After losing their 2 openers who were scoring relatively slowly, I'll be honest, McKenzie seems like he will attack the bad ball as well, which is good news. And it's just about these 2 guys with not a lot of experience being able to build something that is a good foundation for the West Indies attack. At the end of the day, of course, they've got some good bowlers. Got a back foot punch there from McKenzie. Just really stands up tall. Gets the 2 runs to close out the Cummins over, which has gone for 5. He's starting to leak a few runs now. So I think that might be the end of his bowling spell, but that will be the end of the over as well. 42 for 2 here. It's exactly what the West Indies needed, though. And I'm watching you doing a great job, or a good job, says Gary O. Thank you very much, mate. Yeah, we'll be interested to see how many runs the West Indies can build towards. Still another 40 minutes or so remaining in session number 1, ladies and gents. The West Indies going to win 3 days, says Win Anderson. I mean, if the West Indies are able to bowl out Australia for any less than 300, that is still something that not many sides have been able to do throughout the last little while. Will you be doing live commentary for the ODI and T20 for Australia and the West Indies? Says Ali Dians. I am actually hoping to do both of them. And I think they start relatively soon, don't they? We've got the 2 test matches. I'll just find the date of the first one. Oh, losing my voice a little bit. One moment. We are good. But yeah, we've got the test series. Next one starts on Thursday next week, so the 25th of January. And then when it comes to the ODIs, 2nd of February is the first one that takes place. That is on the Friday. I believe, yeah, our plan is to try and cover that one on the channel. We've also got a bit of pre-season for Super Rugby that will be coming up in the near future. 6 Nations. Another competition. That was a nice ball from Nathan Lyon, just dragging the length back a little bit more. Nice to hear your warm commentary in a freezing UK. I'm about to go out and feed some livestock. Some livestock. So this is good company, says Francis. Jeez, it'll be a bit chilly at this stage. Wait, in the UK as well. So you'll be like the middle of the night as well, won't you, Francis? If I'm correct. One on the stump. Nice drive from Adhanaz, but goes straight to the man. Mitchell Starc at mid-off. Being from the West Indies, I think Australia wins in 4 days, says Allison. And come on, McKenzie, says Ali Dan Straya, says Eraser Robinson. Welcome in, mate. Nathan Lyon, 4-dot ball so far in this over. Tacking drive to the fielder, though, and that is something that Australia, not just in test matches, but also in all formats, are able to offer, and that is some very good fielding. They managed to save so many runs in that ODI World Cup by being tight in the field. Yep, it's nearly 1 a.m., says Francis in there as well. Last ball of the line over. And it's well played from Adhanaz. End of the over, 2 for 42. And 8:45 in Barbados night, says Sinclair Mayers. So yeah, I think the last session for you guys in the West Indies will end quite late in the evening. probably about just after 12 or somewhere around there perhaps, or maybe even a little bit later in fact, with these sessions remaining, maybe around 2 a.m. West Indies downpours lacking confidence and don't know how to play defensive and move the ball around, frustrate the Australian bowlers, and loose ball will be coming a little more often, says Dale. Yeah, it's just about trying to find a couple more singles, keep the strike rate ticking over. And just showing him Mitchell Marsh. I don't know whether or not he'll have a bowl today. He does normally say if he needs me to bowl, I'll bowl, but I don't like doing it because I normally hurt myself. And cheers, Hamish. I don't watch cricket. I'll be good on you for expanding your horizons. Says Razor. Oh, that one went away. For Pat Cummins, he's decided to give himself one more over here. Try and increase his chance of picking up the wicket of McKenzie. And Aussie farmers never sleep at all. Says Aylin, yeah, they're the guys behind the scenes keeping the countries going with the food. And also with the crops as well. The lad from Dominica are doing well. Says one shot. And also it's 8:56 p.m. in Trinidad and McKenzie should have opened because Chanderpaul was out of form. Probably he should not have played. Says Dunstan. We are not see the match live in Jamaica, says Patrick. It's a bit of a shame that they don't have these matches available to be able to watch for you guys all around, the Caribbean, mainly because, at the end of the day, there is such a large following for cricket. Just outside of off stump. We can beat, says it was there from Ali. That was very close to the outside edge of McKenzie. And I feel like Cummins, each time he gets that little slither of a hope that he can get a wicket, he'll bowl himself another over. 2 right, says Francis. Now, 14 first-class matches, 780 runs for Kirk McKenzie. So he has proven himself on the first-class level. Of course, Test match cricket, a whole nother ballpark you do have to try and adapt to. Doing not too badly so far, though. 10 runs off 26 balls. Athanaz at the other end, 9 off 21 deliveries. Currently closing in on 30 minutes away from the first break. Of course, it will be the 40-minute lunch break. We will be away for that gap, but we will be leaving the live stream running so you guys can chill out here waiting for that next session to begin, which we will be covering in full as well. We're struggling against Cummins, says Philip. He's a tough bowler to hit away. And I think that, to be honest, Athanaz has done it the best just with his drive. It's live on Sportsmax, says Isaac James, and cool, says Robert. Yeah, just a couple punches down the ground from Athanaz have at least allowed those runs to keep ticking over when Cummins is bowling. But that was a fantastic shot for no runs from McKenzie, perfectly in the middle of the bat. I think this young West Indies team will shock Australia, says Handel. And yeah, I think a lot of people, because of the inexperience of this West Indies side, a lot of people are underestimating what they'll be able to do. But they're still a very good team. Great single taken from McKenzie. Very strategic run. Hits it out to Nathan Lyon and then just nicely taps it away. We have got there, me and Judy enjoying coverage, says Gary. Awesome news there. And never realised you had diversified into cricket commentary as I have followed your rugby insights. Good to hear, says Francis. But yeah, we actually, back in the day, we used to do the cricket over the summer period. We'd still have the rugby as well, of course, but yeah, we used to do the cricket and the rugby. And then we got a copyright strike for a cricket one, even though we weren't showing any footage. It was actually by another YouTube channel that decided that they didn't want other people doing the commentary like they were. So it kind of meant that I didn't do that much cricket for a while. Nicely punched again from Athanazi, kept to 2 by Marnus Labuschagne. But still keeping the runs ticking over. 3 runs off the Cummins over. And it will be 2 for 45. One moment, the scoreboard. There we go. Scoreboard's now started updating. A game to end in a draw, says Bowen. And yes, boys, just stick around. The runs will come. Let's get them, says Sinclair Mayers. And yeah, closing in on the 50 runs. I mentioned if these two can keep their partnership flowing, there's the potential of getting anywhere between 60 and 70 runs by the end of the session, maybe even more. But it's been a much better attacking second part of this innings rather than the first. And we have got there Hitmayer, Purin and Jason Holder should have played in the match. I believe Jason Holder, he's actually decided to go to short format. He's decided to play T20. And I'll be honest, that is one of the things that has been talked about a lot recently in the test match scene, is the fact that a lot of players are now chasing the short format. It's easier on the body, you make more money. So eventually, a lot of players are going to be slightly, going to that short format, which will be a shame because test match cricket, I think, is one of the best formats, if not the best, to be able to watch. It really takes a lot of patience, a lot of skill. I love your rugby insights and enjoying this cricket running commentary. Keep up the good work, says Francis. Thank you very much, mate. Of course, with the Six Nations just around the corner, we will be covering those games on the channel as well. And thanks for the commentary. You're the only one live right now. Respect, says Isaac James. But yeah, I mean, it was one of those test matches that we were always going to be covering, because when these two sides play, or any time the West Indies play, to be fair, there's just entertainment on offer. There's a great drive from McKenzie, 123 Ks from Mitchell Marsh, who has now come into the attack. I don't think he'll be trying his best to really rip them down here, Mitchell Marsh. He'll instead try and just, bobble it around a little bit, see what the surface can offer him in this attack. He might get a few overs in for the break. They may even bring back Starc. A little bit shorter there from Marsh. No run taken for McKenzie, who's standing about 4 steps down the pitch going, why didn't we run that? I think he's actually called Athanase down. Feels like there could have been an easy run. To think that the West Indies will win Australia is to have faith much bigger than an apple seed. Says Dunstan, a West Indies selection very poor. They don't recognise senior players in the team. Says Hamant. But it's also the case of, like I said, they've got players like Jason Holder, who they would have loved to have in this series, but he's picked the T20 format. He said, nah, I'm all right. Oh, good ball from Mitchell Marsh. Just a little floaty one up towards middle stump. And on the Six Nations, who is your favourite, says Alan. In terms of who I think will win, I think that either Ireland or France will walk away with the Six Nations title. It's just more of a question of who bounces back better from their Rugby World Cup quarterfinal defeats. You're doing a great job, thank you, says Sinclair Mayer. Thank you very much, usually appreciated. Of course, we haven't covered a huge amount of cricket over the last 6 or so months, but I always love doing these streams with the cricket, mainly because not only do we get to meet a new group of people compared to our rugby streams, but also just the cricket action in general is always very entertaining. That's the first sneeze of the stream. And where's the match thought it'd be live, says Andra. Sadly, due to licensing, any match footage or audio gets you taken straight off YouTube and possibly sued. But depending on whereabouts you are in the world, there are options of being able to watch this test. Some are free, some aren't. But yeah, all you got to do is go onto your search on your internet, whatever browser you use, and just search up Australia versus West Indies where to watch, and then add your country to it. That is 2 great drives in a row from McKenzie, but both of them have been cut off by Marnus Labuschagne with his fielding. Hope these youngsters at the crease bat patiently and put on a big partnership, not throw away their wickets, says Philip. And test cricket as the body of cricket, other crickets as parts of cricket, says Dale. And there as well. Yeah, hopefully these two make it through this session, just because it will add a lot more, I believe, overall to this test match if they are able to bat longer. Currently, I mean, don't get me wrong, they both actually looked very solid at the crease, other than a couple early player misses. We've seen McKenzie get himself 11 runs off the 34, Athanase sitting on 11 off 22 deliveries. Oh, okay, Josh Hazlewood is coming back into the bowling attack, so that is to replace Pat Cummins, who actually initially replaced Josh Hazlewood. 4 overs, 2 maidens. I think Mark Waugh's just saying that these two don't have the ability to push the run rate. And I would disagree. I think we've seen some quite good attack from these two so far. Yes, they haven't been able to score a huge amount of runs, but they've still got to build their innings. And I feel like he's asking them to do too much too soon. Run rate slow though, says Philip. Yeah, it's 2.13, although while the two opening batsmen were out there, it was around 1.5. So these two have increased it a bit more. But, yeah, it's just about getting through this session, I believe. Waiting for this ball to get a bit older, because 30 overs or so is normally when the ball starts to do that little bit less at the Adelaide Oval. So I think that could be quite crucial to just see off these first bowlers and the shininess of the ball. One moment, we will go like this. There we go. I did sneeze again, but I muted myself so you guys couldn't hear it. But, yeah, 3 debutants like they're saying. McKenzie, this is his second match, so, yeah, not a lot of experience amongst this West Indies side, and that can be quite a daunting task for a young lineup to have to try and pretty much work from nothing to then go up against a tough side like Australia. And I'm watching the match between Netherlands and Pakistan. Can't see the match between West Indies versus Australia and Jamaica. Says Patrick, and thanks for the commentary. Keep up the good work. Says Cornette Smith, thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciate it. Anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We have got plenty more Test cricket coming in the near future. We are covering the second session, which will be starting 40 minutes after this first session is done. So 24 minutes left in this session. And then, of course, we will be jumping in to session number 2. Currently, Hazlewood just putting it a little bit further back in terms of the length for Avanaz. Although that one was pitched up, and he does enjoy driving misfield from Marnus Labuschagne. That is something you do not see every day. It's going to lead to 2 extra runs for Avanaz. We have got there a lot of online channels are rammed with malware. I'll be careful with those, says Alan. And as we're there, come West Indies, it's our time. We will bat all day, says Sinclair Myers. Yeah, I honestly think that's one of the first times I've seen Marnus Labuschagne misfield the ball in forever. It's actually spun awkwardly. I think he might have knocked his nail off. He did have a bit of a hand injury earlier from the drive of McKenzie. And dressing room, do your job. Sent message to the batsman, it's 5 days, says Ali Richards. Left alone outside, off stump. Good answer back from Hazlewood. Yeah, Labuschagne looks disappointed in himself. Does look to work perfectly when he's out there on the field. One of his thumbs is a lot bigger than the other at the moment for Marnus. Looks like the thumb, maybe the fingernail actually has been ripped back a little bit. He is bleeding slightly. And cricket in Australia is always exciting with the West Indies, says Hemant. Exactly right. Yeah, he's just clipped the nail as the ball's awkwardly bounced. Now, last ball of the Hazlewood over. It is short. Avanaz does well to jump underneath it. Be the end of the over. It's 2-4-47. We have got their patronism. As far as West Indies cricket is concerned, it's gone out the window. Monetary gains is on the throne. Yes, I'm enjoying your commentary. Nice to listen to some Test cricket. Just wish you guys all the best, says Short Boss. Thank you very much, mate. Yeah, I hope you have been enjoying all the Test cricket that has taken place around the world and will be enjoying it in the near future. There is plenty more. What's the pitch like? Any movement? A lot of movement early on. Australia, they did decide after winning the toss to have a bowl, and I believe that is due to the amount of seaming and also the amount of swing that was on offer with the overcast conditions. But one of Mitchell Starc's first deliveries seemed about this much. So, yeah, it's going to be tricky. A little bit of spin on offer as well already. Nice soft hands there from McKenzie. I think they had a bit of a chat about trying to get those singles ticking over. Avanaz at that stage was actually running, whereas McKenzie wasn't. He was happy enough to stay on strike. These two just need to bat until lunch, says Michael Douglas. Yep. That's the thing. They don't need to worry about the run so much here. And I know that sounds quite a negative mindset, but they need to make sure they are still there at the end of the session. Beautiful drive. Picture perfect. Mitchell Marsh, he bowled it a little bit too full. And, yeah, fantastic drive down the ground from McKenzie. That'll give him the 4 runs. Stepping to the ball. Timing was everything. And just brilliantly played. Probably, I would say, shot of the day so far that we have seen from the West Indies. So a bowl first pitch, I believe so. I think it was also more of the case of the Australians. I think they quite enjoy being able to bat second. And commentary refreshing. Keep it up, says Ali Richards. Thank you very much. And yeah, we've got plenty more of this test match taking place, ladies and gents. But yeah, I think Australia were always going to bowl first. Not sure what the West Indies would have done, though, if they had won the toss. You'd assume that they would have also had the bowl. It's actually going to be a wide from Mitchell Marsh. Too high over the head. Unfortunately, he's not quite as consistent as they'd like him to be with the ball in hand. I'm quite confused at why they didn't go to Cam Green, though, because he normally pitches the ball up and makes it quite awkward. Gets a bit of swing as well, but instead going with Mitchell Marsh, maybe they thought that that little bit less pace would make it trickier for the West Indies batsmen. Partnership here between these two, though. 25 runs off 51 deliveries. So they are building quite nicely. And this one, once again, it is pitched up. Nice drive, but goes straight into the hands of Marsh. Why are you not interested in the New Zealand-Pakistan match? Says Natrino, I am interested in it. It's just test match cricket normally takes a little bit more priority in my book. Like Pakistan, New Zealand currently taking place between those two sides. But yeah, like West Indies, Australia is always one that is pretty awesome to see. Anyone who wants an update on New Zealand versus Pakistan, by the way, New Zealand were batting first, currently bringing up the 150 runs for the one wicket after 13 overs. Left alone that time from McKenzie. And Brathwaite said he would, says Melbourne. Yeah, bowling first on a wicket like this, it can either lead to a lot of wickets being taken or the batsmen, they just have to try and see off that slightly newer ball. I think by 30 overs, we're going to start to see less movement for the Australians. Do you think the Smith experiment will work? Will New Zealand prepare green seamers for Australia? I'll be honest, like the Steve Smith moving to opener, for me personally, just feels like a case of like kind of reshuffling so that we can still have all the same players in there. If you're Australia, like they do need to look at some stage towards the future though and go, hang on, what are we going to do in 3 years' time when about 6 of these players aren't there anymore? Australia don't bowl out the West Indies today. They can't win this test, says Handel. And West Indies just had to play fearless cricket, says Ali. And also we have got there Kiwi in Oakland Gaming updating me and vice versa, says Robert. Mitch Marsh, a little bit leg side-ish, hits the thigh pad, not being worked away by McKenzie, closes out the over, 2 for 52 here for the West Indies. Mitch Marsh does bowl a great length, says Samuel, although it does make him susceptible to get driven sometimes. And I guess that's one benefit for Australia because, yes, he will go for some runs, but he might also be able to lure that outside edge if they try and drive at the wrong ball. And Brathwaite said he would bat if he won the toss, says Melvin. Yeah, anyone who is new to the channel, of course, be sure to hit that subscribe button, ladies and gents. We are 22 away from 44,100. So if you do want to help us get there, it is greatly appreciated. Hit that subscribe button. We've got plenty more cricket coming up in the near future. Still another 15 minutes remaining of this session. Finn Allen is a destructive player, said Neutrino. He certainly is. Brathwaite said, oh no, I read that one. What kind of pitches should New Zealand prepare for the Australian series? It's a tricky one because I feel like no matter what pitch they prepare, oh, it was an inside edge from Athanas. Yeah, no matter what type of pitch they prepare, Australia is still going to be extremely hard to beat. So you've got to try and find that balance of a pitch that can get a result, but, alongside that, like, it's still very tricky because you're facing Australia. Like, maybe they'll look at this surface. If perhaps the West Indies walk away with a victory here somehow, then New Zealand may look to try and mimic the Adelaide Oval pitch, although you won't quite get as much movement, I don't think, in New Zealand. Nice drive again, no run taken. Nathan Lyon fielding it nicely at point. West Indies will tug it out. Says Daniel, and let me tell you one thing, Australia is going to lose because I think choosing fielding is not a good decision. Says Joyful. What's the lowest score? Batten. Says Ali Richards. Not too sure what the lowest score is on the Adelaide Oval pitch. I think that they are above it though. I think there's been some pretty low totals from sides. Athenaze in 2023, 47 and 28 against the... Oh, he's been bowled straight through him. He's left the ball and his off stump has fallen to the floor. Josh Hazlewood gets another wicket. Athenaze, he was looking strong, but one lapse of judgment, one bad decision means he's walking back to the sheds. Hazlewood round the wicket to try and force it to come back in. Left, it hits maybe about 7/8 of the way up the stump. And Hazlewood strikes. West Indies now 3 down in the first session. And like I said, that's disappointing because he was looking good. And now they have to try and rebuild that partnership. Hazlewood does pick up his 250th wicket, I think they have just said there. 13 off 31. Like they've said, a bit of a soft dismissal there. Not what the West Indies wanted. Yeah, very well bowled by Josh Hazlewood. Does not go for many runs normally. And I think he's proven that time and time again that when he gets it in the right place. The second man who's been bowled as well, I should mention. One bowled by Hazlewood, one bowled by Cummins. And now it brings up that 250th Test match wicket. So a big monumental occasion for him. Now Hodge makes his way to the middle to try and relieve some pressure here that Australia are creating. But Kavem Hodge makes his way to the middle as Neil Wagner still in your Test 11. It's a bit of a tricky one. Depends on the surface, I think. Yeah, just crashes into off stump for Josh Hazlewood and was the lowest scoring batting first in Test, says Ali Richards. I'm not actually too sure what the lowest of the low is. I know like it's around maybe 30 something or 40. I think South Africa recently had very close to the lowest with 55 when they were facing India. Now, Kavem Hodge. Some good experience at first class level. He's left that one alone outside off. McKenzie at the other end sitting on 15 off 40 balls. He was ticking over quite nicely as well. It's just that one ball from Josh Hazlewood, and like I said, that one lapse of judgment to leave it and it piles straight into your off stump is always a terrible feeling as a batsman. Middle order for the West Indies, the inexperienced middle order. This is pretty much where they have to make a lot of their runs. Nicely done again by Hazlewood, who is back over the wicket to Hodge. The fact that he is the right-hander. So now the right-hand, left-hand combo can throw a few bowlers off. I don't think it will trouble the Australians too much. I said Athenaze looking decent for his 13 runs, but the one good ball is all it takes. 12 minutes remaining before lunch as well. I should mention David Warner was the world's best test batter for me. Says Hamant. Yeah, they've got a bit of a gap to fill there in the Australian lineup, although they have gone with Steve Smith now as an opener. Cam Green moves to 4, and still a very similar starting lineup for the Aussies in their starting 11. What they would normally have. West Indies players seem to have been instructed to occupy the crease. Big mistake when the ball is there to hit it. That's the only way to put the Australians on the back foot, says Melvin. And I agree. I think that throughout that Ashes series showed that even the Australians, when put under pressure, can crumble a little bit. You know, England were whacking them around for 5 or 6 runs and over. And yes, Australia eventually got those wickets, but it was until then that they were finding it very difficult. Like I said, just a little bit unlucky that it kept lower than a few of the others had bounced. Don't think we want to be seeing variable bounce on day 1, session 1 of a test match. Yeah, you can see the disappointment for Athenaze. Now charging in Mitchell Starc. Oh, the Yorker, chopped down by McKenzie, almost chopped onto the wicket. He will get through for 2. Wasn't expecting it to be the Yorker first up from Mitchell Starc. just manages to get the bat on it. Almost chopped it on. That has actually been something we've seen quite a few times throughout this first session already. Very close to hitting the leg stump. But he walks away with the 2 runs. He is still there. That is the main thing. Starc smiling. Knows he's in the hunt here for a possible wicket. 10 minutes remaining. Mark Waugh is asking for the West Indies to start playing more shots. Start attacking the Australian bowling attack. The Aussies just haven't really given too many away. That is down the leg side. Will be the dot ball. We've got the flag there from Hansen. Yeah, anyone who is new, be sure, of course, to hit that subscribe button. We are currently sitting only 8 away from the goal that we had by the end of the session. We were hoping to hit 44,100. So if you haven't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Let's see if we can get there with only 9 minutes remaining. My prediction, West Indies will lose the test match if they get bowled out in day 1. Host, what's your thoughts? I agree. It will be extremely hard to fight back. Although, of course, it depends on what we see from Australia's batting lineup. Because, yeah, I think if Australia are also bowled out before the end of day 2, then could be anyone's game. But, yeah, I think it is going to be tricky for the West Indies. They do need at least 250, like someone mentioned earlier on. I honestly feel they need more than 300 here to have at least half a shot. Lose focus and lose your wickets, says Scott Thomas. And yeah, that is why they always say about test matches being physically draining, but they're mentally draining as well. If you do not get it right mentally and you switch off for half a second, all it takes is one ball. You could face 500 deliveries. But if you switch off for one, that can be the one that gets you out. And it's always mental battle as well as physical. Just Starc, a little bit shorter in that length, but still able to play it off the front foot for McKenzie. Just the 2 balls remaining now in the Starc over. Australia seem to lack impressive young batters to replace the current players. It's an ageing team, says Elmac. I agree. I think that this test series up against the West Indies was the perfect chance to be able to blood some of those new players or give them opportunities, whether that was Matthew Renshaw in the bowling department, Morris, Boland. Who are the guys that are going to be the next team? And yeah, I feel like they've still gone with the old tried and trusty. Another drive there. Doesn't quite get it away for McKenzie. No, says Ali. And I also need a 200-run partnership between these two, says Philip. I remember Australia bowl out India for 30. Something just a couple seasons ago. That was actually in Australia, wasn't it? It's crazy how quick test match cricket comes around, if that makes sense. Like, it seems like it was only yesterday that we had that series. It seems like only yesterday we had the Ashes series, but that was a good almost year ago, I think it was. Now McKenzie again on strike. Starc, it's off the edge, it's in the air. Goes over the top of Nathan Lyon. He may have got a hand to it. And because of it, it doesn't roll all the way to the boundary. Cam Green out there to field it. How much of a chance was this? Lyon is still down. I think he feels he should have taken it. If West Indies continue back like they're playing for a draw, match will finish by the 3rd day, says Chris Greaves. But McKenzie, 19 off 46, currently the leading run scorer for the West Indies in this match. But it was half a chance. Most of those half chances normally are taken by Australia. You need a little bit of luck on your side. And to be honest, Kirk McKenzie at the moment, he does seem to have that. He had the inside edge that almost went onto his stumps. He's had the half chance that was almost a catch. And I believe he's also had another inside edge that he managed to miss the stumps with too. Now Hazlewood. That one came in a little bit too. He's getting it on a good length at the moment, making it hard to hit for Hodge. He's only just made his way to the middle. You want to be there for a long time, but it is easier said than done. We have got there, yes, we should have played a few younger players in this test, and then some more in the new one, or the next one to blood some players. Yeah, I agree. I feel like this was honestly the perfect chance for them to be able to give those guys an opportunity. See how the youngsters did. It wouldn't have been the end of the world if they did struggle a little bit, but you just needed at least one or two changes. This still seems like it's the same team with the change of Smith as the opener. I'm not up to speed on the West Indies form, but Australia has some good bowlers. It shows in this match, says Aylan. They certainly do. You're also watching New Zealand, Pakistan. I did see the score before, and I mean, currently New Zealand looking very strong. 176 runs on the board for themselves. So, yeah, they'll be hoping to just continue building the way that they are there. It's going to be a hard chase for Pakistan in that game. Hazlewood, that was on the stumps. Had to hit that one, Hodge. Yet to get himself off the mark, keeping the pressure on this Australian bowling attack by not allowing any freebies. Chanderpaul, he was so patient. And then, unfortunately, he just didn't get the chance to finally get that shot away. Well, we will go like this. And like this. Currently, the odds for this one have dropped a little bit. The West Indies are still only sitting at a very low chance of being able to win this test. What are we sitting? 3% still? Yeah, 3%, although it looked like it slightly dropped even more. I can't get alive where I am unless I pay for it. The joys of living in the sticks, says Scott. And I'll be honest, I feel like this one should be available for a lot more people to be able to watch. And the most beautiful sport on earth is Test cricket. The charm of the cricket is every ball delivered is giving you something. Either good leave, strong defence, or good cover drive, says Joyful. An easy win for the Australians, says Bhavani. 4 dot balls in this Hazlewood over. He's bowled 6.4 and only gone for the 9 runs. Ooh. Bowled that one a bit shorter, and Hodge did try and pull it away, mistimed it. Doesn't get it to the man at square leg. Instead, he has to run in to claim it. But he was willing to play that a shot. So maybe Hazlewood sees that, gives him another short one at some stage in the near future. Jim mentioned we've only got one more over, more than likely, before we reach the lunchtime break of day number 1. And country South Australia, no free to air, says Scott Thomas. Oh, is it not available on 7, Scott? I thought that it was available on 7 now or something in Australia, free to air, if I'm correct. I could be wrong. And Denver and Philly, good game. Or Denver versus Philly, good game, says Bhavani. But that will be the end of the Hazlewood over. Another maiden for him. Alex Carey just having a bit of a chat with him, deciding what the next plan is. I believe this over of Starc will be the last one that we see of session number 1. And what has been, you'd have to say, Australia's session. Not enough runs scored by the West Indies, but also those 3 crucial wickets, Chanderpaul, also the wicket of Brathwaite, and more recently it was Nathanais. I am a bit worried. Test has not much life. Yeah, unfortunately, the more that the short format starts to dominate in terms of money, in terms of everything along those lines, that is something currently showing Ian Smith getting a little bit of attention for the halftime or the lunch break that is coming up. Lofted drive, misfield from Cummins. A leap from, yeah, I'd say another 3 runs. Yes, they do get there. Nice running between the wickets from the West Indies. And players will be getting less chance in Test cricket this era because we don't have a 3 or 5 Test series anymore. Test series is only 2 matches. Don't allow much rotation of players, says McKell. Yeah. It's really silly to me, the 2-match series, mainly because, like, if one team wins the first and one team wins the second, that's it. Like, I believe perfect example of that was India versus South Africa. 1-1. Everyone wanted to know what would have happened in the third one, but no, we only get 2 matches because I guess the schedule is a lot more hectic now than it used to be, but also just, yeah, it leaves a lot of, like, unfinished business, if that makes sense. Now Starc, nice in-swinging ball, asking for the single there for Hodge. He wanted it. McKenzie says no. Doesn't want to be on strike for the final over Currently tick over to 2:30, which is the cutoff for the time. Looking was the call from Hodge. He's on 0 at the moment and 56 for 3, not bad. I think you say they should try to reach close to 60, and they did. Are you pleased so far, says Lydians. It's a tricky one because I did say as well that for them to not lose that partnership and be on 60 or 70 would be the ideal scenario. They're always going to get the single this time. Big loud call from Hodge, and he gets the one. They have short test series because test cricket isn't profitable, except for a few popular teams, says Al Mac. And yeah, that's one of the big problems that they've got at the moment for test match cricket is if it doesn't become profitable or it doesn't become financially successful, I guess is one way of saying it, like the short formats are going to win. People are going to watch T20, people are going to watch ODI. They may not enjoy it as much, but it might be the only thing that's on if we lose test match cricket. His first class score for Hodge was 137. McKenzie now, the last 2 balls he will have to face before the break. Now, what will be happening during the lunch break, ladies and gentlemen, is we will still be here theoretically. We'll have about 5 minutes of chatting and then we will be still having the scoreboard up. We'll be popping away and coming back in about 30 minutes ready for session number 2. So the live stream will stay running just so that you guys are able to stay here. You don't have to find that next stream or anything like that. So, yeah, we'll probably put some sort of music on in the background as well for you, just to have something there. Also, India-Pakistan test not happening. Also not helping to survive this format. Says Joyful. Left alone outside of off stump. 1 ball remaining now. Oh, we'll go like this. And like this. But I should also mention, if you guys do love your cricket and if you want something to watch during the break, we'll go like this. We'll go like this. This link that I have just put in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, is the link to our latest GoPro cricket video that we did on the channel, which is pretty much where I either have a GoPro on my helmet or we have got the GoPro on the umpire, and we end up pretty much just playing a game of cricket. So yeah, if you want something to watch, nice attack and shot from McKenzie, bit of width, bit of bounce, and he pounces on that opportunity right at the end of the session, brings him up to 26, and that is going to be the end of session number 1 on day 1. 3 for 64 for the West Indies, losing their 3 wickets, but 8 runs actually coming off that last over. So an aggressive end. You wonder whether or not that will be what they continue to do when the next session starts, whether they will continue to be aggressive or not. But yeah, first hour, Australia were really honing in on their line, not allowing any looseness for this West Indies side. But at the end of the day, the West Indies, they are still out there. Which one was your favourite test? Mine was Laxman and Brathwaite partnership. From follow on to win, says Joyful. I mean, we've seen some brilliant test matches before. One that also comes to mind a little bit when it comes to some of the best test matches to watch are a part of the Ashes series. When we saw Ben Stokes and Jack Leach pull back the win at Headingley, I think that was one that a lot of people absolutely loved. I just milk the bowling, rotate the strike, and they will be safe. Says Philip there. But the pick of the bowlers. So far, Nathan Lyon, he has got the best economy. 1.25, 4 overs bowled, just the 5 runs off it. Hazlewood, though, he's bowled 9 overs he's bowled 7 overs, 9 runs off and 1 wicket. 1.29, and also the 2 wickets coming for Pat Cummins. Got a little bit more expensive near the end, mainly because of the runs that the West Indies were able to get themselves. See you all next session, says Scott Thomas. And thank you, great job, says Anita. Thank you very much as well. And yeah, it is hugely appreciated you guys all being here for this live stream. Like I mentioned, if you are new, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We managed to reach the goal, so we'll have to create a new one for the next session. McKenzie trying. I only hope he don't give away his wicket, says Philip. Yeah, he's looking good. And like I mentioned, he's rode a little bit of luck throughout that first session, just finished the feeding. See the Windies have lost another wicket. Shame. Enjoy your break, says Francis in there. So yeah, these two pretty much had to try and create that partnership that we just saw between McKenzie and his previous batting partner, Hodge. He's a decent bat though. So hopefully in this next session, we do get to see some pretty awesome action. But yeah, if you want something to watch during this break, we will be back in 35 minutes time, somewhere around there, about 30 minutes, so that we can pick up from session number 2, ladies and gents. The live stream will still be running, so you can still sit in here if you like. Also, be sure to use the chat while I am away. Let me know what you thought of those first sessions, as we will be reading them throughout the break as well. But yeah, if you want something to watch, be sure to check out that link that I've just put. It is a GoPro cricket video. Kiwi Lads Entertainment is awesome too, says Robert there. Thank you very much, mate. We've been uploading very consistently on that channel. It is George's project. And yeah, has been a lot of fun there too. But yeah, be sure to check it out. It's actually me bowling. Now, I'm not the best bowler. There is a double bouncer in that over. But yeah, be sure to give it a look if you want something to watch, or one of the other GoPro cricket videos on the channel, perhaps one where we are batting instead. And yeah, we will quickly get that message ready to say we will be back for session number 2. We will be back for session 2 at, it is going to be, it will be 3:10 p.m. NZ time. There we go. And we'll put that down the bottom so that you guys know exactly when we will be coming back for the next session. So it is in around 30 minutes time. Be sure to go and grab yourself a drink, go and grab some food. Although I think it's close to midnight, or it's getting closer to a late night snack if you are there in the West Indies or the Caribbean. Yeah, nonetheless, I do thank you all very much for being here. We will be back very soon for session number 2 of this match between the West Indies and Australia. I don't know whether you could still hear me or not when I cut that off, but we will be back very soon. Right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back for session number 2 of this West Indies versus Australia test match. We've just had the lunch break and the two sides are just about to make their way back out onto the field. Now, the West Indies, they did start a little bit shaky. Now, they would probably say they have a few less runs than they would have liked at this stage of the test match, and they've probably lost a couple more wickets than they also would have been after. Australia, the best team in the world now, says CB Reviews. They certainly are, and they are proving it time and time again. Some brilliant bowling displayed by Josh Hazlewood. Pat Cummins also managing to get himself 2 wickets. But this is going to be a very crucial session for the West Indies. They are currently 3 wickets down. McKenzie, Kurt McKenzie that is, he has actually been batting very well. 26 off 50 deliveries. He's had a little bit of luck along the way, but sometimes you need that when you are a batsman. Hodge only getting himself the 1 run more recently. He will be raring to go once again very soon. But I hope you guys are all doing well. Hope you enjoyed the lunch break. Hopefully you got some snacks or you got to eat something, drink something as well. Welcome back, says Francis in there. Welcome back too. Hopefully you have been enjoying the break. Hi, all, and Hamish, says Robert in the chat as well. They are just showing the highlights. Pat Cummins, perfect ball to Brathwaite to be able to dismiss him. He also managed to pick up the next wicket for the Australians. Sorry, he picked up the first wicket, I should say, of Chanderpaul. Put it up a little bit fuller, getting Chanderpaul to drive, and he did get the edge straight to Cam Green. Let's go Australia, says CB Reviews. And the chat as well. But Hazlewood, he did a couple of the fist pumps there. Now Australia back out on the field. They did try a little bit of Nathan Lyon before the break, so I wonder whether or not they will try out that again to see if that works, or if they are instead more interested in going with the pace attack. Mitchell Starc, he's gone for 3 runs and over throughout his first 8, hasn't been able to pick up a wicket, but he has been extremely close. Hodge on debut, 1 run off 11 balls. There was a bit of a miscommunication between these two right near the start of the innings of whether or not they wanted to run. I think that 1 run for Hodge gave him a lot of confidence when he whipped it to leg right at the end of the first half. I should mention that the last over that we saw that was bowled actually did end up going for a few runs. Actually, 8 runs in total off the Mitchell Starc over. The first ball going for 3, then a single off the third, and then the boundary to close it out. And it was an aggressive shot from McKenzie. Perhaps that is something we will see a little bit more of throughout this innings. Him being more aggressive, getting those runs ticking over. I think that the West Indies will want to be well on their way towards around 140 by the end of this session, speeding up a bit more from what we saw in the first session. But they have just mentioned as well that in Adelaide, the sun has come out. Now, that may mean that we see a little bit less swing. I think we'll still see quite a bit of movement in terms of off the seam. Mitchell Starc, perfect example of that in his first bowling spell. But then also that baller Cummins, that bowled Brathwaite, had a bit of movement on it as well. But here we go. Second session just about to start. It will be the captain, Pat Cummins, to bowl the first delivery. Already 2 wickets for him. 17 runs off his 6 overs. So he is still being targeted a little bit by some of the batsmen. I think it was mainly actually the last wicket that actually ended up doing a little bit more of the straight driving. That is, of course, being Alec Athanaz was able to do a few more nice punches down the ground for 3s. Now Cummins. We are almost ready to go. Do you know what's the over rate been like? They got through 27 overs, which to be honest is probably decent because there's been a lot of times we haven't got through that many in a test match. There's been times when we've only had 24, 25. So 27, I would say, is better. Still not great. You're supposed to be getting through, of course, those 30 overs, but we'll take it. I think it's the best way of putting it. But here comes Cummins to Hodge. First ball in the new session, outside off stump, left alone by Hodge. This session, I think we'll probably see the West Indies face maybe that 27 or so overs again. But I'm curious to know how many wickets you guys think will be lost in this session. So do let me know. Do you think you'll see 3? More than 3? Less than 3? I don't know why 3 is the specific number, so we'll take out 3 as an option. Or you just tell me exactly how many wickets you think they'll end up getting for the Australians. I'll be honest, if they pick up one within the first 15 minutes or so, I think it is going to be very tough for the West Indies. Definitely if it is McKenzie. Outside off, left alone again. Cummins just slowly building back into his craft, sitting on 132 Ks. The speed on that one. Yeah, it looks like a beautiful afternoon in Adelaide. I'm just going to check their weather report for the next 5 days. So I believe that it's supposed to be good all of today. I think it was maybe the third day, I want to say, was the one that looked a little bit dodgy, but I could be wrong there. How do you spell Adelaide? There we go. Oops, that's Turkey. I clicked on Adana. I do not know where that is other than Turkey. I'm back, Pakistan, for locale this of the week, says David the Mod. Yes, some brilliant batting from Finn Allen meant that Pakistan almost completely out of that game now, but we'll see how it goes. Overall, so it's actually, for Adelaide's weather, it's actually supposed to be quite nice every day. Really, it's kind of the coolest day today of the test match. Saturday is supposed to be 32 degrees Celsius. That will be a really hot one for the two sides. 3 dot balls in a row, though, for Pat Cummins to start off. That one was coming back in. That was the big in-swinger. Now, he tried to bowl that in the first session, got it wrong, and it went down leg for 4 byes. But it was the follow-up ball to that actually managed to bowl Brathwaite. This time, trying to get it to swing back in. Which it did. It also really seamed in to make it tricky. It seemed like Hodge for now was ready for it. He's sitting on 1 off 15. A little bit slower in the run rate than he probably would like to be. He's actually another batsman who is quite good at being aggressive. Just a bit tentative at the start of his international career. That's nicely whipped to leg. Straight away, though, to Travis Head. If Australia get a wicket early, they'll pick up 4 more, says Francis. And West Indies all the way, says Caudle. And Eddie Chat as well. So who do you think will be the leading run scorer for the West Indies in this first innings, Caudle? Do let me know. McKenzie currently sitting on 26 off 50. So he's currently got that crown. But I'll be honest, I think from what we've seen of him so far, that little bit of luck that he's had, like, when you're on, you're on. And I feel like he's got a really good chance of turning what has started to be a very solid innings into a high scoring one. Beautiful drive from Hodge. Front foot cover drive to perfection. And that'll be 4 runs off the last ball of Pat Cummins over. And that, as a youngster, gives you a lot of confidence. Just waits patiently for it. Picks it early and just bangs it beautifully through the gap. Out of the middle of the bat. That is exactly what you want at the start of your innings. And yeah, not much Australia could do about that. Holds the pose as well, just to let them know he got it. Like I've said, you get value for runs, although we've seen a few pull up before making it to the boundary. We've seen a few 3s run throughout that first session. The first boundary of his international career, though, for Hodge. And yes, says Caudle, yeah, very good drive. Here comes Cam Green. Hasn't got a huge amount of wickets throughout his test match career. Hasn't had the ball in hand too much either, as he is normally the man who ends up missing out for Mitch Marsh. See there the flags from Caudle. And there as well. He's not afraid to bang it in short, and I feel like these two batsmen for the West Indies, Hodge and McKenzie, they are willing to play that pull shot, which will make this quite an intriguing battle because they're having those shots to the leg side. I don't think they've got the field set for the short ball as of yet, but Cam Green took a great catch. It's the first wicket. Nice delivery, slowly drifting away from McKenzie with the play and the miss. Good pace. 137 Ks for him on his second ball. Feeling loose. Yeah, just the seam presentation. Very good from Cam Green. I blackwashed them West Indies. Says Caudle. steep bounce from the big man. Something that they'll have to watch out for. They've got 2 slips and the gully, I should mention, so a little bit of a field change. That is 2 leg side from Cam Green. Worked away. Do they want to? No, they just take the 1. Well fielded by Hazlewood at deep fine leg. McKenzie ticks it over for another single. Now, Hodge is not the biggest man out there on the field for the West Indies, so I'm wondering whether or not Cam Green will try and really bang it in. Not so much at the bouncer height, but around, around chest, just to tuck him up a little bit. See if he can hurry the ball into the chest. Now, it could backfire. Hodge might be able to play that pull shot extremely well. But if he mistimes it, might be trouble for him. Just shown domestically first class. Yeah, 100, almost 500 runs scored throughout the season for Hodge. It's nicely worked. Goes out to Mitchell Marsh, who was fielding at gully. He's happy with that one as it's stuck in his hands. He's probably happy that he doesn't have to bowl anymore too, because hard work for the big man Marsh sitting there at the crease. Says David Lim in Pakistan, 33 for 1. Yeah, it's going to be tricky for Pakistan when it's sitting 224 or so that New Zealand got. Like, you're always chasing the game. And they need a couple big partnerships and some quick scoring to be able to have any chance in that match. Currently in this one, though, 2.41 as the run rate that that West Indies are currently scoring at. Short ball from Cam Green. Didn't quite get it in the right direction, though. Has gone down the side, and Carey takes it nicely. The field at the moment, they've got a man at, I'd say, forward square leg. It's the best way of describing him. They've also got a man at cover point, mid on, mid off, and then deep fine leg with the relatively compact slip cordon that the Australians normally decide to go with. Last ball of the over, outside off, too short and too wide, and that'll be the end of the over. Cam Green just goes for the 1 run, and it is 69 for 3 here for the West Indies. Yeah, I think that at this point of the match, McKenzie's wicket has become about as key as anything for the West Indies throughout this innings, because as soon as you lose his wicket, it is still the middle order, of course, but you still got a couple more guys who haven't had the best form in terms of runs being scored. Justin Greaves at 6, he will be an interesting one. See how he goes. Then you got Joshua De Silva, who can dig in and bat for a while, but normally ends up getting lured into playing a shot. Can get him in trouble. West Indies will cross 300 because they are playing patiently. Says a joyful there. They could do. Although the other thing that can come with playing patiently is it sometimes ends up hurting you because you take that little bit longer. And then if you lose those wickets, it just makes it that bit harder. But Pat Cummins, short ball there. Nicely taken by Alex Carey, already having to really work hard on the first session. It's interesting, though, that we start the second session and Australia have a whole new mindset. Even though their first session, the main reason they were getting close to getting wickets was because they were pitching that ball up. Now they've decided that they want to bowl short. And they have some sort of plan in that regard. So they put lights, the University Oval in Dunedin to enable day-night cricket. And Dunnes, says David Lim, I don't know if they would. I don't know whether or not the light is the problem in Dunedin or more the fact that it does get quite dewy. Oh, that one has just missed the stumps. Pat Cummins goes through the inside edge of McKenzie and just misses the off stump. We're talking, a fine margin. Actually ended up bouncing enough to go over the stumps, but that could have been the wicket for Cummins. Should mention anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We're back for session number 3 on the day as well. They just show them with deviation and without deviation. And the ball moving quite a bit for Pat Cummins. Pitched up more. Nicely fielded by Mitchell Marsh, who's standing right next to the pitch on the offside. Assume that is for the one that maybe Cummins bangs in a bit shorter and just gets tapped up. It was very close to clipping the bail. Just over the top for Cummins. He's been bowling extremely well. We have got there, sorry to break things up a bit with a quick rugby question. What have you made of Razor's opening media get-together? I haven't actually watched it, believe it or not. I will have to get round to that, of course. Oh, it's gone off the edge, but it finds a gap. I think it kind of went to that maybe backward point, if not more of that wide gully channel. But McKenzie manages to get the runs for it. Get back for a comfortable 2. He got squared up here. And yeah, it just goes perfectly through the gap between gully and backward point where Nathan Lyon was lurking. Squared up a little bit much. We have there, so what sporting event are you most looking forward to, Kiwi lads, in 2024? It's a good question. I mean, the Olympics should be all right, seeing as, oh, that was close. They want to run quickly and they will get there. Nice rotation of the strike for the West Indies. Only sitting 3 runs off the Cummins over at this point. Euro 2024 and Olympics, says David Lim. Of course, we've got a Cricket World Cup also around the corner that will be taking place. Six Nations, Super Rugby, those competitions are always entertaining. Thought he seemed incredibly comfortable at the meeting out of the palm of his hands, says Francis. Well, he doesn't seem like he really gets flustered, Robinson, which is quite good. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he goes. We have got the Kiwi lads to watch along at the NFL game. You might get rated by Tom Grossi. I have no idea who that is. And also, I really, really watch the NFL. The last time I watched a game was probably about 3 years ago. Where can you watch this game, says Deacon Fox. If you do, or it depends on where you are. If you're in Australia, it's available on 7. If you're not in Australia, it's a bit tricky, and most of them are paid subscription services to be able to watch the games. It is the end of the over, 72 for 3 at the moment. Some good bowling from Pat Cummins once more, although he has still been having a few runs scored off him, which is what West Indies need to do. Keep that strike rate ticking over. And just slowly get those points on. Slowly get those runs on, I should say. I think they'll continue with Cam Green. Yes, they will. He's only bowled the 1 over for the 1 run. I can't tell you what Cam Green's tactic is here yet. Does like to bang it in because he's a bit shorter. A bit taller, so it gets more height. But I honestly feel like it's either his plan or it's what he's been told to do. But something about his bowling, like you can understand why he doesn't take a huge amount of wickets, because he doesn't threaten the batsman's outside edge enough. Actually, you might rate cricket streams. Rated my Lim Report watch along of the Plunkett Shield, doubling as a Ravens versus Bengals watch along, says David Lim there. Now running in again, Cam Green needs it on off stump. Better, very good. Almost ended up hitting the stumps off the inside edge of McKenzie, but he did hit it into his pad, so it bounced down safely. Green's last test wicket was the stumping of Johnny Bairstow by Alex Carey. Now, it's an interesting one because some would still call that a run out rather than being stumped, but certainly caused controversy in the cricketing world. Alex Carey became the least popular Australian in England, and that's hard to do when you have Steve Smith and David Warner in the team. Now, Nathan Lyon fields that one. He's having to do quite a bit at point so far today, Gazza, but that is due to the back foot ability of these West Indies players. That time McKenzie just trying to punch it through. Doesn't work out for him. For Australia, it's that big question of when are they going to bring back certain bowlers? When is Nathan Lyon going to get another crack? We have got there was a Cam Green who recently announced that he has ongoing health issues. Off the edge, over the top of the cordon. He went aggressive, McKenzie. He worked on the theory if he threw his hands at it hard enough, it would be clearing the field, but he will get 4, and he moves up to now 34 runs. So I'm not too sure if it was Cam Green, though. I know that they've talked about him having back issues, but I'm not sure if that's the same health issues you're talking. Like they've said, he committed to the shot. He tried to go over the top. Moving to 34. He's getting towards that half century. I mentioned how his wicket is an absolute key for the West Indies in this contest. Now, ready to face off with Cam Green once more. Pitched up. Beautiful drive. This will be at least another 2 runs. I think Marnus is going to be chasing after it. Did he get it inside the rope? He may have. They get back for 3, but they will just check to see whether or not his foot was on the line. Was it Podolski, who has the ongoing concussion issues? Yeah, Will Pekovsky has had about 11 concussions, and only about half of them have come from cricket. Yeah, Marnus has done very well there. I don't believe that foot touches the rope. I said just momentum. Nah, he's completely fine. Brilliant work from Marnus to save 1 run. The West Indies, they have quickly shot up to 79 runs on the board. Cam Green, he can be an expensive bowler, but that's what happens when you don't have a plan. When you're just bowling for the sake of bowling, he's only jogging in here. They need to give him something. They need to tell him, right, you're bowling short or you're bowling full, but we need something that's similar to what you see from Hazlewood, from Cummins. I guess maybe they want him to bowl differently to that so that they have more angles that they can work with. That's better. Pitched up, off stump. That'll be the end of the over. 79 for 3 for the West Indies. Very effective over. 7 runs coming from it. Building quite nicely indeed. Pakistan 52 for 1, by the way. Says David, that's off. That's their power play done, isn't it? So current run rate, not quite what they need it to be. They need 12.4 and over, which will be tricky. West Indies, though, they are currently working away at around a 2.6 runs per over rate. McKenzie up to 37 not out. Played some very effective shots, and I mentioned about it as well. His luck that he had a bit earlier on in his innings, it still seems to be lurking, but that's a good thing. As a batsman, you want to feel like you've got luck on your side. Pat Cummins, once again, just trapped McKenzie in front of his stumps, so has to just tap it down. Manages to mitigate the movement. Yeah, a bit of a pause while Bubba is getting some quick physio work. There's David. Hasn't had a huge amount of runs on the onside for Kirk McKenzie. Only really those ones when he turns them around the corner is when we've seen those big runs coming. Just the one around that square leg to mid-wicket region for the runs scored by McKenzie. I don't think they've really bowled too much down his leg side for him to be able to take on that shot. Got 32 not out on Test debut versus India. That was in 2023, July, when those two sides were playing. So he's actually got a new best at the moment. Like I've said, he looks like he is a player who knows how to score runs when he needs to. He just wanted to build his innings quite nicely here, not go too aggressive early. He's faced more balls than he did on Test debut also. Here comes Cummins, 2 dot balls in a row. Just play and miss at that one, or in fact, I don't even think he really played at it. Just allowed it to go past the outside edge. No need to get too aggressive here. Like I've said, a little bit of inconsistent bounce with that one. That one didn't quite come through to Alex Carey the way that they would have liked. I think that's about the 5th one we have seen that's had that variable of sometimes just not quite carrying. The partnership between these two, 27 off 48. So relatively similar to the last partnership we saw building. They need to make sure they keep it flowing. McKenzie to his 50, the partnership to 50. And Hodge, curious to see how he continues throughout this session. We've already had 23 minutes of this session as well, ladies and gentlemen. There is still an hour 35 or so to go. Session will be finished at 5:10 p.m. New Zealand time. Then we have the 30-minute break and then, the 20-minute break. And then we have got the last session, which can go for 2.5 hours. We are hoping to cover all 3 of the sessions today. So if you are new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe, as well as the sessions tomorrow. Oh, the Aussies thought they heard something there for outside of the bat. Okay, Pat Cummins didn't hear it. The wicketkeeper second slip Steve Smith liked it. Was there a noise? Cummins is going to go upstairs. Now, if it was someone else's bowling, you'd wonder whether or not he would go up for the DRS. But Mitch Marsh thought he heard something. Steve Smith liked it. I thought there was a bit of a gap between bat and ball, but maybe this replay will tell us something different. Could this be the wicket that they needed? Is McKenzie. So, of course, they wanted to take that risk of reviewing. And still got 2 more up their sleeve, just in case it doesn't work out. Oh, the only thing it could clip is the glove. Because it is clear gap between bat and ball. And no, there's nothing there. For the Australians, I'm not sure what they heard. Pat Cummins is thinking that same thing. He's wondering to Steve Smith, why did we review that? There's probably a good 2 inches between the ball and the bat. We'll stay with not out. Using up one of their reviews here, early Australia. With the wicket playing erratic, guess that's the reason Australia put West Indies into bat, says Melvin. Plus the overcast conditions early on in the morning meant that there was a little bit more swing on offer. But yeah, like you said, just wanting to know what this pitch is actually going to do. Might have to get their hearing check, or their hearing checked, says Simran there. Oh, that was close. Very close. I think that's at the back leg of McKenzie. Doesn't look too comfortable just for that over, but it is the end of it. Maiden for Pat Cummins. And that is going to make the score still 79 for 3. Australia using up that 1 review. To be fair, earlier on in the stream, I thought I heard about 4 wickets and little edges, but there was nothing. So maybe when they're out there as well, that pressure or what you think you hear isn't quite what it seems. What's the ground like at the Adelaide Oval? It looks decent. Overall, it's actually the coolest day of the test match that we will have. I think the high is Saturday. It's supposed to be about 32 degrees Celsius. Currently sitting there, it's a nice cool 21 degrees, although there is a bit of wind, which might also be one of the equations that allowed more movement of the ball for the Australians early. Cam Green continuing his spell. Nice block from Hodge off the first delivery. Yeah, Thursday supposed to be a high of 22. Friday a high of 27. Saturday's a high of 31. And then the final day of the test match is on Sunday. And that'll be a high of 29. Santner's going for DRS, says David Lim. Still 3 slips. A little bit shorter from Cam Green. Well controlled by Hodge to make sure that that ball goes downwards rather than up. So they are just showing with Cam Green's extra height. Does get an extra 7 centimetres or so of bounce on a good length delivery that's hitting the top of the stumps. So it's one of those little adjustments that you do need to make. Just why if he puts it on a good length, he would actually be very effective up against these West Indian batsmen. Average speed at the moment. He's actually the quickest of all the bowlers, averaging more speed than Mitchell Starc. Yes, he's only bowled 2.5 overs. But really showing some good pace early on here in his spell. West Indies still yet to lose a wicket in this session. That is the key. Not losing a player. Ooh, he had to get the hands out of the way of that one, Hodge. He's done nicely. Yeah, just being able to build this partnership up a little bit more. It's almost been 30 minutes since the start of this session, and they haven't had too many problems. They had that review that went upstairs, but there was no chance of it hitting the bat. Sure, we'll see a bit of Mitchell Starc at some stage throughout this session, as well as Josh Hazlewood, seeing as he only went for the 9 runs off his 7 overs. Actually, yeah, that was a bad review, missing by a lot. Says David Lim. Now Cam Green once again bowling the bouncer. At the moment, the batsmen, they seem comfortable facing Cam Green. There isn't too much of a trouble for them. See this spell more as a resting our other bowlers, giving them a bit of a chance to get their energy than getting Cam Green to attack. It's a bit the same with Mitchell Marsh when he was bowling. It didn't seem like they really had the tactic quite there ready for him. Like I said, Cam Green can be used as an intimidation bowler, but why isn't he used as an effective one? It's the end of the over, 33 overs down now, 79 for 3. Weren't able to get runs off that over either. Australian bowlers keeping it extremely tight at this stage of day 1. Taking the 3 wickets, West Indies. They can avoid any wickets falling throughout this session. They could find themselves sitting around that 140 or so. In a good position for the third session of the day, which will be finishing, I believe, at 8 o'clock New Zealand time. It'll be pretty late for you guys in the Caribbean or America watching this test match, that is for sure. But anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Pat Cummins now, great drive, but it goes straight to Mitch Marsh, fielding in that kind of awkward position of a few steps off to the side of the pitch on the offside. At the back of the Adelaide Oval, there are plenty of people enjoying the atmosphere. Looks like a really nice afternoon. And with that little bit of wind, of course, it will keep things cool for the players. Ian Smith's just said he thinks that it's both bowling and batting that you want to be doing this afternoon, trying to cut that one away. It was almost a little bit too close to be able to cut it, though, for McKenzie. And Rizwan is gone. Says David Lim. He was probably one of the biggest keys for Pakistan in the T20 up against New Zealand. So it's going to be tricky. I think Babar Azam is still in, if I'm correct. But yeah, the run rate that they need is now up to 13.4, so it's going to be tricky. McKenzie's still on strike. A lot more dot balls being bowled by the Australians in this session, it would seem. Or at least maybe it feels that way, seeing as we saw so many runs being scored right at the end of the last session. Got the flying fox up in the air, and we can see it's kind of bouncing, which does tell you that the wind is affecting it. I think Mitchell Starc has got a good chance of getting a wicket here if they bring him back into the bowling attack. I think Cam Green will probably have 2 more overs, somewhere around there, and then you either bring back Starc or Hazlewood. Perhaps Hazlewood as a straight swap for Cummins. That was in the air, but it's gone over the fielder. Travis Head now chasing after this one, sees that they're just going to take the 2 runs. Another 2 runs. McKenzie now moves to 39 on the board. Very finely constructed innings from him up till this stage. Came in at a tough stage of the innings as well when they had just lost those wickets. Nathan Lyon, he has also only had 4 overs bowled, so they might consider going back to spin for a little bit soon just to see if that's an option. They know as well that McKenzie did go after Nathan Lyon with that straight drive over the head, so perhaps they can entice him to hit it in the air. At the moment, the best way of describing this stage of the test match is a stalemate. West Indies aren't scoring huge runs at the moment. And we have got their test commentary big time, big live. Says Miri. Yeah, the Australians, they know that they're on the verge of a wicket, but they just can't work out how to get it as of yet. Close to the outside edge, it's gone through Alex Carey. And these are going to be buys here. That is something you don't see too often, but that is due to the variable bounce that has rolled to the boundary. There will be 4 buys against him. I don't know what that ball's done. It's hit the surface and then it's just pretty much just died is the best way of describing it. Hits the surface, bounces awkwardly for Alex Carey, and it's gone through. He puts up his hand to apologise, but an extra 4 handy runs for the West Indies. Hope I stay up and see a good partnership. It's minutes to 11 p.m. In Trinidad and Tobago. Please, guys, make it happen. Need 300. Says Philip. And I have to say, the commitment that some of you guys show to being able to either watch or hear about this West Indies cricket side is pretty awesome. Like, all hours of the night, like you said, it's almost 11 p.m. The last session's probably going to finish at about, I think it's 2:30 or 3 a.m., something along those lines. But yeah, you are still watching them. Cam Green. Oh, helmet. Seems like we're getting a bat pad now. So Cam Green's going to bowl some more short. It might get a wicket. I'm just not the biggest fan of it. Like, pitching the ball up's been effective for the Australians. Yes, you've got a little bit of variable bounce, but still doing enough off the seam. I mentioned how normally after around that 30 overs at the Adelaide Oval, starts to not do as much off the surface, but there's still a bit there. Travis Head now going in close at bat pad. A little bit shorter from Cam Green, well controlled by Hodge. Run rate has actually moved up to 2.5 for the West Indies with that last boundary coming from buys. They're just making a couple little adjustments. Their field at the moment. They have got the man at square leg, as well as it looks like a man at point. And boy, says Amos. Cam Green. Can he get this one right? He's gone for a beautiful drive down the ground from Hodge. That'll be another 4 runs. And the West Indies looking very good here. The difference between that ball and a good length ball for Cam Green, probably about a metre fuller than he needed it to be. Puts it on the stumps, but it's a half volley. Well controlled by Hodge. Beautiful bit of work. It's his second boundary. Seen 10 so far throughout this West Indies innings. Will still be on strike. Now we're back to the short stuff. Outside off stump on a hard to hit length. Left alone by Hodge. Doesn't need to chase it. Listening from New York. Says Williams in there. What time is it in New York, Williams? I assume you're probably about 9:40 p.m. somewhere around there. Is that correct, or is that way off? It might be way off actually, but yeah, somewhere around 9:30. How do you think Smith will go as an opener, or do you think they'll bring in another opener versus New Zealand? It'll be interesting because that's out, or is it? No, they've said that it's bouncing over. I liked it. I think Pat Cummins is not going to go up for it either. It did hit him on the back leg. He is all right. Yeah, I think that Steve Smith probably will go all right. At the end of the day, he's still a top-class batsman. I would have liked to see them make a few switches in their side. 9:45, says Williams. Oh, so I actually got it right in the time department. That's quite rare for me to get it right for time zones. And 9:47 from Jamaica, says United Vlogs. Yeah, that one was probably bouncing over for Cam Green. Speaking of bounce, has managed to dodge that one there, Hodge. He's out of the way at the last moment. 4 runs off this Cam Green over. He can be a little bit more expensive than some of the others. Just showing that beautiful covered drive that Hodge got to start off for his runs. So his 2 boundaries that he's got have actually been both world-class shots. Left alone outside off stump. That'll be the end of the over. 3 for 89 and 10.48 in Guyana, says Rustaman. And I agree with you there. Boland should have been brought in as a bowler, says Robert. Yeah, Boland or Morris in the batting department, Renshaw or Bancroft or whoever they feel is next in line, because Australia are a relatively old team compared to a lot of the sides that they're facing. They've got a huge amount of experience, but in a few years' time, they're going to be losing a few of those players, and then they have to try and fill a gap, and it's better to try and, I guess, ease someone else into it rather than chucking them in the deep end. Here comes Josh Hazlewood, though. Back into the bowling attack. 7 overs bowled thus far. 4 maidens, 9 runs, and the 1 wicket. Was a very handy wicket indeed. 3rd of the day for the Australians. 40 minutes of this partnership between McKenzie and Hodge. Think you do better at describing the action? I would love old school style, says Melvin. And there's, oh, I should mention I am not in any way trained. I just talk. It's pretty much all I do. Left alone outside off stump by McKenzie. Yeah, Hazlewood has been able to find that line just outside of off stump, and that was actually where he threatened when he got that last wicket. Definitely to the left-hander coming round the wicket. And good night, Kiwi lad. It's been a while coming to your stream, listening to your commentary. Don't know if you remember me. Great seeing you live, says Renald Joseph. I think you were you here for the West Indies South Africa series, Renald? Oh, sound like a little noise on that one. Might have been the pants. And also, that's incredible, dude. You're better than many trained commentators, says David Lim. Yeah, I haven't quite got the description of, like, certain cricket parts yet, I think, is a good way of describing it. Mainly because, like, I guess radio-style commentary for cricket is something that a lot of people train in. And I have not. Now, Hazlewood, 2 slips and the gully. Still in play, almost chopped on again by McKenzie. Tries the cut shot straight out of Jamaica, says Dalton. And also we have got there, yep, long time. I was a long time subscriber, says Reno, and same time in Georgia, says Ali. Look there. So do you think Luis Rees-Sam can make it in the NFL? It'll be interesting because he'll be the first real player of this current era, I guess you could say, or current pool of players who are going to the NFL. Like, we've seen it in the past, I think a wee while ago. A couple of rugby guys tried their hand at NFL, but yeah, I hope he does all right. Be interesting to see which team he goes to and what kind of happens for him. Shot. Beautifully glided by McKenzie, just backward of point. Nathan Lyon unable to get it, and that will be 4 runs, taking him into the 40s now, moving up to 43 off 79 deliveries. I'm listening to your commentary. Says Andrew there. And also sport as a cycle. Could this be a dawn of a new era for the West Indies, says Dalton. I'd like to think they'd be getting close to it because they've had some big downs in the last little while. You know, most sides kind of have the ups and downs, but the West Indies, you know, they've been more down than up. But if they can do well in this series up against Australia, like, that will give them a lot of confidence moving forward. Definitely because they've got 3 debutants in this match. They've also got a couple other men who have hardly any experience at international level. We are there, Trinidad. Chicken, says Caden. And keep up the good job, says Andrew. Thank you very much, mate. And also 10:53 p.m. in Trinidad. A dawn of a new era, says David, and also TTTTT. And well, Dalton, they beat the Australia Cricket 11 in a practice match. That is true. They actually did very well throughout that test match. They're going to take on the quick single. Half a chance, but they do get there. Got to be very careful running quick singles up against this Australian side as they have got some rockets for arms. They get through for it. McKenzie moves out to 44 5 runs off the Hazlewood over, and it is now 3 for 94. I think that they've decided that they have to attack Hazlewood here, rather than allow him to find his line and length like he did throughout his first couple spells. If they can put him under pressure early, it means that he won't be able to settle, and the West Indies should be able to keep those runs ticking over. Do you think West Indies stand a chance? Says Donovan. I can tell you on the betting odds for this match, the West Indies at the start of the contest were 3% likely to win. They are only sitting 5% likely at the moment, but I honestly feel like that is far too low because, I mean, cricket's unpredictable, and this West Indies partnership between these two is currently looking very strong. But Nathan Lyon now back into the attack. He went for 5 runs in his first 4 overs. Main bulk of those runs actually came from a big drive from McKenzie. Nicely worked to the leg side. Gets another single, moves to 45. Fielded by Pat Cummins to make his way around from his mid-on mark, going out to the mid-wicket region. Nathan Lyon coming into the attack to replace Cam Green. Those two have spent quite a bit of time standing next to each other. The management team should give McKenzie the license to play a few shots. Says Dalton, I think it's too early to do it yet. I think he's currently, he's ticking over quite nicely. He's going at more than a strike rate of 50, which is always a plus. But I think him and Hodge need to really build their partnership first. Big full toss from Nathan Lyon, and that has been punished. Brilliant shot played. And just short of the boundary, they will get 3. But when do we ever see a full toss from Nathan Lyon? There, Donovan. But if we beat them in this one, next one's at the Gabba on next Thursday. So there's Robert. Yeah, full toss, hit into the ground, and manages to get the 3 runs for it there from Hodge. Closing in on that 50-run partnership. Also closing in on the 100 runs on the board for the West Indies. That one's still had a bit of turn and bounce to it for Nathan Lyon. So if he can get it in the right place, he has a serious wicket-taking threat. He's taken 60 at the Adelaide Oval from his 13 matches. Fourth ball, pitched up. No run taken, hit straight down to mid-on to Pat Cummins. Caught set in a bowl, Ferguson. Says David Lim for the 3rd or 4th, I think that might be. Or is it the 3rd? 3rd, I think it is. Azam Khan is on. Now that's going to be nicely done. Is it wrong to say that he is a bit chubby for a wicketkeeper nowadays? Yeah. Mainly because, I guess you can say there are generic types for wicketkeepers, but some of the wicketkeepers, there's always a few that are a bit bulkier. But they wanted to test it out, see whether or not they could play Rizwan up the order. So due to that, meant that they needed another wicketkeeper, and he's the man for the job. Okay, thank you, mate. You're doing a good job. Says Donovan. That'll be the end of the over. 37 overs down. 98 for 3. We've seen 4 runs off that Nathan Lyon over. So actually, 2 overs in a row where West Indies have got 4 or more. Seen a lot of movement from McKenzie in terms of that footwork, the little shuffles just to get him in the right place. And before the ball is bowled, he actually does the little shuffle backwards. Is it wrong to call someone tubby nowadays? Yeah, probably. 3 slips and the gully. Got the man at point. Still the man at deep line there. Come on, boys, playing well. Says fantastic. Yeah, very nice partnership between these two. Moving up to 46, it's in the air, and Cam Green takes the catch. Hazlewood has got another wicket, and Hodge has to make his way off the field. Just a mistake. As the partnership was building, they were close to 50. They were close to the 100 runs on the board for the Windies. But Cam Green back in the gully takes the catch. Hazlewood puts it full. Gives him a bit of width to see if he wants to drive it. He says, yes, please. And Hazlewood takes the wicket. Cam Green, second catch for him at gully. The West Indies, each time they give us that hope that they're getting back into the contest, they lose that next wicket to then make us hesitant. There was a 50-minute partnership throughout this session. They were doing so well, building nicely, but just ends up throwing the wicket away. Hazlewood got him to drive, and he did push his hands out too far. Hazlewood again, says Renil. Yeah, nice take from Cam Green. Kept his eyes on it. Very well to take those. Very limited time as well to be able to react, but got his body in position early, taking it to his left-hand side. Now 4 wickets down for the West Indies. I should mention anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We are on the road to 44,200, which was the goal by the end of this session, although it might be some way through the third session. So yeah, if you haven't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button. It is greatly appreciated. You will be in here for this match. But they've actually, they've got that very compact. Slip Gordon, Justin Greaves now makes his way out to the middle, but Kaveem Hodge, 12 runs off 36 balls. Just not quite enough, unfortunately. Oh, inside edge. Brilliantly saved by Alex Carey. Was it a full-blooded shot or a soft dolly? Says Melvin. So it was just a bit wider than the shot he was trying to pretty much play. He tried to go for his cover drive like he has a bit earlier on, but he ended up just pushing a bit too far out in front of his body. It would have gone for 4 if it hadn't gone to Cam Green, because he did actually get a decent-sized edge on it. But yeah, straight out to Cam Green at gully. But yeah, it was more of a push than a full swing at the ball. Just got a bit too far out in front of him. Had to get the call. Have to keep the scorecard ticking over. We need an anchor at one end and an enforcer at the other end, says Dalton. Yeah, I think McKenzie will concentrate for now on getting to his 50 and rebuilding the start of this partnership with Greaves. And then maybe after he gets his 50, that is when we do see McKenzie start to attack a bit more. I mean, he's got the capabilities. He just needs to pick his ball, which is something that we've now seen Chanderpaul and Hodge both not do. They've gone after the wrong wide delivery, and both have led to catches of Cam Green in the gully. Pitched up, outside edge, but it does not carry to Mitchell Marsh. Just hits it along the ground there, Greaves. Hazlewood coming back into the bowling attack has just changed things for the Australians. Marsh gets a high five from Cam Green. The two men who were almost fighting for the same spot for a long time in the Australian lineup. But they managed to both squeeze in for this test match. Cam Green batting 4 and Mitchell Marsh keeping that spot as the number 7 short ball. First bouncer that Greaves has faced in test match cricket, like they mentioned. Although I did notice something in the way that he played that bouncer is he left his bat up in the air. So I don't know whether or not Hazlewood would have seen that and gone, okay, I'll try and put it a little bit further outside off stump with the short ball next time. Just to try and sneak a little edge or something awkward from Greaves. Pitches it up, nicely played. It was on the stumps by Hazlewood, and end of the over. Going to be 98 for 4. A wicket maiden though, again for Josh Hazlewood. He has been so locked in on the length for this test match thus far. Just showing the replay of it. And just half volley outside off stump. Pushed at it. Knew straight away after he edged it that he was in trouble. And the big man Cam Green taking another catch in the gully. Right, they've just said about Cam Green and his catching statistics, catching at an 84% rate, higher than any Australian since his debut. Let's go the Windies, says Ruben. Now Nathan Lyon back into the bowling attack, continuing his spell. Oh, just getting McKenzie to push it a little bit, trying to mitigate the spin. And these batters have to be patient, or have to have patience in their batting. They need to have a better shot selection. Stay at the crease much longer, says Patrick Davey, and go the Windies, says it was there from Dane. Lyon pitches it up a little bit more. Beautiful shot down the ground from McKenzie over the top of the bowler's head, and that will go for 4. He moves to 49 now. But it's not the first boundary he has hit off Nathan Lyon. Earlier on, he did play that same shot, but it was on the length that he felt comfortable to hit there for Kurt McKenzie. Right. 49. Plays sensible. Back to the forward defensive. Can't afford to throw his wicket away now. He is, like I said, pretty much from the start of the session, he's the key. His runs will determine whether the West Indies make their way towards a 300 total or whether they get bowled out for around that 200 mark. That is how much his wicket will impact them. Nicely played. Gets the single. Very well batted for McKenzie, and only his second test match. He got 32 against the West Indies. He's gone on to get his 50 here. Very nicely batted by Kirk McKenzie. Look at the 100 on the board. Says Ashton, yeah, it also brings up the 100 for the West Indies from that boundary. Now he needs the partnership with Greaves, who we are a little bit uncertain what he will be doing in this test. He is also on debut here. And also a really nice play, says fantastic. 3 men in close, leg slip. Big full toss from Nathan Lyon. Greaves cover drives him out through extra cover, and that is going to be another 4 runs. Nathan Lyon has never bowled so many full tosses as he has in just the last 2 overs. He's bowled 2. Both of them have been punished. 54 McKenzie. Is Kirk McKenzie on debut? He is not. His second test match. There are 3 players for the West Indies on debut. He is not one of them, but he has only had the 1 extra game compared to them. Cannot afford to lose another wicket in this season or session, says Patrick. And something about left-handers always seem a bit elegant when they middle it well, says Dalton. There's been some fantastic left-handed batters. They're just showing the replay. Some of McKenzie's shot. He's mainly scored on the offside. But when Nathan Lyon has given them the opportunity to go down the ground, he has taken it. Got 7 fours of his 50 runs. He's on strike now, Hazlewood. For 5 runs in his first over back into the bowling attack, then had a wicket maiden to follow. Now for Hazlewood, they've got the 2 slips in the gully. And also that man at the awkward position. Oh, that's hit him right in the balls. Or the cup, as I should say. But he didn't feel that. He didn't like that, I should say, McKenzie. Banged a bit shorter. And, oh, this is looking ugly. Yep, right in the middle. That's going to take the wind out of your sails. Might need just a little bit of time to recover. Didn't quite get it in the middle. Might have just got the box and then it squeezed something. Faced 93 balls, just efficiently working his way just over that 50 strike rate. Like they're saying, might have got very lucky with where it hit him. It might have been more relief than anything when he was jumping around. The run rate's gone up to 2.72 though here for the West Indies. It did start a little bit slower, that's the edge. And he's going to be gone now. McKenzie gets his 50 and then is dismissed only balls later by Josh Hazlewood. Similar to what we saw for Chanderpaul when he got his debut 50 against the Aussies. He's gone very quickly after. That's going to be now the 5th wicket falling for the West Indies. Little bit of extra bounce for Hazlewood. It was moving away. Alex Carey, nice simple catch for that man. And the 5 down now for the West Indies. Can they make it out of the session? There's still an hour to go. I hope so, but I said that his wicket was the difference between 300 and 200. That now means the Windies might be looking more like that 200 mark, but it is the drinks break. Seeing as we are an hour in, comment from Patrick, we can't afford to lose another wicket in this session. That was very correct. They could not afford it, and now that it's happened, could be trouble just around the corner for the West Indies. But I should mention anyone who's new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We are back with day 2, day 3, day 4. We are hoping to cover some off, but I have also got cricket myself, so I'll be playing rather than being able to commentate some of it. But then day 5, we will be doing the day in full. So be sure, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button as we've got plenty of action just around the corner. I should also mention we've got plenty of action around the corner anyway. 25th of will be January. It is the pink ball test between Australia and the West Indies. So it does start a little bit later, about 4.5 hours later than these ones. Please tell us how he got out. It was caught behind by Alex Carey, and Hazlewood once again was just searching for that 4th stump line, just a bit shorter, and just didn't quite get it right, unfortunately, for the man who was doing very well, I do have to say, but unfortunately just ended up losing his wicket, McKenzie. Australia win. I'm happy. Green century. And also, good morning, Sri Lanka love. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. They are just showing the highlights of all the wickets. Chanderpaul, the first to be dismissed off Cummins' bowling to get him to drive on a hard-to-hit length. Cam Green took it in the gully. That wasn't the only time that we saw Cam Green involved throughout the wicket taken. The next wicket was Brathwaite, bowled by a good ball from Pat Cummins. It came back in a little bit. Brathwaite played around it, and it took us off stump. Next one was Athanaze. Did end up leaving the ball. Hazlewood took his stump. So pretty similar to where it hit for Cummins. And his dismissal, next one, was Josh Hazlewood again. It was the wicket of Hodge driving at the wrong ball and getting caught in the gully. And then the most recent, the one that we have just witnessed, Hazlewood gets it on that 4 stump line, gets McKenzie to shuffle across, and just ends up with the outside edge as it came back in, going off to Alex Carey. Now the Australians are looking at Josh De Silva in the middle. Now, this is probably not what the West Indies wanted. They didn't want to have De Silva out there already. His best is 100 not out. Might need that today. Played that one nicely. Already looking like he wants to score with intent. Because he was thinking about taking the single with a West Indian this game. We finish tomorrow. Says Leona. And Cummins 450 wickets. 2011 Test cricket match. Second back 2017 India series. Josh Hazlewood, he recently brought up his 250th wicket in Test match cricket, and since then has been able to get himself a couple more. Now moving up to 252, trying to chase down Brett Lee, also trying to chase down McDermott. De Silva. They have brought in the extra slip for him. Let's get nicely in behind it. Make sure it doesn't sneak through. Kirk McKenzie, certainly the pick of the batsman so far. Over there, I'm enjoying your commentary. It is now 10 minutes after 10 p.m. in Jamaica. Says Patrick. So for you guys in Jamaica, this session will be ending at 11:10 p.m. And then there is a 20-minute break, and then it will be 11:30 to 2 a.m. is when the session ends. So it's a big night ahead. So if you are sticking around for the whole stream, it's greatly appreciated. We will be here for session number 3 as well. Australia will bat 2 days. Says Leary, yeah, they will have the plans of putting on 500 or so. They won't want to, I said won it twice in a row there, but they won't want to bat again after they've batted the first time. They'll try and put themselves in a position of being able to get enough runs in the lead so they can then close out the test just with one batting innings. Best player Smith, green favourite. Still got Alzari Joseph, Moti Shamar, and also Kumar Roach, the last batsman. So, to be honest, the next wicket that falls, we are into the bowlers. And it will be Nathan Lyon. And match done on the 4th day, says Larry Williams. There's a part of me that hopes it's not the 4th day, because that is the day that I am playing cricket. So, if I'm playing cricket, that means I won't get to see the last moments, and I also won't be able to stream those last moments, but we are streaming every other moment that we can of this test match. And I see hit down the ground for a single for Greaves. I don't think Nathan Lyon will mind that too much, as he now gets the new batsman De Silva on strike. $108 for 5. Not where the West Indies wanted to be. Now, I mentioned they were 5% likely to win. With those couple wickets we have seen fall, they are down to 3% likely to win once more. So, yeah, it's not looking too flash if they can't build a big partnership here somewhere. Nicely played by De Silva. They're just talking about Nathan Lyon at the moment, his action. They're saying something doesn't quite look right, as if he's not fully committing to it at this point. I'll be up for the rest of the match. We finish about 1:30 a.m, says Patrick. So yeah, I think 1:30 is when it's supposed to be done, but they have that extra 30 minutes that they can use if they need to get through the leftover overs. As I think we will need a few of those extras, seeing as the over rate has been a bit low for Australia once more here in this test match. Although if they have got Nathan Lyon at one end, I think we'll see quite a few overs being bowled quite quickly. Interesting choice here for Nathan Lyon, actually going round the wicket now to Joshua De Silva, trying to bring the option of LBW into play. Like they've said, Joshua De Silva loves playing square of the wicket. So if Nathan Lyon strays, De Silva will strike down the leg side. I'm not sure what that one was, whether or not he was trying to lure him in. That will be the end of the over. 5 for 108. Brathwaite needs to go out that team, says Mikhail. Although the problem is if they drop Brathwaite for this game, they would have had pretty much none of their experienced guys in there. So I can understand why he's still in the team for this test match. He doesn't do well in Adelaide normally. Last series, I think he averaged 11. Got himself 19 in the first innings, 3 in the second. So it could just also be the ground, to be honest. Like when he was in Perth, he got 122 or 110 or whatever it was. Has Bolt retired? Are we talking Trent Bolt or Usain Bolt? Mac. We're talking Trent Bolt. I think he's retired from internationals. See bowled again by Hazlewood. And why is Sinclair not playing? Says Michael, there are a lot of players for the West Indies who have selected to play short format. Same with, I'm not sure whether Sinclair falls into that category, but I know Holder does. Holder said he doesn't want to play test match cricket. He'd rather play the short format, get paid for less work. Pretty much how he said about it. Now 3 slips in the gully. Australia haven't had to really stray away from that field as of yet. It's lofted, it's out. It's a dumb shot from Greaves. And it is another one. Hazlewood gets his 4th. Greaves, he's timed it to perfection. Straight down the throat of the man at cover. I think it was straight to Marnus Labuschagne. That is now the 6th wicket. You can see the frustration on the face because, like I said, he timed it, but he decided to go in the air. And that is the risk. Every time Australia bowl one out wide, the West Indies have said, yes, we'll have a go at it. Bolt need money. Yeah, straight to the fielder. And Marnus Labuschagne, he's had a few knocks on his fingers today. Justin Greaves gone. Only 19 minutes he was at the crease for. 5 off the 9 deliveries. Smith 100, says MD there. This is not the position that they wanted to be in the West Indies. They now have 15 minutes remaining in this session. Are they going to get through it? Or are they going to be bowling? I honestly, I do think West Indies will be bowling at some stage today now. With the wickets that they've lost, Joshua De Silva can bat, and I think he will be able to do so. Alzarri Joseph should be able to build a bit of a partnership with him, but I don't see them batting the whole of the remaining overs today. We've got to remember there's still another 50 overs or so. Maybe 45 is more accurate. Yes, says Leary. Yeah, it's going to be the case of heavily relying on that tail order now to be able to score the runs that they require. 155 for 10 West Indies break innings. Don't get me wrong, Alzarri Joseph, he can bat. It's best of 86. But the Aussies are just ruthless at the moment. Definitely Hazlewood. He has been incredible throughout his 10 overs. Only 14 runs being scored off him. Is Pakistan better than West Indies? Says Al Mac. I mean, they're both good in their own ways. In the test rankings, I believe Pakistan are higher. And, I mean, they might have a similarity of both getting beaten by Australia in Australia. Naeem Young as captain and Anderson, Teddy Bishop in, Roach out, Thorne in to bowl along with Sharma Joseph. Says McKell, oh, good ball from Hazlewood again. The cock needs money, 31 years of age. Says, yeah, but that's the thing though. If you're a player and you're getting offered, let's say, just as a base number, because we don't know certain players, the amount that they're getting paid. Well, we kind of do, but you get what I'm saying? $1 million, right? And you're offered that. You know you've only got maybe 2 or 3 years left in your career. Like, not many guys aren't going to take that $1 million because at the end of the day, once your cricketing career is over, you're not going to be making that money. So you got to make the most of the chances that you get. And that is why so many players are going to the short format, because they are making good money. Mitchell Starc, 4-point-something million in the IPL. It won't be long until he decides that test match cricket isn't for him anymore, because he'd rather play short format where the money is. I feel like he's lasted a lot longer in test match cricket than some expected because of the financial gain that you can make from the short format. Last ball of the Hazlewood over. And it is going to be the single, so that will stop the wicket maiden. But it does not stop what has been a very impressive over from Josh Hazlewood. 6 for 109 now. And this test match, the last wicket falling was Justin Greaves. Anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We are on the road to 44,200. We are only sitting 82 away. So if you haven't already and you want to help us out, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We are back for the last session of the day, as well as the session that has taken place, or the 3 sessions, in fact, that are taking place tomorrow. We have players playing in South Africa who's doing well, and we're here struggling in this match. Rubbish, says Patrick. But yeah, that's the thing. Money talks. And that is why there's been so much talk of test match cricket slowly dying out, is because that can't compete with the amount of money that's being thrown around in other competitions. Now, Nathan Lyon bowling to Alzarri Joseph, who had a big drive at it. Doesn't manage to connect. And I feel like now we see Nathan Lyon starting to find his rhythm a little bit. It took him a bit. Up against guys who were attacking him, he didn't seem as keen. Now that he's got Alzarri Joseph out at the middle, he feels like, yes, he might get hit away a couple times, but he should have a chance of picking up the wicket. As well, do you feel Australia, England, and Indian players are more committed to international cricket? Or are they just better paid? says Elmac. It's probably a bit of both to a certain extent. Like, you'd assume that these guys on the Australian Test side are getting paid relatively good money. Oh, he's had the big swing there. Alzarri Joseph has not connected cleanly with it. But it's almost going to race away to the boundary. He will get 3 runs for it. Vanny will click in the second innings, says Leary. And yeah, we've got to remember, Australia have played a test series up against Pakistan recently. The West Indies, they've had their warm-up game up against Australia's 11, which they did actually win. But other than that, they haven't had a huge amount of time together as a side, so it all takes a bit more time. Got the Jamaican flags there from Cornette Smith. And also great commentary, says Dr. Sam. Thank you very much, mate. Greatly appreciated. Now, Joshua Da Silva. He is the last, I would argue, key big wicket that Australia are chasing. Once they get him out, I think that they start getting really deep in that tail, and that is where they'll try and clean them up within about 10 overs. Or down the leg side. I feel like that's actually a part of a plan here for Nathan Lyon. Try and get Da Silva playing it square. Got a few men covering that region. They've got a bat pad, leg slip, and Cam Green. He won't be too keen with them bowling down the leg side. As far as he was, no run taken. Backward point with Mitch Marsh. Manages to cut it off. West Indies playing schoolboys cricket, says Alfreda. Although you got to ask the question, how many sides haven't looked like they're playing schoolboy cricket up against this world-class Australian side? Like, there's a reason they are World Test champions. And that is because they are so dangerous when they get it right. Why Da Silva batting so late in the innings? Says Leary. Normally, I guess it's kind of just common practice that your wicketkeeper bats 7. Mainly because it gives them enough time after wicketkeeping to have a bit of a rest. And then, yeah, like Alex Carey's the same. He bats 7 for the Australians. Mohammad Rizwan, I think he even bats 7 when he's playing for Pakistan, even though he opens in pretty much every other format or comes in extremely early in those other formats. But yeah, it just seems to be the system that you put your wicketkeeper at about 7. Ducking under that one was Alzarri Joseph, the ball from Hazlewood, 131 Ks. Justin Greaves managed to get himself a 50 in the warm-up test that was played. I have no idea what some of that says. Why win 100-year play test cricket? It was a test match play Y18 champion IPL. Oh, big drive. Tempted from Joseph. It was full. Was quick, and Alzarri Joseph did not play it well. He was waiting for it to come back in, but it went away. Hazlewood is getting this ball to do exactly what he wants it to. At 4 of 18 for Alzarri Joseph. Silva yet to get himself off the mark, still sitting on 0 off 11. Hazlewood, time it's on the stumps. Alzarri Joseph gets in behind it, keeps the ball out. That's all he can do at this stage, just needs to build the partnership with him and Da Silva. He might actually look to be the more aggressive batsman in the partnership. I think Da Silva is the type of guy who could get 100 off 100 balls, but he might also get 100 off 200 balls, while Alzarri Joseph is more likely to be extremely aggressive. Now, do I feel Da Silva has 100 in him here? Probably not. I don't think Australia's bowlers have strayed away enough. Oh, Alzarri Joseph chips it over the top. Beautifully played. It's actually dug into the ground like it's a golf ball on the green. So it is completely stopped, which means that he'll manage to get himself the 3 runs for it. Oh, in fact, they get 2. Just said maybe the strong breeze also didn't help. West Indies played 6 tests in 2023. How many did Australia, England, and India play? They probably had about 10 or so. I'd say, yeah, West Indies didn't really get a huge amount of test matches, which was a shame. They also didn't get the chance to play in that T20 World Cup, unlike those other sides. Or the ODI World Cup, I should say. Oh, outside edge. Goes to Cam Green, but it does go along the ground. Now, one ball left of Hazlewood's over. And he's one away from his fifer. First spell today, 4 overs, 7 runs, no wickets. Second spell, 3 overs, 2 runs, 1 wicket. And then this third spell, he's already got the 3 wickets. It was almost 4, but it's gone through the slips. I think that went to about the 4th or 5th slip line. Cam Green and Mitchell Marsh, look at that gap. Green saying he wouldn't have been able to get to it. Hey, Brandon is said. Hello, Brandon. Nah, that's neither man's catch, really. It's perfectly in the gap. A massive dive would have made it tricky. Maybe Cam Green would have been the only one out of those two who could have even got a fingertip to it, but it probably wouldn't have carried to him if he had dived straight across. Does mean they get the 4 runs for it. And West Indies now 118 for 6 at the end of the 44th over. Pat Cummins back into the bowling attack. Opted not to go with Nathan Lyon again, which is interesting. Perhaps Cummins has seen something that he likes. We always talk about how he's normally very good at picking when to bring himself back into the attack to pick up the wickets. Got himself 2 in his first spell. 1 of Brathwaite. It was an absolutely crucial one. Pat Cummins charging in. Josh De Silva just taps it to the man at cover, who actually took the last catch. And Australia need to play a full 5-day match series like the tougher Australian side of the past. ICC protecting them, only playing West Indies in Australia. That's biased. I don't hide at home, says McLeod, although they did have a few on the road, the Australians, didn't they, in the last series? So I think, if I'm not wrong, the last Ashes series was in England. Then they had the World Test Championship final, which was played overseas. I think they also had a series in Pakistan. So they didn't really get that many home games for the Aussies overall. I think they did have one series there, though. I can't quite remember who it was up against. But was it Bangladesh? No, I don't think it was Bangladesh. But Sri Lanka? Yeah, they haven't played too many sides at home compared to those overseas games that they've been playing in. Now charging. And once again, beautiful drive from De Silva. That'll be his first runs of the day. And it won't just be 2, won't just be 3. He's got the 4 for it after timing it to perfection. 2.74 at the moment is the run rate for the West Indies. They want to keep that ticking over, though. They can't afford to go into their shell and not score runs. I'm going to ask the question, ladies and gents. We've got 40 minutes remaining in this session. How many wickets down do you think the West Indies will be at the end of the session? Great shot from De Silva. Managed to bust it through. No, it goes straight into the hands of Travis Head. Does very well in the fielding. Yeah, nicely pulled away to Travis Head. The cameras thought it made its way through. Head at it comfortably. I feel like if we see the wicket of De Silva, they could be 8 down at the end of this session. Best was up against England, 2022, 100 not out of 257 balls. I think that kind of is a testament to what I said earlier on, how he could end up with 100 off 200 deliveries. It's whether or not he has a batting teammate for that long to help him get there, or whether he gets aggressive and tries to score it himself. That is the other thing that could happen here. Yeah, only 35 minutes remaining in this one. We have the players playing in South Africa. They are doing well, and we are here struggling rubbish. Says Patrick, and what's the score? Says Clive Thompson. At the moment, it is 122 for 6 off the 44.5 overs. Silver plays it off the back foot with the punch, goes out to Nathan Lyon at point for no runs, and that will be now the end of the 45th over, 122 for 6. The other slight concern that the West Indies will have is if they do make it to that new ball, you'd assume it wouldn't take too long. And we have got there R1, it will be 150 for 6, says Orman there. Okay, so you're saying no more wickets falling. That's the thing. These two, they have got the potential of batting together for a while. Alzarri Joseph is not going to mess around. You know, he will still score runs. Are you offended by South Africa sending a C team to New Zealand? Says Al Mac. I'll be honest, like, at the end of the day, I know why they did it. It's because at the end of the day, Test cricket, in terms of South Africa's rankings, they feel that it's not important to them anymore. So, but also just in general, like having the competition overlap with their own provincial competition is the reason they had to go with such a low side. It should be a opportunity for New Zealand to try out a few of their younger players and look towards the future as well. West Indies will score over 400, says Ataniel. So who do you think will get a majority of the runs, Ataniel, in this lineup? Big swing from Alzarri Joseph. First ball of Mitchell Starc, and Joseph tried to smack him over his head for 6. Interesting tactic. Mitchell Starc having a bit of a laugh there at that. Deplorable scoreline, what's going on? Where are the rest of the boys? Says Tatum. And also ICC contribute to the West Indies downfall, says Cedric. Yeah, big swing, no ding for Alzarri Joseph. Looking to really get hold of it. Whether or not he does that again off this ball, we will have to wait and see. But if he keeps on swinging like that, it won't be long till he probably goes out. Unfortunately for him, but Starc charging in again. Ooh, a little bit of swing. Alex Geary not able to actually get the glove to it. I think this is going to race to the boundary. Yes, it does. That'll be 4 byes. Oh, no. There we go. That's actually been called as runs. Oh, no, now they've taken them off. 4 byes. Actually been 12 byes so far against Alex Geary. None of them have been very easy to try and claim. Plus, the way that the ball is kind of half volleying to Alex Geary, it's making it a lot more challenging for him to be able to take it cleanly. Starc hasn't been able to pick up any wickets as of yet in this Adelaide Test. Nice drive. Goes straight to the fielder. Marnus Labuschagne at mid-off. See Steve Smith's playing charades, I think. What's he doing? I don't think anyone's actually listening to him. He's painting circles on the ground and all sorts. Now I don't know what that was, but pretty much maybe mid-on. No, mid-on's just gone over to talk to the umpire. Is that what Steve Smith wanted? And Josh De Silva will score a big 100. Tail will wag, come on the West Indies, says Ataniel. Alzarri Joseph on strike. Nicely played. Sensible from the big quick. Like an absolute peach of an afternoon at Adelaide Oval. We've seen a bit of variable bounce already throughout the first 45 overs. Nathan Lyon currently signing autographs for the kids in attendance. Or short ball from Starc. Pulling his length back a little bit, 141 Ks. It's actually only the second quickest bowler for the Australians on average today. I think Cam Green took number one, although his later overs mean he was a little bit slower, so I think Starc would have taken that number one spot back. 2.75 is the run rate for the West Indies. Ooh. Okay, Mark Waugh said that he thinks the West Indies would take 220 runs. It's full though. Alzarri Joseph, beautiful cover drive. Races to the fence. And it's going to be 4 runs to close out the over. Starc has gone for 4 and over so far. Hamish, what's up, buddy? Not covering Black Cats versus Pakistan T20 series, New Zealand free up. Says Coding, we are not. No, we are doing the test match. West Indies versus Australia, of course. But yeah, unfortunately for Pakistan, once again, when New Zealand set over 200 runs as the total, it's just going to be the case of they'll get around their 180 and they'll lose. I think that's happened in all 3 test matches, or sorry, T20 matches so far. So, yeah. Now De Silva back on strike. Will be Pat Cummins again, continuing his spell. It's going to be so key, all of the runs that the West Indies can get here throughout this session. I should mention anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We have got plenty more cricket coming in the near future. Pat Cummins, let's get it outside off stump. Nathan Lyon, straight to him at point. Just saying that De Silva is a handy batsman to have at number 7 because he does have the power to be able to hit it away to the boundary, but also plays with a patience about him that he's not going to rush his innings. Even though he is out there with some guys who might end up losing their wicket a bit sooner than him, he still hangs on and just patiently builds into the inning. What's your opinion on South Africa sending weak side to New Zealand, choosing league cricket over test matches? Says Coding. I mean, it's one of those ones that, you know, the West Indies, they're in a little bit of a similar boat too, how a lot of their top players are picking to take the money that's available. And I think that it's the perfect wake-up call for the ICC to go, hang on, like, we're losing test match cricket here because, like, players are opting to go for the option that is more profitable. So, like, you can't really blame the South African players, because they're just doing what's best for their careers in terms of being able to make as much money as they can. But I would have liked to see New Zealand at least chuck in a few of their younger players too, so that they can at least learn something from the series, rather than just playing a B side. Coming 3 dots in a row. Start off this over. He's already got himself the 2 wickets like I mentioned. Pretty economical, although not quite as economical as Josh Hazlewood, of course. He has been on another level throughout this test match so far. 4 wickets. 2 slips in the gully in play for Cummins. Short ball. De Silva tries to get it over the top. He hasn't timed it. But he will get the 2 runs for it. Alzarri Joseph is quick between the wickets. So no troubles there with the run-out chance. Nicely played by De Silva. Didn't time it too well. It's actually more outside of off stump, I think, than he initially anticipated. I mean, he was slightly trying to play it across the line. Another short ball. He hasn't got that one. It's great fielding out in the deep by Travis Head, and he's thrown his wicket away to Silva just after we praised him for being able to stick around with the tail when he needed to. He's had a brain fade, and Australia now, they set the trap. He bit, and now he's out. South Africa aren't prioritising international cricket. Perhaps New Zealand should steal some of their fringe players. New Zealand loves South African players, says Alan Mack. We've had a fair few of them over the last little while, but great catch from Travis Head. Be able to protect that ball. He had to run in deep from the boundary. De Silva, he mistimed the first one, which apparently meant he wanted to try it again. And he didn't get it the second time either. And he is out 6 runs of 22 balls. Right. Well, that changes things, ladies and gents. We've got 25 minutes left of the session. I said that if De Silva lost his wicket, I believe they would be 8 down at the end of the session. A massive session for the Aussies, already taking the 4 wickets at this point. Travis said, I'll be honest, it actually really looked like David Warner out there on the boundary with the mustache that he's got at the moment. But here comes Motti to the crease, batting number 9 for the West Indies. This is starting to get a little bit ugly for them because they've lost 7 wickets and they're still only on 132 runs. Best of 23 not out for Motti. Where are the runs going to come from for the West Indies? Is it Alzadi Joseph? He's currently sitting on 14 off 19. Perhaps he does have to become the more aggressive batsman at the middle. Try and get that quick fire 50. Pat Cummins puts it on the hip. Nicely glided by Motti down towards, man, a backwards square leg. That'll be the end of the Cummins over, but he's picked up his 3rd. He's trying to take away the fifer from Josh Hazlewood at the moment. Yeah, De Silva just trying to hoik it across the line once more. Good catch from Travis Head. Just a bit too much launch angle. 30 degrees. New Zealand also filled a local domestic side in the South Africa Test matches. It will be fun, says Coding. Yeah, although New Zealand might also look at it as we're going to take this opportunity to get our Test match points. Because, of course, with the World Test Championship, like every game is crucial to a certain extent, so they won't want to chuck away the games by putting in a side that they feel might be a little bit too weak. But then you're also in that boat if you don't want to accidentally lose with your best team either, because then that hurts you. They're just showing Joshua De Silva's reaction. He said no as soon as he hit it, but all he could do is just watch it go in the air to Travis Head. Starc again. I think he's, with the exception... No, in fact, the only 2 bowlers who have been able to pick up wickets is Cummins and Hazlewood. Starc is the only one of the out-and-out pace bowlers who has not been able to, because Cam Green and Mitch Marsh, I wouldn't really count them, seeing as they are only considered as the part-time bowlers for the Australians. Oh, beautifully bowled by Mitchell Starc, just outside of the off stump. Motti with the play and miss. And hi Hamish, says Marnus, welcome in mate, hope you're doing extremely well. You've been enjoying the cricket so far. There's plenty more happening, it is for sure, and there's plenty more left of this day. 23 minutes left of this session, and then we've got the last session of the day. 2 hours 30. I believe we will see Australia batting before the end. So anyone who's excited to see how Steve Smith does as a test batsman and an opener, be sure to keep an eye out for that a bit later on. The last wicket was De Silva, 6 runs off 22 balls. Just didn't take the opportunity that was given to him. He had a beautiful covered drive, one of the best of the day that we've seen. But he then got silly and tried to chase the wrong ball. Lost 3 quick wickets, though, the West Indies, the 4th, the 5th and the 6th. All hurt them big time. And are you surprised that Finn Allen got runs? He always looked like he was struggling at international level. I mean, he was due for a big innings though, wasn't he? Like, this series might have been his last real good chance, but I mean, I'm not as surprised that Finn Allen is getting runs as I am at the pure terrible form that Devon Conway is in. You know? It looks like West Indies have struggled with the bat. 133 for 7 is not good first inning score. Says Marnus, yeah, they've had some good moments. You know, McKenzie getting himself the 50, but other than that, just hasn't really had any support from anyone. Starc 4 dot balls in a row. Looks like Travis Head will once again have the helmet. They've decided to put him at bat pad, which makes me think there could be a short ball coming for Moti, unless it's the double bluff. Something that Australia have done already in this test match. Try and convince the batsman that it is going to be a front foot shot. Oh, it is short. A little bit down the leg side from Mitchell Starc. Just the one ball remaining. Last ball for the Starc over. I think this might almost be the last ball of his spell. I don't think they'll push him too hard. Oh, it's gone up the outside edge. And it's another wicket. Nathan Lyon takes it at point. Starc finally strikes. He's been trying hard, but Moti, attacking the wrong ball, decides that he wants to really go after Starc. I think Brian Lara's just saying, maybe you're being a bit silly going after that ball rather than building a partnership. He's stepped a leg, he's freed up the hands, and it's gone straight down Nathan Lyon's throat. And because of it, the West Indies now 133 for 8. 20 minutes still left in this session. I think we might see the Windies bowled out here. It would be a shame. Henry Nicholls or Ravindra for you? I think it's probably Ravindra at the moment. But, you know, Henry Nicholls, he's done all right, but I still feel like he's not quite the same player as he once was. Yeah, mistake. Wicket made. How many wicket maidens have we had in this test match? I feel like that's about the 4th or 5th so far here. We're still 32 overs away from the new ball. Also, where their Starc gets his first wicket of this test match. Says Marnus, he certainly does. I think at the start of this over, I was saying he was the only quick bowler who hadn't got the success. And now Kemar Roach, he is out there in the middle. Alzarri Joseph, he will be on strike to Pat Cummins. I do feel bad for Josh Hazlewood because his chances of getting his fifer are now dwindling. I feel like Pat Cummins more than likely will keep himself on. Oh, well bowled again, outside off. Alzarri Joseph wasn't too keen on it. Like they've said, Steve Smith opening the batting is something that we will more than likely now see for day one of this test match. So that will be entertaining. See how he does in a whole new spot. Like they're saying, first time, 10,000 runs he's got plus at international level. But this will be the first time he's opening. That's an easy catch for Stephen Smith. He was thinking about his batting. He was doing a bit of the shadow batting just beforehand. And that is another one. Cummins now moves up to 4 wickets. Alzarri Joseph is gone. 14 off 21 balls. The West Indies are in some real big trouble now. West Indies got this one, says Tony. And also, which rugby live commentaries will you do over the weekend? I think we've got 2 of the Champions Cup games, maybe 3. If I'm not wrong, but then next weekend we've got the Sevens and the URC that we are both doing on the channel, but that is a fantastic take. How many runs do you think Steve Smith will make? Says Randeep, well, we are getting very close to that stage. I think he'll get around 30-something, to be honest. I feel like he'll throw his wicket away, or he'll just get a good ball. But then there's also a chance he gets 100, I'll be honest. Like, he's one of those batsmen that if you think he's not going to do well, he'll do well. If you think he's going to do well, he won't do well. So I went for about that middle ground. But now Cummins, he has got 4 wickets. Hazlewood will be sitting there going, come on, mate, I've got my 4 as well. But instead, Cummins with the chance. Shamar on strike. This could be all done and dusted by the end of this over. Steve Smith still shadow batting, still practicing. He was doing it before that ball was bowled. And now he's back into the action. And Windies are lambs to slaughter. Says living and loving. Great catch from Steve Smith. Travelling quickly. Didn't realise it was going to him by the looks of it. Yeah, 15 minutes remaining of this session. Cummins pitches it up. Pushed at it a little bit there, Shamar. And where are you from, mate? I am from New Zealand. So we're currently sitting 4:55 p.m. for us here in New Zealand. Kemar Roach is about to face the first delivery that he has had of this test match. Hazlewood might be trying to convince Cummins that he should be the guy at the other end bowling rather than Mitchell Starc. Have a bit of a battle, see who can get the 5 for first. But Joseph being able to get off the mark, 1 off 1. McKenzie has worked very well. Other than him, though, there hasn't really been any support. Should mention anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We are currently only 17 away from 44-150. Nicely played by Kemar Roach. They'll get another single here, just working it around quite nicely. It's interesting, isn't it, that these two men who are down the order are able to work the strike better than the men up the top. Over there, check the accent out. Do you have anything to ask? Says living and loving. And also, who is your favourite test batsman? Oh, tell you what, Aidan Markram of South Africa is quite a good one to watch. Or KL Rahul. They're the two that recently I've been watching a lot, just because I love watching them play shots. Do you think Steve Smith will break Brian Lara 400 not out record? I do not think so. Oh, loose ball from Cummins. Almost ended up giving away 4 byes, but well done from Alex Carey to be able to cut that one off. The high five from Cam Green shows appreciation for the man with the gloves on. Now, I believe if the wicket was to fall now, Australia would still have to come out for 2 overs. I could be wrong there. They may take an earlier tee. Of course, tea would be 20 minutes, but yeah, there's more of a likeliness that, oh, ball in the air. Another single for Joseph, though. He's really throwing the hand at it. He just puts it out there, hopes that it hits the bat. Are you cheering India or Australia in the World Cup final? I'll be honest, I was just hoping that both of them would do well. It was an interesting scenario because, of course, India undefeated at that stage throughout the competition. Australia, their fielding, I felt, had been the best of any side in the competition. Did you see some of the results of the SA20? I have not, no. But, yeah, I'll have to give it a look at some stage. Cummins, he managed to get the wicket. 3 runs, 1 wicket, though. Just shown Steve Smith, 9,514 in his test career. He's had 32 hundreds. None of them when he was opening, because he has never opened for the Australians, and we are about to find it out how well he goes. Imagine he gets a golden duck. That would be bad. But you never know. Right. West Indies need runs. Mitchell Starc is the bowler. Now will it be Joseph on strike here? A little bit of a strange field at the moment for the Australians. But here comes Mitchell Starc, pitched up beautifully, whipped off the pads for Joseph. Fantastic shot from the tail ender, and he moves up to now 6 runs on the board for the West Indies. And these are all crucial runs. It may not seem like it now, as they do seem down and out, but if they can really push the Australians early on in their innings, get 3 or 4 quick wickets, these extra 10 or so runs that these two can create here could be game-changing. Speaking of 10, only 10 minutes remaining in this session, ladies and gentlemen, before the tea break, although I believe it will be extended, seeing as these two are still out there in the middle. Here comes Mitchell Starc again. Outside off, big swing, no connection there for Joseph. Seems like he's willing to play his shots though, the youngster. And number 11. And to be honest, at this point you have to. Can't afford to just sit there and wait, or else they will slowly pick you apart, these Aussie quicks. Like, I mean, Kumar Roach, he can bat. So, 20-run partnership is not completely off the table here for these two. Here comes Starc again. Oh, short ball. Joseph gets underneath it. 138 Ks there for Mitchell Starc. Not hugely express pace, but still quick enough to trouble him. Adelaide Oval still looking relatively full. At that stage, the sun is out. Don't you think too selfish? Because you don't want Hazlewood to get a fifer. Says I ran deep there. Yeah, although, like, I'd like to think that it's not on Cummins' mind, like, with that reasoning, but it would be a shame if it was, because at the end of the day, like, Hazlewood has bowled phenomenally, so maybe he gives this over to Starc, then bowls himself from the other end, because he will continue now that he's on 4. He'll bowl till this innings is over. Whether he gets the wicket or not, that's his end now. And then the other end, I'd like to think that Hazlewood will come back in soon. Maybe Hazlewood has said, no, I'm all right. I've bowled my 10 or 11 overs. I'm happy enough. But yeah, I would say that for me, Starc, this would be his last over. And then next over I would give to Hazlewood. Steve Smith hasn't been the same since Archer roughed him up, says Al Mac. Oh, speaking of being roughed up, Mitchell Starc has just bowled an ugly bouncer to Joseph the tail Windies, checking on him. Make sure he's all right. He's saying it hit him in the side. Still got the smile on his face, but that was an ugly one from Mitchell Starc. Oh, right on the side of the grill. It's ugly, but that is what Mitchell Starc will do. He will try to take the heads off the tail end. He's head awkwardly. He puts up his thumb. And also, if you cannot bet out a session, no way that we win a test match, says Patrick. 8 minutes remaining. We will have a bit of a stoppage here. Normally they do have to get a new helmet, but it seems like he might continue with the same one. By the looks of it here. Yeah, he's going to be all right. Last ball before the 50th over. Oh, he tried the ramp shot there. Watching from India, mate. Namaste, says Randeep. And Dennis Brown has got the dot. You ever been sconed by a bouncer? I have. I got hit by a bouncer and it went up into my grill. Hit me on the jaw and then I fell backwards and crowned myself. So I was out from hit wicket. Wasn't ideal. But shouldn't have got hit with the ball. Just showing there. Starc just luckily hit them on that grill rather than on the cheek, or else it could have been a lot more ugly. New Zealand versus Australia series will be a treat to watch. Can the Black Cats beat the Aussies this time? It's a great question. Will be a very awesome series, like you said, to be able to witness. Now Pat Cummins here sitting on 4 for 36 at this stage. Wants the fifer. Question is, does he give Hazlewood the opportunity to get his 5 for at the other end? Or does he keep Starc on? It's the duck under that one again. This time Kumar Roach. Still 140 runs on the board for the West Indies. I think breaking 150 here is going to be tricky. Does the bouncer still hurt with a helmet on? It would still a little bit. It's like a little bit similar to getting hit with a cricket ball in the box. Like it's still, you're still going to feel it underneath. But like in my case, like it didn't hit my helmet. It went up under and hit me here. So I didn't really experience the helmet doing its job. But yeah, I'd assume you'd still feel it a little bit, depending on how you get hit. We've seen players get their noses sliced by the grill of a helmet before. We've actually seen a ball go through a grill and hit him in the nose. I think that was Brendan McCullum back in the day. Cummins just taking the lower order batsman. Totally wrong with Hazlewood, says Randy. Yeah, Hazlewood deserves the 5. I'll be honest. Like Cummins, don't get me wrong, he's bowled very well also, but if you had to look at both of them and how they've bowled, you'd say Hazlewood deserves the 5th. New Zealand best chance to prepare green pitches against Australia, says Coding. Nicely controlled. No run taken. Growing up in the West Indies, real batter came from New Zealand. Our real nice guys were Canadians, but our Kiwi guys nicer, says Dr. Sam. I mean, I haven't found too many, like, people who aren't nice. Like, there's always the bad bunches, of course, but, like, New Zealanders, I think you'll find Canadians are probably nicer, but New Zealanders are probably more laid back, if that makes sense. But yeah, neither's too bad. Cummins now, driving attempt there from Kumar Roach. Doesn't get it. But if Hazlewood gets a chance, he'll definitely strike in the next over, says Randy. Yeah, I think he's only one ball away, or a couple balls away from getting that 5 for if he gets the opportunity. Hasn't been given it yet, though. Currently 2 balls remaining of the Cummins over. Left alone again. Over there, Dr. Sam, Kiwis are the most nice human beings, says Coding. We're in session 2. There are 4 minutes remaining of the session. So I would assume that time would be extended in this session. Unless, do they ask the batters or do they ask the bowlers if they want to continue? I think it's the bowlers that they ask. They ask them, do you want to try and get this last wicket? We can add an extra 30 minutes. I don't think they'll do that here, though. I think they'll instead just take the lunch or the tea break and then go from there. Nicely played again and behind it. That'll be the end of the over. 9 for 140 for the West Indies. Just saying, 1911, the first time that the scoreboard was used at the Adelaide Oval. That's a wee way away. A wee while ago, I should say. Right. Looks like Starc will continue the bowling. Hazlewood will have to wait a bit longer. Do you think Hazlewood will get the chance from Cummins' end, or do you think it's no chance whatsoever for Hazlewood to get a crack? But here comes Mitchell Starc again to Joseph. Driven forward, got a fingertip to it for Mitchell Starc. He's managed to slow it down. And it's just going to go for the 3 runs. Or did they get 2? They managed 3. Nice drive. Trying to get it over the top. Oh no, sorry, just the 2 runs. I thought they could have got 3 there, but must have jogged it for a start. But Starc just about, I think he got 1 fingertip to it. Was the index finger. a little bit more expensive than some of the other bowlers. Mitchell Starc going for the 3-ish and over throughout the match. Hazlewood, the most economical bowler we have seen for the Aussies. It was between him and Nathan Lyon after session number 1. But Nathan Lyon's last few overs, they did really increase his numbers. Now Starc, short leg side, left alone by Roach. Has only faced 8 deliveries so far, sitting on the 1 run. Joseph practicing his batting at the non-striker's end. Anyone who's new, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We are back for day 2. We're also back for the final session of today, which will be taking place in around 20 minutes' time. I believe we're in the scenario how this may end up being the last over before the tea break. So I think both sides will then have to make their way back out onto the field afterwards. Be ready to go. Outside off, left alone again by Roach. I like this from him because he's not just deciding we're the last partnership, we have to attack every ball. He's waiting for the ball that he feels he's got the best chance of being able to score with. And sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. But in this case, it seems like for now, he is making the right decision. A moment, we will go like this. There we go, we are good. I was about to sneeze, but luckily I did not. And now we have ticked over to the last minute of the session. Still 3 balls remaining in this over. A little bit shorter. Roach works it to the leg side. Travis Head has to cut it off. Come from his mid-wicket position. Round to deep backward square leg. 2 balls left. Joseph, he's already received 1 bouncer from Mitchell Starc. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a second here. To really rough him up. Seemed to take the first one quite well. Took it on the chin. Gave the thumbs up. Said, no, I'm all good. Field changes just a little bit for Joseph. They've got the man at bat pad still. Deep backward square leg is in play to the left-hander. Now another short ball. Nicely claimed by Alex Carey, who thought that it may have been drifting over his head. In fact, it almost did. It was a wide for Mitchell Starc. One moment. There we go. We're good. Yeah, I don't think the Australians will be able to continue bowling with them being 9 down. Not in this case. I think at the end of the day they can extend it, but I don't know whether they'll extend it here. Yeah, well and truly over the head of the number 11, who's sitting on 9 runs off 10 deliveries at the moment. So these are all crucial runs. Pitched up. He stepped away to leg. He didn't want it. It doesn't get us off stump. Oh. Okay, so Joseph, he has been told, or they have just said that he is actually the quickest of the West Indian bowlers that they have got on offer. And we will actually get to see him in action relatively soon. With the West Indies being 9 down, they're working their way towards that 150 here. And it's a Yorker down the leg side. And that'll be the end of the over. 145 for 9. We've got time for one more over. Oh, okay. Right, so the goers, ladies and gentlemen, they will be playing an extended period of this session. Because they are 9 down, it means that they are able to continue with them being 9 wickets fallen, 1 to go. They've got the extra 30 minutes to try and take that wicket. If they don't manage to take the wicket, then they will be having lunch in about 27 minutes' time. Very good commentary, says Ashton. Thank you very much. And Safaraz is here in the chat as well. Welcome in. These guys don't give their coaches justice, says Larry Williams. Oh, Hazlewood's warming back up. He might get the chance at the fifer. And I would assume that he will be replacing Mitchell Starc from the bowling attack. But play continues. Tea break is delayed, which does mean we will have a slightly shortened final session. Could be quite good news for the Australians if they didn't want to bat for a huge amount of time later on tonight. Although I think that might also mean that the whole day might be extended just a little bit. Either way, we are covering the full first day on the channel, ladies and gents. So be sure to hit that subscribe button. T says Rastaman. Going to be another short ball from Pat Cummins. Should also mention, if you are new to the channel, ladies and gents, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We'll be back for the third session. We will be back for day 2. Starting session on that day. We will more than likely see either Steve Smith or one of the top Australian batsmen having a bit of a crack. Or the exception could end up with hyper wickets bowling for the Aussies, and then all of a sudden the West Indies are in the hunt for a bit of redemption. Side off. Big swing. I thought I might have heard a little faint noise there, but no reaction from the Australian bowling attack. Roach just caught on his crease, not stepping down. I think West Indies bowled out Australia for 60 to 50 runs, says Roshan there. I mean, that would certainly be a great way to end the day for the West Indies, even if they have them theoretically 3 or 4 down at the end of the final session of the day. That would be, for me, I would call that a little miniature West Indies win, because those top guys are the big wickets for the Aussies. Pat Cummins again just can't quite break through the defence of Kumar Roach. Hazlewood, just saw him there again doing a bit of a warm-up, bowling the ball to a teammate. He wants his fifer. He got 4 in very successful fashion. I feel like he definitely wants that 5th. Pat Cummins wants the 5th too. He is bowling himself, and he will continue to bowl himself until he manages to get that wicket. Nicely played again by Kumar Roach. Like there's just a tad of frustration starting to hit Pat Cummins here. He thought that this might have been a little bit easier to clean up the tail. They're just showing there's Steve Smith. Shadow batting earlier on. That was actually the ball before he took the catch. So the fact that he was able to put his mind from batting to right back to fielding, very impressive. But that is the end of the over. Maiden for Pat Cummins. Is Hazlewood coming back in? I think West Indies team will make 200 to 230, says Roshan. Tell you what, they'd be doing extremely well if they get there. I honestly think that even getting to 150 at the moment would be a massive task, because they're up against a very strong Aussie attack that aren't giving them many freebies, plus Kumar Roach. Joseph's swinging a little bit more, so he'd have to get a quick fire 30 or 40 for them to hit that 200 mark, but I think 150 at the moment will be the next big goal for the West Indies. Just showing that wicket at Greaves. It was an ugly one because it was hit straight to the fielder. Top edge from De Silva. A lot of times, West Indies, they were just throwing their wickets away. And in fact, 3 in a row were all wickets thrown away. Playing silly shots and getting caught. And Joseph just chasing the wrong ball there. Right, Hazlewood's back in. 4 for 21 off 12 overs. Can he break through and get himself the fifer? Nice ball on the money straight away. We have got there, our man Good Day is discussing, look how weak turned West Indies on the red ball, says Felipe. Yeah, although it's a tricky one for the West Indies, because we've got to remember, of this side, 3 debutants, 2 other men with less than 5 tests, I believe is the scenario. So, like, they're missing a lot of their top players because those top players are chasing money in short format competitions. So these new guys, like, they could be the future of the team. They just need a bit more time. Beautiful shot there from Joseph. He has nailed that one away to the leg side. That's going to be 4 runs. Moving up to 149, just rocks back in his crease. And a little bit of the wrong length from Hazlewood. Not used to getting that shot played against him. But the youngster, Joseph, says, I'm going to try and ruin your stats, mate. Partnership, 16 runs off 30 balls. I mentioned how crucial a 20-run or so partnership could be between these last 2 batsmen. Big swing down the ground. He's got it again. And that'll be another 4 runs for Joseph. And that brings up the 150 now on the board for the West Indies. Shamar Joseph on debut, sitting on 17 runs off 15 deliveries, looking like a batsman and a half at number 11. I think Joseph will make 50 runs, says Roshan. Hazlewood not happy though. He's come back into the bowling attack for a chance at a fifer, and all that's happened now is he's gone for 8 runs. Still got the smile on his face. I think they're making a few changes here. I've just said that for Joseph, his first class best score is 20. So the fact that even at first class he is about to break his own previous best tells you how handy this guy could be with the bat in the future. Very good bounce though from Josh Hazlewood. Tried to take his head off. Almost managed to play the pull shot effectively. I think that will lure in Hazlewood to playing. Maybe putting the ball just back of a length again. And he does. Gave himself a bit of room there as well for Joseph. Stepping away. Still going after it. It could be 6. If it was an ace like in white ball, probably. I can't believe it was a lack of talent at all. But West Indies need to know how to make money to approach their best players from their squads. Says Felipe. If it makes you feel better, though, it's not just the West Indies at this stage. A lot of sides, international-wise, are starting to lose a ton of players. South Africa, they've had to send a C or B team to New Zealand because of all their players taking money in short format. So it's getting harder to keep players in test match cricket. Shot over the top from Hazlewood, or off Hazlewood's bowling. It will just be the 2 runs, I believe, for Joseph. But 10 runs off the Hazlewood over. I'm back, what is a disgrace, says Ali. Yeah, good work at the tail end here from Joseph, kicking a little bit. Now they move up to 155 for 9. Now they've still got 18 minutes, ladies and gents. If the Australians aren't able to get either man out in the next 18 minutes, they have to take the compulsory tee. They have extended this session for the sake of trying to get that last wicket. They have 30 minutes to be able to try and do that. But yeah, if they can't do it, they have to come back, try and do it again in the next session. Yeah, anyone who's new, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We are 10 away from reaching 44,150. I don't remember that. Alex Indian bought South African cricket, and probably it's kind of true, says Felipe. Right, Nathan Lyon back into the attack for Pat Cummins. He has decided to fight for maybe a little bit further away than he would have liked. I'm going to bring back Nathan Lyon, see whether or not they can lure in a big shot here. I think Ian Smith just described it pretty well. They've seen that the West Indies are starting to swing, so perhaps Nathan Lyon can buy a wicket. Big swing there from Roach, and it has missed the man who is out there. It's another 4 runs here for the West Indies. It's not been easy for Nathan Lyon today. When it comes to the amount of runs he has gone for, he's gone for 26 off 8.1 overs. That's it nicely there. Kumar Roach. The runs are flowing for the Windies. Pitched up, big swing. Partnership though, 26 off 36. This is the third biggest partnership, I think, that the West Indies have had. So they're doing very well, these two tailenders. Nicely played, still keeping the good ball out, Roach. No, you can't go after everything. Normally we struggle against spin, says Phillip. And yeah, I think it's also, if they hit it in the air, they've got to generate more of that pace, which means Australia have a better chance of catching it. Definitely with the spin that Nathan Lyon is getting. Pitches it up. Well done again from Dietrich Roach to keep it out. Steve Smith, he's hating this. You can see it on his face. He was getting into the mindset of batting about maybe 20 or 30 minutes ago. And now that he's still out there waiting, it's just doing his head in. Nicely played again, though, from Roach off the back foot. Last ball of the line over. Partnership sitting on 26 off 39. And he blocks it again. That'll be the end of the over. 55 overs down now, 159 for 9. McKenzie had a partner that stayed. I think he would have still been there. Says Phillip, yeah, he just needed some support, didn't he? Like, the best partnership I believe that the West Indies could have had was going to be with Kirk McKenzie and Alec Athanase. Because he was at least playing some decent attacking shots too. And I feel like that combo, that was going to be a good one. But unfortunately, yeah, it just didn't quite work out that way with Athanase losing his wicket. Just showing that bouncer from Mitchell Starc. Ended up hitting Joseph. That was in one of the first overs that he had faced. Got him right on the grill. Luckily, he was all right. Now he's back on strike for Hazlewood. Last over, he hit him for 10 runs. I think the pressure that was on him got him losing focus, says Phillip. Yeah, and it is hard when you think about it because Chanderpaul and Brathwaite, they're the two, I guess, experienced men at the top of the order. And I know that sounds weird to say for Chanderpaul, but in this lineup, he is experienced. So, yeah, to go from, you've got your two best batsmen or your two most experienced, and then when they both go out, you're there as a guy who's had one other test match, but you're still the experienced guy. You're expected to be able to help these guys on debut through their innings, and yeah, it is very tricky to do. So I think the fact that he got to 50, that was still pretty impressive in my book, the fact that kept his composure enough to be able to do that. But yeah, it wouldn't have been easy when you know that you're running low on guys who are able to help you out. A little bit of an advance there down the ground from Joseph, giving himself room out to the lead side. He's played some decent shots. Big swing, but didn't get onto it. In the end, if he had, it would have gone quite far, I would think. But yeah, stepping away to leg. Hazlewood looks frustrated. He wants his fifer. And this might actually be the hardest wicket for him to get. Because Joseph looks like a good bat. He rocks back and he has sent that one into the stands. What a brilliant shot from Joseph and more crucial runs, bringing the partnership up to 32. Hazlewood's stats, he was looking very strong. And now his stats are getting destroyed by this young man at number 11 on debut. Yeah, he got that. He rocked back, gave himself room, and just smashed it. Hazlewood knew. And this last wicket partnership is very fruitful. It is. Oh, another big swing outside off stump. Slower ball there from Josh Hazlewood. And Joseph actually, he said, yep, slower ball. But this is a great partnership. 32 runs between these two now. See, Joseph's probably scored about 100 runs in his whole life. Now he's got 25 on international debut up against the Australians, facing some of the best bowlers in cricket today. What's Hazlewood's answer? Goes short again. He's got him a little bit rattled. He doesn't want to pitch it up on the stumps because he knows if he does, and he doesn't get it quite right, Joseph's going to whack him away. Still doing it with a smile on his face as well, Joseph, but one ball left. They've now only got 10 minutes remaining of this extended session for lunch to be taken. I feel like for West Indies to get through the next 10 minutes and be able to say we made it through an extended 30-minute period, like, I know it doesn't win you the match, but it certainly gives you a little bit of excitement, a little bit of hope for your side moving forward. Into the Hazlewood over, it's gone for 6 and 165 for 9. It's the score. If we were attacking earlier, I think it would have been better for us, says Philip. Although I should also mention De Silva, Motti, who else was it? Motti, Greaves. They all threw their wicket. In fact, actually, you could go even further. Hodge and Chanderpaul all threw their wickets away from trying to be attacking. So it is always good when you can get those runs, but they're in that scenario as well. That unfortunately, they're in that scenario of any time they tried to attack, it was actually when their wicket fell. Now, dot ball for Nathan Lyon. 35 runs away from the 200. Nathan Lyon yet to pick up a wicket here in the Adelaide Test. He's had 60 wickets on this ground from his 13 Test matches. He's hit that one 88 metres for that 6. They've just shown as well. Oh, little bit of spin. It's hit the pad, but it is not out. Oh yeah, it was just spinning a little bit too much. They're asking the question why Kumar Roach isn't attacking that much, but I don't think it's so much that he doesn't want to attack. I think it's more of the case of Nathan Lyon is not putting it where he wants to swing. Like we saw when he pitched it up earlier on, he was able to hit it over the field, got 4 runs, but Nathan Lyon isn't really putting it in an orthodox place to be able to hit the ball hard. Plus, yeah, there we go. He's had a bit of a crack at that one, but hasn't timed it. Just gets it away for the single. I mean, punish every ball, bad ball, and try and rotate with the other ball that can be, says Philip. Yeah, like I feel like he's not playing like a nonsensible game at the moment here for Roach because he's keeping the good ball out. He's going after the ball that he feels he can, gets a single for it. It was actually the leg by. Now, Joseph, this will be the first ball that we've faced of Lyon versus Joseph. I think that he would be smart just to block this one, seeing as it's the last ball of the over. No, he has a crack, tries to swing hard, and they'll sneak a single so he'll retain the strike. Bit of a misfill from Mitchell Marsh into the over, 167 for 9. I should have known he'd attack it. I was hoping he'd have a look at one. The amount of times that in my team a new batsman makes their way to the crease, doesn't check out what the bowler's doing and just swings and gets out. That's why I thought he might have one look, but manages to get a single for it. Shamar Joseph, they're just talking about the fact that he was actually a security guard for international cricket. Currently sitting on 26 off 25 deliveries. Hazlewood still wanting that fifer. We're also 5 away from 150, ladies and gents. So if you haven't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button. 7 minutes remaining in this extended session for the Australians. If they can't break him through, they've got 3 men out in the deep now. Now, this is where Joseph maybe the lack of experience, he'll try and go over the top of them. Whereas maybe he'd be better off just working it to that leg side. Get that quick single or the 2 runs. Joseph doing great as a tail ender on debut. Gives himself room, tries to whack it. Yeah. We'll just take the single. They've actually just set an interesting stat, which is Australia, since I think 2022 or sometime they said, Australia have conceded on average 18 runs with the final wicket partnership. So that's an interesting one. So they can get a lot of the other wickets easy enough, but it's this last wicket partnership that they find very hard to break. His strike rate is very good for Test cricket. It is. He's scoring at a run a ball at the moment. Be happy enough with that almost across all formats. Nicely worked to the lead side. They'll take the single. He is quick between the wickets too, Joseph. These are all extra runs that are absolutely crucial. 36-run partnership between these two. But yeah, Joseph doesn't look like he likes to hit the ball along the ground. He wants to go over the top. He might eventually get himself dropped. Now he's on strike. Charging in. Josh Hazlewood. Space given. Again, he tries it a little bit shorter. 5 minutes remaining of this extended second session now. Still the big smile on the face of Joseph. I think they're just actually, the commentators are confused. They're asking the question, is Australia scared to get hit? Because they've gone away from length bowling, what has got them all their other wickets. Yes, he might get one occasionally, but he's a tail ender. Theoretically on paper, I mean, he's looking pretty good at the moment. Sitting on 27 runs or 28 deliveries, but, you know, like, put it on his stumps. That's always the thing that I was taught, and that most people were taught. If it's a tail ender, give him a Yorker, he's a walker. You know? Like they've just said. Put it on a good length, even. You know? Get him driving so that if he hits it and he mishits it, you got yourself a chance. Yes, he'll score the occasional run, but this partnership's on 36, so obviously their tactic isn't working. Shot. Just the one. Out to Mitchell Marsh. It's hit pretty strongly. They will take the one. He moves up to 28, 1 ball remaining. They want to keep Roach on strike here because I feel like they've got more chance of getting Shamar Joseph out when Nathan Lyon's bowling to him. They didn't get it clean. Mitchell Marsh doing well, fielding that one in the deep. Can't afford misfields here. If you are Australia and want to try and put on that pressure as best you can, that's better. It's going to be lofted. Roach actually gets it away to the boundary though. That'll be another 4. And the West Indies, they move up to 174 for 9. 41-run partnership here between these two. I think West Indies, Joseph and Roach, 100 partnership, says Rushton. And also we get their 200 looks possible, says Elliot does. And Australia have just lost their heads at the moment. It's the best way of describing it. They got hit to the boundary once and then went into defensive mode, got scared of just bowling their natural game. Australia have had problems finishing the tail recently. They gave away plenty against Pakistan. Yeah, they mentioned it just before. 18 on average they concede for the 10th wicket partnership. There we go. The pitch map. Only 4 of the balls that they have bowled to these two would have hit the stumps. So that tells you how far they have dwindled from the plan that they originally had, which was attack the top of off stump. Joseph still attacking hard. They've got 2 men in the deep on the leg side, a man at mid-on as well, so he may look to go straight here. Nice delivery from Nathan Lyon. We've got man dump bang. What a boring game, not worth watching. But luckily, no one's making you. So you can just watch something else. It's easy peasy. It's how TV works. Joseph sitting on 28 off 31. Certainly anything but boring, this last partnership between these two individuals, bringing up plus of 40 runs. 3 dot balls in a row, though, for Nathan Lyon. The run rate's actually got closer to the 3. I believe the extended lunch break will be after this over. I would love that go West Indies, says Ali, giving himself space, just French cuts. I do not know how he got ball on that one, or bat on that one. I'll get back for 3. Are you doing a great job, bro, says Williams. Thank you very much, mate. Did he get bat on it? Or did he miss this one completely? Just got the bat on it. The bottom edge. He was running fast as well. And also, who will win, bro, says KC. I mean, even with all these runs being scored, of course, Australia's still in a very good position to go on to win this test match. Because even getting bowled out for 200 for the West Indies may just not quite be enough. Well trapped there by Kumar Roach. Just 2 balls remaining now in this session. In fact, just the 1. Last ball before tea. If he doesn't get the wicket, we still have the 20-minute break, and then we are back at 6 p.m. New Zealand time, ladies and gents. 44-run partnership, though. These two have been doing very nicely, ticking it over. Can they survive the session of extension? Yes, they can. That is brilliant work from the West Indies. 44 as the partnership. But not only that, these two have shown that if you just dig in and you just commit a little bit to the crease, you can get a lot of runs. Steve Smith, he's annoyed. You can see it on his face. He wanted to be batting 20 minutes ago. But because they aren't, he has to wait an extra 20 minutes to then get the 1 wicket, to then refocus. And it's going to be tricky. Good commentating, says Jeremy. Thank you very much, mate. Usually appreciate it. So, ladies and gentlemen, what will be happening now is we have got a 20-minute a tea break for the cricket. So what we will have is we will have the scoreboard on the screen. We will have this message, which is 20 minutes time. We will be back covering session number 3 of this test match. And I believe it will be a shortened session now due to the extension that we have had. And this one means that there are still 31 overs to get through for the rest of the day. But I do thank you all very much for being here. Be sure to stick around in the chat, even if you just leave it open while you do something else. Be back in 15 minutes. And we're going to be ready to go for some more exciting action. I will see you all in a short moment. Right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen, back for session number 3. Now, the West Indies, they have got a bit of a tail going at the moment. They have managed to put together a 44-run partnership between these last two individuals. Kumar Roach sitting on 11 off 31 deliveries, but the man of the hour, the man who everyone is talking about, Shamar Joseph, sitting on 31 runs off 33 deliveries, including hitting Hazlewood for a 6. Now, I don't need to remind anyone, Hazlewood, the man who was chasing a fifer for taking 4 wickets for hardly any runs. Joseph's almost hit as many runs as Hazlewood has gone for just in this little patch. He hit him for 10 runs in the first over he faced. The West Indies, they had the chance of the extension. 30 more minutes, Australia bowled, but 30 more minutes, Australia couldn't get that last wicket. For the West Indies, moving up to 177 for 9. Final session is now here. I believe we can go for a total of 2 overs. Now, 10 minutes of this will be the changeover. That is if Australia can pick up this last final wicket. So very nicely done by Joseph and Roach. Cummins has brought himself back into the bowling attack. That is rather than Josh Hazlewood. He said, you can't get your fifer, so I'll try and get mine. I don't think Joseph will die trying here. I think he's going to make sure that he is aggressive in the way that he plays. First ball after tee. Chance for a wicket is high. He swings for it outside off stump. And no connection made. Dot ball to start us off. Just said that there's quite a bit of breeze around for the Adelaide Oval. Quite hot, but it is actually the coolest day that we are going to have for this test match. All the other days supposed to be warmer, including, but not limited to, Saturday, which is about 31 degrees Celsius expected for the Adelaide Oval. Will we get to a day 3? Day 4 now is in question, depending on how well the West Indies go here. Beautiful cover drive over the top from Joseph. I believe they'll just manage the single here. In fact, did they get back for 2? Yes, they did. Some very quick work between the wickets from the West Indian tail. This partnership moves to 46. This is the second largest partnership that we have seen for the West Indies today. And he's also on the second most amount of runs that we have seen for any batsman of the West Indies, showing that if you just play your shots, you can get success. He has to duck under the bouncer of Pat Cummins, who, I'll be honest, will be extremely frustrated. Moment. We'll go like that. 46 runs off 67 deliveries. It's what this partnership is made up of. Roach, 11 off 31. They've said that maybe he's not being as attacking as he could be, but I still feel like he's done the right thing of only going after the ball that he knows he can hit away, rather than chasing the ones that he might not be able to. That is the difference between him and Joseph. Joseph is having a crack at everything. That is a fantastic shot. He's got it in the air and it's in the gap. Just fallen safe. Labuschagne fires it back in. That'll be another 2 runs here for Joseph. But he's not afraid to put the ball in the air. And that is a blessing and a curse, because that is either going to get him a 6 or that is going to get him out in the very near future. But Cummins bangs it in on a hard-to-hit length. Joseph got it on the up. Is it away for 2? He realised that he would have to run them. He thought that he got enough of it. Has to run the 2. And his previous best in first-class cricket, I believe, was 20. First class. This is international debut and he's already on 35. It's the potential. Tell you what, that would have been paying a lot of money on the TAB. How much or when is a better question. When was the last time a number 11 batsman was the top run scorer for a side? He's got 15 runs to go to match what McKenzie was able to do earlier. But if he could somehow beat that, that would be an incredible feat for a man not just on debut, but who's going to be bowling in the very near future. He's the quickest West Indian bowler. And that is the end of the over. 181 for 9. The West Indies, the tail is still wagging as they look to close in on the 200. Some of the shots he's played, he hasn't just hit it in the air. He's also played some very technical shots, like the little whip off the leg side to put it to the boundary was immense. Oh, we will go like this, and like that, there we go. Yeah, some massive shots coming in from Joseph. Roach has also played his part in this partnership. At the end of the day, takes 2 to tango, and with Roach still being there, allows the opportunity for Joseph to be able to thrive. But it looks like Nathan Lyon will be continuing. 11 overs bowled. Economy of 7.3. That's a lie. It was 2.73. I'm just making up numbers at this point. Nathan Lyon, 7 times he has dismissed Kumar Roach in his career. Also, Lyon not really looking like the same dangerous wicket taker we have seen in past Adelaide Test matches. Steve Smith, you can see the frustration, and you could tell how angry he was right at the end of session number 2 because he thought he'd be batting by now. He got mentally prepared. He was shadow batting in the slip cordon. Big shot from Roach. He's got hold of that one. That is a 6 for that man. Moves up to 17 runs now. I mentioned about the importance of a partnership, and that has now brought their partnership up to 54 of 72 deliveries. And these are all crucial runs for the West Indies. They may not mean much at this stage of the contest, but to go from 150 looking like your total to getting to 200 is absolutely immense from the West Indies tail. We've got to remember these two are the ones who are going to be bowling in only about maybe 25 minutes time, depending on when this next wicket falls, but they look like they're intent on batting for the rest of the session. And it's only just started. Nathan Lyon, unfortunately for him being a spinner up against the West Indies side, you're just going to go to the boundary a few times. Now Roach, 3 balls remaining of Nathan Lyon's over. Perhaps he did get told by his teammates to go a little bit more aggressive than he was in the first stint at the crease. But nah, he's still playing very smart. Not wanting to take too many risks here. But instead just like to make sure that he gets the right ball to go after. Was it a great 6 from Roach? It was. It probably went about 85 metres or so. Just slog sweep out mid-wicket way. Believe it or not, both him and Joseph have hit 6s now in this innings. Last ball of the over. Nathan Lyon round the wicket. Almost a full toss. Nicely driven straight to Khawaja. And that'll be the end of the over. Another successful one for the West Indies. 9 for 187. An impressive tail ender, says Ashton. Yeah, they're batting. I'll be honest, like this is the best combination or the best partnership we have seen for the West Indies so far in their innings. And like I said, like Joseph's only 15 runs away from matching the top scorer in this match. Thus far, anyway. With it being McKenzie. Bowling attack of the West Indies. Having to work hard here for the runs. And I know Roach can bat now. Right now he's doing great, says Phillip. Here comes Pat Cummins, still chasing that 5-for. Joseph on strike. Nicely played. Cheeky little tap out to cover where Usman Khawaja was waiting, and they managed to milk the single. And that will only add to the frustration for the Australians as the West Indies are now making it look easy to score runs up against the Aussies. Definitely this youngster Joseph, like I said, his best first class score was about 20 runs not out. Or I think it might have been 20 runs out. And now he's almost doubled it in his first international game. .36 off 40 for him. Roach sitting on 17 off 37. Now he's got to face off with Pat Cummins. Another solid block there from Dietrich Roach. Oh, sorry, not Dietrich. Who's Dietrich Roach? Oh, that's the Aussie Sevens player. But it is instead Kumar Roach, who is on strike. Of course, the Sevens coming back in Perth next week. We will be covering that on the channel, ladies and gents, which will overlap a little bit with this West Indies versus Australia second pink ball test match, but we are trying our best to be able to balance them out so that we get plenty of cricket, plenty of Sevens all covered on the one channel. 2 balls gone to the Cummins over. The single off the first, dot ball off the second. Nicely controlled by Roach. Did it down to mid-on. No run taken though. Would have been a bit of a tight single. And the absolute last thing that these two want is a run out here. Are you doing the BBL tonight? I am not. No, I will be very happy if I still have a voice tonight. And then we're doing the whole day tomorrow with the exception of when cricket practices, which will be, I believe, the final session of the day. We'll have to miss a little bit of. But I think I'm possibly going to go to cricket practice a little bit later. Oh, good ball from Cummins. Cut him in half. Went on the inside of the bat. But yeah, I might go to cricket practice slightly later so that I can finish covering the second session. Which might get me in trouble at cricket practice, but that's all right. 55, the partnership of 80 deliveries. As that just keeps on ticking over. Like I mentioned, Australia, this will be utterly frustrating. They did all the hard work. 133 they had the West Indies at for 9 wickets down. They thought they'd have them out for under 150. Pakistan 0-5, loading in New Zealand, says Neutrino. 1 ball left of this. Pat Cummins over. I don't know who the man is going to be that actually gets the breakthrough here for the Australians. You'd think Nathan Lyon eventually, but he might go for quite a few runs to get there. I would be tempted to go with maybe Mitchell Marsh to try and get the weird breakthrough, but Cummins will think that he's got the ability to, but it just doesn't seem like it's happening at the moment for the Aussies. Couldn't go with Labuschagne because he'll be batting soon. Travis Head, I would almost give a crack. How in the world, he's still got 739 people still here? Says Brandon, it is greatly appreciated. At the end of the day, it's past midnight, I believe, in the Caribbean, but we've still got plenty of viewers tuning in. In fact, that is a question, ladies and gents. Where are you watching from? Do put it in the chat. And yeah, do let us know. But Cummins just going for the single. They are showing Cam Green. He's relatively up the order, so they may not look to use him, which is why the recommendation of maybe Marsh might be a better call if you were to go with a part-time bowler. But it's only a matter of time. That's out. That is out. It's given by the umpire. Joseph will review, but I think that he might be done and dusted, and it may be the end of the West Indies innings. Watching from Guyana. Out says BDT or BTD. Watching from Jamaica. Says Philip and Rajiv. Watching from Guyana. Says, it was there from Sean, 1:12 a.m. says Rastaman. Watching from Brooklyn, New York. Says Leicester. And also 1:12 a.m. in Trinidad, going to bed soon. Says Renal. Oh yeah, unless there is drastic bounce, I believe this will be LBW. Unless he's got a bit of bat on it. It's not looking great for the bat side of things. Watching from Tobago. Says Andy there. And Barbados says Melvin. Okay, there is no bat on the ball. Clear gap, so now they will check this. Watching from Trinidad, says Dane. We'll track him when available. It's hit him on the front leg with quite a big step forward. So I think this is going to end up being absolute worst umpire's call, which would still, of course, be out, seeing as the umpire did end up giving it. They are checking this one 50 times with Snicko. Watching from Trinidad, Kirk. Says Kirk there. They are just waiting. Here we go. Ball tracking. Original decision was out. Pitching in line. Impact in line. And it's hit the impact of umpire's call. So it is going to be the last wicket. It is out. and the West Indies 188 bowled out. And I have to say, that is a lot higher than a lot of people anticipated for the West Indies. So they've done very well. With what they had on offer, this tail did pretty decently. Even the likes of Alzarri Joseph to get about 17 runs or whatever he was able to. I'll just have a quick look. Was it 14? Yeah, 14 off 21. That was still handy enough. Kirk McKenzie had 50 off 94 deliveries. Everyone else kind of got the start, but Kumar Roach, here's a bit of a stat for you. Kumar Roach, the third highest scorer. Second highest scorer, Shamar Joseph. And watching from New York, says Kieran. And watching from West Palm Beach, Florida, says Wendell. And it's Kiwi and Aussie rivalry in cricket also. Yeah, there is a bit of a rivalry there. Overall now Australia bat, everyone going to leave, says Brandon. Although this bowling attack for the West Indies, they have got the chance of taking a few wickets of their own, and it could be a crucial patch in this game. Currently, as we sit, ladies and gents, on the win percentage, West Indies, according to the WinViz, have a 1.3% chance of winning this match. The draw is 0.9, and Australia have a 97.8% chance of being able to win this test match, which means that West Indies need to bowl like they've almost never bowled before and try and tear through this Aussie side, which is an attempt that a lot of sides have tried, but not many sides have been able to pull off. Watching from the Cayman Islands, says Ashton there. And also John is in the chat as well. But of the Australian bowlers, ladies and gents, Mitchell Starc bowled 12 overs, 5 maidens, 37 runs, and the 1 wicket. He was actually the most expensive Australian bowler when it came to the economy rate. I'll be honest, that happens pretty often with Mitchell Starc. Josh Hazlewood, brilliant bowling from him. Really got tonked around a little bit near the end by Joseph, but apart from that, had the 4 quick wickets on the board. Pat Cummins got himself the 4 in the economy of 2.41. Nathan Lyon picked up 1 wicket. That was the final one that he was able to get. And also Douglas Shoy, watching from Jacksonville, Florida. Says Douglas in there. No, I don't know how you sit there 5 hours, need going on 6 hours. Says Brandon. Yeah. Entertaining cricket so far. I know that some people have said that because of the run rate, they didn't enjoy that much. I honestly think it wasn't too bad. It was a real chess match between the two teams. Australia wanted those wickets and they were forcing them at times. That last partnership of over 50 runs was just absolutely phenomenal from Joseph and Roach. And now the question is, will that translate to them doing extremely well with the ball in hand? Because they are now going to have to make their way back out onto the field to try and take down this Aussie opening partnership. Now, this is something you don't hear too often, ladies and gents. In fact, you've never heard it before. The opening combination, Usman Khawaja and Steve Smith. It was announced before this series got underway that Steve Smith would be in charge of the opening spot that David Warner has left. There were talks, would it be Bancroft? Would it be Renshaw? Would it be Pitkowski? There were a few other options as well, but they went with Steve Smith. Any team bowl out on the first day. And it was time, most times goes on to lose. Says Leicester. And also we have got there Hamish. Should I do this test tomorrow? Says Brandon. It is completely up to you, Brandon. And remember the name, Travis Head, the unsung hero of ETC. And also we have got there in the World Cup 2023, says Nofrino and Trinidad. Says John, I'm from Jamaica, says Lloyd. And in their chat as well. So yeah, it is greatly appreciated, all you guys who have stuck around throughout the later stages of the evening, depending on whereabouts you are in the world. Should mention, if you want something to watch just before this next session does get underway, we did do a GoPro cricket video not too long ago on the channel where we were bowling. It was in a final. So if you do want to check that out, want to see me in action on the cricket field, be sure to check out that link that I have just put. And by the time you get back, the second innings should be underway. They are just showing the Steve Smith. Have you been to a live game? I have, not too many of them overall, but I went to the Boxing Day test between New Zealand and Australia in Melbourne about 3 and a bit years ago, I think it was. We have good there why would West Indies pick such a weak team. Unfortunately, they picked from the team or the players that they had available. So it's not so much that they picked a weak team, it's that that was all they had. All the other players who you'd expect to see, the likes of Holder, Mayers, they've all gone to T20 cricket, all making money while Test match cricket starts to dwindle. Luckily for us, though, we've seen a few of those younger players who are back into the side that, they could take those spots in the future. They just need more time. I thought McKenzie looked solid. I think that he will find himself with more tests for the West Indies in the future. We've just seen the combination between Roach as well as the other youngster, Joseph. He'll be in there in the future. Australia deserves the World Cup, says Singler. They are just showing the Steve Smith hype package at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, as we build towards the start of the second innings. Now, Australia will want to get off to a great start. Normally, they have got the combination of the left-hander and the left-hander, double lefties, with Khawaja and Warner. This time, they've got Steve Smith, who will be batting right-handed. He will be batting for his first time as an opener. Franchise cricket has started. That started India's ruined Test match craze. And I was in Trino. Are you sad that Warner retired? I mean, I'm happy in a way because there are a lot of times in a player's career that they have to retire for reasons out of their control, if that makes sense, like injury, something like that. Like if Warner had retired because he had done something terrible, like torn his ACL, like that always is a pretty rough one. But the fact that he's been able to go out on his terms and say, yep, it's time for me to hang it up, and I haven't ended up with some sort of serious injury, like I think that that's pretty awesome, because there are a lot of players in their career who are forced into retirement due to injuries or something along those lines, whereas for him, he's able to go out. Any suggestions for watching this match in Canada? Tricky one. Flow Sports, maybe, but I wouldn't recommend buying a subscription just until you know whether they do have it on there. McKenzie, Althanaze, and Joseph are three youngsters for the future, says Philip. And if Australia don't start playing young, they will struggle as the West Indies in time to come. Most of their players is over 30. Yeah. Two of the players in their squad or in their team today are under the age of 30. So they will have a lot to deal with if they do keep picking the same players over and over and over. What do you have to say about the sandpaper? I feel like everyone still is pretty caught up on it, aren't they? But I think a lot of people have gotten over it by now, to be honest. But it is what it is, unfortunately. Like, it's something that they shouldn't have done. They did it. They were lucky that they got to keep on playing. But, they've been able to play. And he's still scored runs since. Steve Smith still scored the runs since. So, didn't hurt Australia too badly. Now, just about to make their way out onto the field. Motti was ready to go, but he has been told he has to come back and wait for the timer to say that they're allowed to go out there. Who's your favourite player? I mean, I struggle to pick one favourite. To be honest, just because I do watch so many sides. Right, here comes Steve Smith out to the middle here, ladies and gentlemen. First chance as an opening batsman. Now, I believe that Usman Khawaja will face the first nut of the day for the Aussie batting attack. They said at the age of 35, Steve Smith will be opening the batting. Now, just saying that sentence tells you everything that might go wrong with Australian cricket in the next couple of years. Because they have the youngsters, Matthew Renshaw, they got Cam Bancroft, they've got all these young guys who could have taken that jersey and that chance. But Steve Smith says, nah, I'll do it. Might as well. Finish the lyrics, Aussie, Aussie. Aussie? Yeah, I was going to say you missed the last Aussie. Now Steve Smith. We'll have a prediction, now that I think about it. How many runs will Steve Smith get in his first ever innings as an opening batsman? Ladies and gents, be sure to put it in the chat. I will put a little star next to them, and then whoever's closest, I'll tell you you were closest. That's about all I know how to do. But now, actually, is he? Oh, he's got the first ball. Interesting. So Usman Khawaja's gone, because I'm normally an opener, you can have first ball. I think that's actually how it normally works with David Warner and Usman Khawaja as well. Normally Khawaja at the non-striker's end. So I think my prediction for Steve Smith was 30-something. So I'll go 34. I'll put it in the chat. There we go. I've had the first prediction, but do let me know, ladies and gents, how many runs will Steve Smith get? See who can get the closest. Excited to see this West Indies bowling attack, though. One of the men who will be charging in early is actually going to be the man who was just batting. Can you do a little dance? Why would I do a little dance, Singler? I'm not quite a performing monkey at this stage. I reckon he'll be out for 20, says Akeem. Now, 3 slips. In fact, it's almost 4 slips. Oh, Steve Smith's complaining about something. There was a bird, he said. So we have to start the running again. Oh, no, there were people moving. It might have been a Teletubby looking at the screen. Now, it's going to be Kumar Roach. First chance here, Steve Smith. He's got the eyes of an eagle, and he seems to be able to see every little movement that happens behind the bowler's arm. Here we go. Steve Smith on strike. Kumar Roach. We've seen this many times, but not when Steve Smith has been an opener. And he does play it. Rather than leaving it, gets him behind it quite nicely. Well, commentator's brutal. They just said, well, at least he hasn't gone out first ball like he did in the Big Bash. He's lasted 1 ball. Yet to get himself a run as of yet. It's a perfect opportunity. Smith will get 10 runs, says Vernal. Okay. I'm noticing no one's thinking a huge total here for Steve Smith, which is interesting. Kumar Roach. Only 125. Steve Smith, 3. Says it, Daniel. 21. Says Brandon there. And my favourite YouTuber, says Singler Family. Thank you very much. Only 4 balls remaining. And Roach has never got Steve Smith out. He has conceded 133 runs to him. Think about it. Do you think India with the IPL trying to mash up Test cricket, buying good players from Test cricket? Says Leicester. I mean, it's a tricky one, isn't it? Because it's not just the IPL. We've got to remember the SA20 has drastically ruined South Africa's Test team because all the players are playing in the local comp. West Indies players, they have gone overseas to chase the money. He has just got himself his first single, Steve Smith, so 1 run off 3 deliveries. In Australia, they now trail by 187. Now, they've got around 90 minutes remaining, I believe, in the day, but there's a chance that they can actually add an extra 30 minutes on to that. Do you live in Adelaide? I do not know. Now, Kumar Roach. And then it was Mkawaja. He will take the quick single to the leg side as well. Nicely worked by the Australians here. Got quite an attacking field, the West Indies, but they have to. They need to take their chances. Something that Pakistan weren't able to do up against the Australians. They kept dropping opportunities. It was not a Pakistan fielding experience if they didn't put down 5 catches. They got 4 slips. The man at point who's quite close, if you mind me asking, says Singler. So yeah, no, I don't live in Adelaide. Worked to the leg side by Steve Smith, still with his awkward shuffle, crossed to the off stump, trying to free up that leg side. Just a lot of control. Like they've said, Steve Smith, in the past, he's been used to coming in as a number 3 or number 4, so normally there before 10 overs at times. Roach pitches it up, tries to work that one down the ground, Steve Smith. Not quite the smoothest shot that he has, but it's going to be the end of the first over. 2 runs for none for the Australians. Australia will blow out, or bowled out, says Vernal. So how many do you think that they'll be bowled out for, Vernal? I have to go, but I will come back to the Singler, so we will see you a little bit later on. course, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back tomorrow with some more of this test match. There we go. I look blurry, but now we're good. All the big money is there and the players staying away. Test cricket grabbing at it. Says Leicester, although saying that, like Mitchell Starc, Cam Green, all those type of guys, they are still getting signed up for the IPL and whatnot, but they just seem to still be able to play the test match cricket as well. 237. Oh, is that the bowled out 4 or how many Steve Smith's going to get, Rastaman? Awkward bouncing ball. Alzadi Joseph, 132 Ks, didn't quite get the carry for that ball that he would have liked. A decent effort with the bat, 14 runs. He's able to score for himself. Should mention anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We're currently 6 hours and 5 minutes into this live stream, so we've been going a little while. We're planning on doing the same thing tomorrow, so be sure to hit that subscribe button. Oh, Joseph pitching it up. Nice drive from Khawaja. It'll be at least 1. I think they'll take the 2. Well fielded by Brathwaite. And yep, they do get through for 2 runs. Khawaja moves up to 3 off 3. I think Australia will look to be relatively attacking in the way that they score here, mainly because with so much time left in the test match and with not many runs that they have to chase, I would like to think that they would at least try and progress the test match so that maybe they get a couple extra days off. Although it doesn't teach you too much. Helps you win, it's an edge. It's dropped by Joshua Da Silva. That is a chance that you have to take if you want a chance of winning a test match up against Australia. Catches win matches. A saying that is said in under 9s. Gets a clean edge on that one. And Joshua Da Silva hits him in here. You ain't got no fingers there, bud. He read it so well. He was going across and it just sneaks out. Now, ladies and gents, we learn how much that's going to hurt. Because we're in the scenario here of if Usman Khawaja goes on to get 100, it's a chance that they needed. Who do you think is going to win the T20 by their World Cup performances, says Singer or Singler? I think Australia have got a really good chance. India, of course, got to be up there as well. New Zealand, maybe? I don't know what New Zealand are doing at the moment. They're not terrible, but they also have their moments where you're like, what's going on? Right, Da Silva has to try and focus again. Putting down that early chance. Could have had Usman Khawaja out. Nicely whipped to the lead side, so it's already cost him a single. 1 ball left, Alzadi Joseph to Steve Smith. See Da Silva, he's almost swearing to himself here. Kerry O'Keefe just saying that Brathwaite was explaining to him that they've been taking notes. They've worked on what Pakistan didn't do well and what West Indies needed to do better. It does hurt. And now Steve Smith on strike. Alzadi Joseph, good length outside off stump, left alone. And that'll be the end of the over. 5 for none here for the Australians. How many runs is Usman Khawaja going to end up with now? That's the big question. And I think it could be a large number. Because normally if you give that man half a chance, he will take it and make sure that he does not give you another chance. Nice ball from Dietrich Roach, first ball of the third over here. Still another hour and 30 minutes remaining of the day. Although I think they will actually be able to play a little bit later due to the loss of time that we have had throughout this test match. There's still probably around, I'd say another 20 26 overs, somewhere around there, maybe even a little bit less, 24. Silver dropped Kawaja down the leg side, says Vernal. He certainly did while he was on 3 runs. Pitched up. Kawaja trying to whip it through a gap, nicely fielded by Chanderpaul. That's cut it off nicely. A little bit of a breeze across from the cathedral end, going right to left. Short boundaries, square of the wicket. We did see some pretty decent 6 hitting coming from the West Indies. And they really went after it. Pitched up, left alone, nicely done. .130 Ks, he's almost getting to Mona Roach. He will still be fatigued though. At the end of the day, he batted for longer than most of the West Indian side. They are just showing the other man who batted a long time here, Joseph. He might get a chance to bowl, I would say, after Roach. They might even swap him in for Alzarri Joseph. Waja tries to work it to leg side, goes straight to the fielder. Watching from Ontario, Canada. Says Mikhail there, so welcome in, mate. You are doing extremely well. Quite an aggressive field set for the West Indies. Like I mentioned, the 4 slips. And alongside that, they have also got the man at a kind of catching point. Cover. Or he's actually a bit straighter, maybe about an extra cover. And then man at mid-on and deep fine leg. The other position that they have got. Now Roach pitches it up, thought about swinging for that one. Usman Khawaja didn't carry through to De Silva, which I think is the big difference between that last delivery that we saw. It actually did manage to make it to him on the full. A great seam presentation from Kumar Roach. Last ball of his over. 5 dots in a row here for him. And Khawaja just solid in behind it. Into the over. It's a maiden. It is 5 for none for the Australians. They do still trail 183 runs. A little way to go. Who do you think is going to get out first, says Singler? I would have said it was Khawaja, but now that they've given him his second life, I don't know if he will be the next guy. Does go out. I think Steve Smith's going to get a ripper of a ball and accidentally get out. We have to be very sharp thereafter in the field to have a chance in this match. Exactly right. And to already have 1 drop catch in the second over of the test really does hurt. But Steve Smith on strike to Alzarri Joseph. He goes shorter. Pulled away by Smith. Saw that it was going to be dragged back a little bit and knew that he could rock back on the foot. Pulls it away for 4. I've said hard field to set went up against Steve Smith. Definitely to bowl to this field because he does like getting everything to the leg side and they do have limited options out there with the amount of slips. Yeah, very nicely pulled away. They're going to need to try and pitch this one up a little bit more outside off. Alzarri Joseph can find that gap. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Tad wide. A random question, do you like Lego, says Singler. I used to have a bit of Lego and whatnot. I don't think I've bought a Lego set in quite some time. I wanted to see the 2 Josephs open the bowling, says Vernal. Perhaps they decided that they'd let the other Joseph have a bit more of a rest, seeing as he had just got the second highest score for the West Indies. So it would have been quite cool to see though, but yeah, I think Roach, still not a bad option. 4 slips in the gully for the West Indies. And again, Steve Smith does not want to play it outside off stump. He's got extreme discipline, but sometimes can just have a little brain fade, and then that's when you got to strike if you're going for him. Showing the class of Steve Smith and his ability to work that ball to leg side. Who is your GOAT? Says Singler. It's a tricky one, isn't it? Because you could have a goat of bowling, you could have a goat of batting. Like, to be honest, the greatest of all time is a term that gets thrown out way too much nowadays. Like, how many times have we heard the GOAT? And it will be like a random bloke who you've only seen score 100. But, like, yeah, like, batting-wise, you've got the top. Like, Tendulkar's still high on a lot of people's list. Virat Kohli, Babar Azam, if you're from Pakistan, they seem to really rate him highly for New Zealand. In terms of GOATs, like Ross Taylor. But then, like, bowling, it's a whole different story. Oh, beautifully pulled by Steve Smith. He will get another 2 runs here. I think he's going to score probably 95% of his runs on the leg side with the way he steps across. Already Joseph going for 6 runs in this over, which will, of course, add more to the frustration of Khawaja being dropped. I believe we've still got another hour and 20 minutes remaining of the day, although I think that they can go a little bit longer. Okay, to make it easier, who's your GOAT for bowling? I would probably go Shane Warne, which I know some people would agree with, some people would disagree with, because then you could also go down the route of pace versus spin. But yeah, for me, Shane Warne was definitely up there. Now, second innings of this test match, I should say, and win, says Jewellery. Smith sitting on 7. The opening partnership of the West Indies, they didn't quite get off to the start that they would have liked. I think it was, first wicket fell when they had 14 runs. Second wicket fell when they had 27. They were a bit slower being able to score their runs, although that was down to the pressure that the Australians were applying with their bowling line, with their length, making it awkward to try and whack away. Look at their Singler family has got the dollar signs there, and Indian player overrated, says Bakash. Which one? Or just in general? And Winway says Jewellery there. Kawaja. Just allowing that one to roll past them. This is really awkward for Joshua De Silva. The ball's not carrying off Dietrich Roach's bowling. Most of India player overrated, said Bakash, although it depends. Like, I have huge respect for a lot of the Indian players, because when you think about it, you're competing with how many, like, over 1 billion other people, theoretically. Yes, they don't all play cricket, but you're competing with millions of cricket players. You might get one chance as an Indian batsman. If you don't do well, you're gone. You go to rank 1000th, and you'll never play cricket again at international level. So for some of these guys who have been able to get that opportunity at the top and somehow stay there, like, that takes a lot to be able to do that, whether that's Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, Jasprit Bumrah, KL Rahul, like those guys who have managed to keep their spot. That's like real hard to do. West Indies says Jewellery for West Indies to win. I mean, it's a bold prediction. They currently are 1.4% likely, I believe it is, to go on to win this test match. 4.4 overs in, 11 runs on the board for the Australians. Roach is really keeping it tight. And I think with the fact that he hasn't really had a lot of carry through to the keeper, as a batsman, that might lure Usman Khawaja into trying to play a little bit harder. And W says Bakash going to be left alone again, tightly outside off stump. Trying to keep nice and calm. It's impressive that Steve Smith's actually the aggressor here, though. Sitting on 7 off 12. Able to pull that one away nicely to the leg side, getting the lone boundary that we have seen in this test match for the Aussies so far. I think maybe West Indies had around 19 boundaries, I think about, or at least they had 19 before that last partnership, I think it was. Now he has to play that one Khawaja in no hurry whatsoever, and that'll be the end of the over. Because some would actually compare Khawaja's style to Brathwaite. I know it was talked about earlier on. People were getting frustrated that Brathwaite wasn't attacking enough. But Usman Khawaja, he can also be the type of player to get 25 runs off 100 balls and then eventually get himself out because he's played himself out of form. Steve Smith will be back on strike. Australia wins, says John Mack. Now 3 slips in the gully for the West Indies, a slightly modified field that is due to Smith's ability to hit on the leg side, so they have now got themselves a square leg in play. Short ball, nicely whipped away by Steve Smith, well fielded though. It is Roach. And who has just been bowling, manages to dive to his right, cut the ball off. The thing in the field, West Indies need to be on their A game. Unfortunately, the one drop catch already is more than Australia put down in their whole innings with facing the West Indies. They had one misfield though. It was of Marnus Labuschagne, didn't quite get it right. Late on that one, Smith. Like it tucked him up a little bit. 142.5 Ks from Alzarri Joseph, so steaming in. Trying to find that wicket. I'll mention anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We have got plenty more happening in the near future on the channel when it comes to cricket, when it comes to rugby and sport in general. Tomorrow we will be covering this test match, day 2 of the match. Yeah, if you are new, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Oh, that one's popped up. Really did not bounce where Steve Smith thought it would. He's saying, hold on, I want to go down and see what that one's hit. It seemed like it kind of ballooned up, hit him maybe on the shoulder? Oh no, hit him on the glove, in fact. Coming up at an awkward height as it rose. Still trailing by 177, so for Australia, I would say their goal will be to get within... To be honest, anything within 140 is probably exactly what they'll want to have and just not lose wickets. That is more of the goal for Australia in this one. Alzarri Joseph had a bit of an expensive over when he tried to bowl shorter to Steve Smith when he was working out his line. Now it seems like he's found it a lot better, putting it outside off stump, trying to get Steve Smith, if he does want to work it to leg side, to hit across the line, the chance of that outside edge blooming up to someone in close. Four dot balls thus far in the over. That was short, but it was really in the hitting arc of Steve Smith. So he pulls it away, moves up to 11 on the board now of 17 deliveries. Now I did star the predictions a little bit earlier on, ladies and gents. So we did see 2 predictions of Steve Smith with less than 10. One saying 10 and one saying 3. So he has managed to outpass that. The next closest that we have got is Simran with 16 as the prediction. And then also Brandon and Akeem very early on in the 20 and 21 region there. Oh, that's hit him hard. Says, well, I think that's hit him right in the thigh. Maybe even in the gut. But it's the end of the over. 15 for none. They have now managed to get themselves more runs for their opening partnership than the West Indies were able to. We did see the wicket lost by Chanderpaul. And it was actually when he tried to go aggressive outside off stump, drove at the wrong half volley. Hazlewood and Cummins, 2 men who were doing extremely well early on. Hazlewood picking up the first, then it was Cummins' turn. Now Roach charging back in, it's short. Khawaja pulls it away. And that'll be his first boundary of the day. And guys, can Australia make 30 runs at the end of 10 overs? Say Shubham. I assume that's for a bet, and I really couldn't tell you, mainly because it's very hard to predict how aggressive Australia are going to be. Like, that was a brilliant shot from Usman Khawaja, so that takes them up to 19. So it makes it a little bit more likely, but it's hard to tell how many short balls will get bowled. Because it seems to be when it's short, they're going after it. When it's full, they're just playing it on its merit and patiently building. Now only trailing by that 169. Anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We're on the road to 44,200. We are 31 away. If you want to help us get there, if you're enjoying the coverage, we're coming back tomorrow as well. Bright and early, the start of the day, 12:30 New Zealand time, which I believe is 6:30 a.m. or sorry, 6:30 p.m. for a majority of the Caribbean and also the Americas region. Troch only getting them down at 129 at this stage. Hasn't quite got that express pace that the likes of Alzarri Joseph is able to get. And love from India says, Daytime TV, welcome in, mate. Oh, bold. That was much better from Roach. Beats the outside edge of Usman Khawaja. Like I've said, Roach, 80 of Test match. So the fact that he is still going is extremely impressive. He does not give in. Scoring runs with the bat as well will give him a lot of confidence. But Khawaja normally loves that cover drive. Hasn't been able to use it as of yet. Oh, great straight drive that time from Khawaja. It will be racing to the boundary, I would think, although it might pull up actually. No, it just gets there. Great shot from Khawaja. Another 4 runs. It's now going to be 8 runs off this over of Dietrich Roach as the Aussies start to speed it up a little bit, and they seem to be fine in the middle of the bat more times than not here. Just goes across him. Bit too straight, so Khawaja is able to play through the line of the ball. Keeps that head still, elbow high. And races to the boundary for Usman Khawaja. Oh, it was off the outside edge. He didn't quite play that one as cleanly. It does go along the ground. That'll be the end of the over now. 23 for none. It looks like it is possibly McKenzie who had to claim that one. Kumar Roach is really underrated. Says Daytime TV. He is. He's been around for such a long time, but still consistently is able to get wickets. Although I should mention, has never got Steve Smith out in a test match. So perhaps this is his chance. Although first Alzarri Joseph will have a crack now. It looks like they hit 30, says Shupam. Yeah, it looks like they've got a decent chance. Only 7 runs needed then off 3 overs for them to get there. But yeah, it's extremely hard to predict. You can't guarantee that they're going to go aggressive. So yeah, always very tricky. Now Smith. Just leave it alone outside off again. Haven't really seen him attempt a cover drive as of yet, Steve Smith. They're just showing the boundaries. And he has been able to hit, getting a lot of power on them. Yeah, most things have been outside off stump for Steve Smith, yet he has still been able to score all of his runs on the offside. Or sorry, on the onside. Whom are you supporting? I'm pretty impartial in this one overall. Try and call it down the middle. But yeah, I hope to see the West Indies, if they aren't able to bowl Australia out cheaply, I want to see them do well in the next innings where they're batting. Injury update on Kane Williamson. I think he's ended up with another injury, hasn't he? Unfortunately. But yeah, I think he's going to be out for the rest of the T20 series. I'm not sure about after that. Alzarri Joseph now. 3 slips still in play. Ooh, thought that one was coming back in a little bit, but Steve Smith manages to mitigate it. Alzarri Joseph's best was up against South Africa. It was in 2023, 5 for 81. was able to get for himself there. Almost dropped the ball on the keyboard. That is why I should put that down and not touch that. Oh, it's a no ball. Okay, well that doesn't help, does it? Unconscious bias is a thing. There's some run there. Oh, just over the line. Oh, I'd be curious though. Which side would you say I'm unconsciously biased towards? Do let me know. I feel like I've praised both sides quite a bit. I probably sound like I want the West Indies to win, maybe. Nice commentary, like and subscribe from Bangladesh, says Salahin. Smith sitting on the 11 runs. Khawaja on 12. Both facing a very similar number of balls. A word for Finn Allen's innings today. A word. What would be a good... I mean, destructive's probably a fun word to say for it. Like, he was just smacking the ball all over the place. 18 sixes, was it, or something like that? Just showing that half chance to Havels and Khawaja out. Unfortunately, it was dropped by De Silva. He was on 3 at the time, Khawaja. Now, I'll be looking to turn it into a big innings. He's got more than enough ability to be able to do so. Oh, are you not streaming match directly? It is allowed or not? No, it's not allowed, unfortunately. Like, if you show any match footage or audio, then you do get copyright struck. And then you aren't allowed to stream for 3 months. And you could get possibly sued. And I don't have money to go through a lawsuit. So that's why we have to do the commentary rather than showing any footage. I have a feeling of a team in mind. Says Simran, well, there are only 2 in this, so you've got a 50-50. I have a West Indies cricket keychain, if that helps, but I think I also own an Australian cricket mug. But I think I also have a West Indies cricket mug. Bit of both. That's going to be worked to the leg side. An awkward length there to Smith. They managed to get the single. Which will be the end of the over. Just showing oat milk at the moment. That's nice. 25 for none at the moment for the Australians. I do appreciate everyone who is still tuning in, even though it is about, I think, close to 2 a.m. No, I might be wrong there. Close to 1 a.m. for you guys watching from the Caribbean. It's greatly appreciate you all being here for this match. They're just showing a few of the highlights. What brand of oat milk? I think it was So Good oat milk. Maybe. I think it was So Good. You worried about Devon Conway not scoring? Yeah, a little bit. I mean, Finn Allen, he was... Before this test series, a lot of people wanted to get rid of him. And now that he's scoring and Conway isn't, it's kind of switched. People are saying maybe Conway should be the player who goes. Here he goes. Joseph into the bowling attack after scoring the second most runs out of any player for the West Indies. What can Shamar Joseph do with the ball in hand? He's the quickest of the players. And that's impressive because Alzarri Joseph's about 143 Ks. He doesn't look like he's the tallest individual in the world. Shamar Joseph. Looks ready to go. 5 first-class games, 21 wickets. He's pretty much been shot to the moon with his career trajectory. On the edge! It's taken! Steve Smith is gone! Shamal Joseph gets him! What a dream debut this man is having. Smith goes for 12. And his first day as an opener has not gone to plan. If Devon Conway doesn't start scoring, are New Zealand going to deport him back to South Africa? No, we'll keep him around. Get him in the commentary booth. That is a fantastic take. I think there was about 3rd slip, but Steve Smith just goes after the wrong ball. We have got there, Joseph is on bowling. Says Vernal. And you can see the celebration. His whole team were chasing him. He's quick enough, though. He almost made his way to the sideline before his teammates catch him. Steve Smith, 12 runs off 26 balls. Have a look at the start. Closest to the right amount was Vernal. Who says Smith will get 10 runs. Good job, Vernal. You get yourself a prize, which is no prize. You win a name on the screen, I guess. I won't give you this ball, but it's mine, and I like it. So, yeah, you can... Round of applause. That almost fell. Good job. And also we have got there, getting Smith out on debut is the best thing. Says Daytime TV. Yeah, a massive wicket for the West Indies because that will be a confidence booster and a half. They could have had both men out, but they did manage to get Smith. They still need Khawaja to build their confidence completely. But some fantastic work there. There's a big yawn. Should mention we are into, I believe, what will be the last hour of the day. Now, because we had an extended session, I believe that takes time off the game, or at least off this session. But I could be wrong there. Maybe it isn't. And we might be going through to 8:30 p.m. today. But Marnus Labuschagne now makes his way to the crease. Shamal Joseph is on fire. Got himself a lot of runs with the bat. He's just got the wicket of Steve Smith. Can he get out Steve Smith's best friend, Marnus Labuschagne? Ready to go. Not sure what the pace was of that last delivery, but must have been handy enough. Outside off, comes back in a little bit, and it's left alone. 135 Ks, okay, so he's not quite ramping up to the speed that they did talk about for him before this match. I'm back. Remember me, says Singler family. I do indeed. Just off the edge. Fantastic catch. It was actually Greaves, the man who managed to take it. First test match for him, so great feeling for all of the debutants for the West Indies. Third ball here, Joseph outside off. 136.8. Bit too much width there. Might have had a bit of a slip as well as he came through Shamal Joseph. Beautifully done. They're just showing the replay. I'm sure that will be one that he watches over and over and over again. Do you play any more sports than cricket? Says Singler family. Not really, no. Just mainly cricket. That was close to the off stump. Couldn't believe it. Missed there, Joseph. Thought he had Marnus alongside Steve Smith. Oh, there's a bit of room between that ball and the stump. But it came back a little bit further. Currently eyeing up a wicket maiden here for Shamal Joseph. 2 balls remaining. Marnus doesn't look like he's too keen on attacking as of yet. Oh. Hey, Joseph just messed up his run. Just a little bit. So they're trailing 163 is how many Australia are behind by. Another 2 or 3 wickets today. Massive, massive booster for the West Indies. They've already found the edge twice. Khawaja was dropped on 3. Smith was taken on 12. It's going to be left alone again by Marnus Labuschagne. Up to 142k. So yeah, that pace has really skyrocketed. Aussie, oi. Says Singland. Also, what is the best team in T20 right now? Says Daytime TV. It's a good question. I mean, there are a lot of top sides. You probably go with one of the 2 sides that won the ODI World Cup or are in the final. So you probably go either Australia or India. I would say it's probably one of your best bets. Khawaja will make 20. Joseph will bowl him out, says Vernal. Now, I'm going to believe you, Vernal, because you got your last prediction correct. Well, roughly correct. So I'm trusting that you are correct here again. It's the end of the over. A wicket maiden for Shamal Joseph. His first ever ball in Test match cricket. He picks up the wicket of Steve Smith. The next 5, he still manages to go without getting a score against him. This partnership, we should mention, 1 more wicket and we will get to see another new combination, which is Cam Green starting at number 4 in this match. Here we go, another chance for Alzari Joseph. It's a relatively straight delivery as well. We will go like this. We will go like that. There we go. See the celebration. So we've got Joseph from one end, Joseph from the other. Over there, why the match stuck says Supam. Hopefully it's not anymore. Sometimes it does take a little bit for it to register. Addicted to cricket says Singler family. Pitched up again. Well claimed by Joseph. Waji's got one of his best shots down the ground when he does that on drive. Do you think this is a makeshift arrangement? Do you think this is a makeshift? In what way, daytime TV? Like with the 2 teams, or what are you saying? Or for the Aussie lineup, perhaps with Cam Green at 4. I think that he will actually move at some stage because I don't think it's the best plan for the Aussies. I feel like they should have brought in an opener. How poor West Indies side. Poor West Indies cricket. And also Australia 100% will win. 3 dot balls in a row for Alzari Joseph. And with Smith opening. Yeah, see, I feel like it's only a part-time thing. I wouldn't think you'd do it all the time. But then I don't understand why they didn't give another opportunity to someone, like a Renshaw, like a Bancroft. Australia will make 400s. And only about once, says Patrick. Hello, mate, what's your name? Says Asha Skunk in there. Hopefully I said that correctly. It is Hamish. Currently 5 balls faced by Labuschagne, yet to get himself off the mark. But Khawaja does get another single, moves to 13 off 28 balls. So just to remind everyone, first wicket fell 14 for 1 for the West Indies. Second wicket fell 27 for 2. So I know it may seem at the moment like Australia should still be on top, but if they lose another wicket now, they actually have lost their first 2 wickets quicker than the West Indies did. Hello, mate, I'm watching from India, says Shaskank there. What time is it in India at the moment, mate? It must be about 1 p.m. or somewhere around there, is it? Do let me know. Still 4 slips in the gully. The man at bat pad and a deep backwards square leg for Marnus Labuschagne. Alzari Joseph slinging it in just outside off stump. 146 Ks. This should be a 3-day test match. No need 5 days for the West Indies. Says Salhin. I told you to remember that name, Joseph and Joseph. Says Vernal at 11:37 a.m. Says Shaskank there. Also 12 in India time, says Salhin. Yeah, anyone who is new, of course, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We are back tomorrow with day 2 of this test. Should be a very entertaining one there as well. Mainly because by then, we will know whether or not Australia is still 1 down or whether there are a few wickets down. Nicely worked by Marnus Labuschagne. Thought about 2, but they will just get the one to close out the Joseph over. It's now 1 for 27. Look at the India's best team in the world, says Singler family. Which format would you say in that regard, Singler family? Because I know World Test Championship, Australia won. ODI World Cup, Australia won. And then T20 World Cup, I think Australia won as well, didn't they? So which format would you say India are the best in the world in that regard? Adelaide Oval starting to get a little bit of shade around the ground. At least on one side. I feel like that is the much better side to sit on. You don't want to be in the blaring sun all day. Now Shamal Joseph again. Another chance. For Labuschagne here, we've only got the 3 slips and the gully. So it seems to be a floating man, sometimes in the slips, sometimes outside of it. Great ball. Just outside of the off stump, starts to curl away a little bit after hitting the turf. We also do the commentary in the BBL matches. We used to, unfortunately. This season we haven't been able to do too many, which is a shame, but maybe in some of the playoff games we will be able to come back, although I don't like starting up a competition when I haven't done the rest of it, if that makes sense. We have good there. It is now 1:05 a.m. in the morning in Jamaica, and not in this game, Australia. We'll have to work hard to win this one, says Vernal. Oh, he's almost taken a tumble there. He's done well to stay on his feet. Shane blocks that one nicely. I mean, when they were in their prime. Says Singler, and love India, but we haven't won anything in the last decade. Says Daytime TV. Trailing by the 161. It's 109 in Florida, same as the West Indies. Says Gavin. Did you ever meet any cricket player? Not that I can think of. I mean, I've met an international cricketer before. Beautiful shot from Marnus. Working it to the leg side. In fact, I've bowled at an international cricketer as well. But what do you think for today's grades? Or, sorry, today, Gades versus Thunder? I mean, the Sydney Thunder are a bit of a weird team at the moment because they've had their games where it's like, oh yeah, nah, they're all right. But then other times they'll struggle. So I honestly think the Melbourne Renegades might give them a decent game tonight. And shame on the Pakistan team, says Salaheen. 5-4 so far. Labuschagne now moves up to 5. Straying a little bit too straight there, Joseph, and gets punished for it. Once again, left alone. Silva has the awkward double bouncer. Missing Davey Warner. Says Shank. Yeah, and also, I mean, I know he's moved away to different side, but when they had Usman Khawaja at the Thunder, that was also when they were most dangerous. You know, Khawaja, Hales, Callum Ferguson, like that was a really strong side. Alex Ross, the sweepologist, Daniel Sams. Will Warner playing the IPL, says that. I think he is going to. It is 211 in the Eastern Caribbean, says Darius. Left alone outside of our stump by Marnus once more. 1 ball remaining of this over. Australians just persisting at staying out there. If they are only 1 down at the end of today, I think the West Indies could find themselves in a little bit of trouble, but they're able to stay in the hunt and get a couple more wickets. That's when the danger could happen. 5th quickest for the Australians to get 4,000 runs. Alone, another double bouncer. Why they don't try Travis Head or someone else? The opening position, why is it Smith? It's a great question. I mean, Steve Smith, to be honest, he wouldn't have been high up there on my list of who I think they would have gone with as an opener. There were talks of Cam Green maybe opening the batting for Australia. But, yeah, like Renshaw, you've got Bancroft, you've got all these other guys who could have been very handy. But instead they go with Steve Smith. So, yeah, it'll be interesting. 35 years of age seems a little bit late to be bringing him in, training him as an opening batsman. I guess they were just hoping that it would still work, whether he was batting 3 or batting 4, batting anywhere up the top of the order. I believe we have got 45 minutes left in the day. How many overs are left for today's game? So, theoretically, you normally lose 2 for the innings changeover. So, I would say probably 24. But that sounds like too many, doesn't it? So, actually, no, it might be 14 left. If I'm correct, actually. I think I might have done the maths slightly wrong. Yeah, 14 or so remaining, I think. but I don't think they'll get through it. So they might have to extend the time to be able to get there. What happened to Will Bukowski? Unfortunately, just injury has plagued him. Like, he's been going pretty well, I think, in grade cricket, if I'm correct. But yeah, he's been struggling a bit with concussions and other injuries. Osman Khawaja just saying it is seeming around a little bit. Angelo Matthews, 24 runs off 5 balls. Says Salihin. Okay, Shamar Joseph. They asked Usman Khawaja. They said, what do you think of the pace? What's it like? Khawaja said, I haven't faced him, so he asked Marnus, and Marnus said, no, I like it. It's good for the pace. What side are you watching the match on? Could you let me know? Appreciate it a lot. Thanks, says Patrick. So for me, I'm watching it on Sky Sport Now here in New Zealand. So that's on Sky Sport 2, but it's only available in New Zealand. 62 overs by the West Indies, and now 11 by Australia. Then approximately 10 to 15 left, says Shaskank. Yeah, it just really depends on whether or not the extra 30 minutes that they took in session number 2 has been taken off the last session or not. But yeah, about 15 overs or so remaining, I would say, in the day. But I don't know whether we'll get through them all. Nicely played. Yeah, theoretically, the last session was going to be between 5:30 and 7:30 New Zealand time, which means we have actually only got 15 minutes left of what would have been the regular session, and then we've got the 30 minutes of added time because of the extra overs that need to be played. West Indies need to pick up another wicket today, I agree. And I'm going to say they actually need one more on top of that. Are you impressed with the batting of Jake Fraser-McGurk? Says Shaskank, yeah, he's a very talented batsman. Fraser McGurk hits a real long ball. Did they not show any Super Smash match? Says Salihin. I believe that is because of New Zealand versus Pakistan's T20. So that is why there was no Super Smash on today. I believe Super Smash will be back tomorrow, though. Tom Willow here in the US. Don't know how I'm getting it free. Usually it's paid. Maybe because it's Roku TV, says Gavin. And so no 90 overs today, says Almac. I honestly don't know if we'll get through the 90 overs unless they change the rules a little bit to try and allow more overs to be bowled. Like, as in, we go through to 8 o'clock and then they have an extra 30 minutes added on top of that. I think that's the only way they'll get through the overs. Kumar Roach. Continuing his bowling, did go for 2 runs off the first delivery. See, but that's the thing. That was the drinks break, wasn't it? So you would think that is because it's halfway through. So yeah, I think we're going to 8:30 tonight. I would say more than likely. Finn Allen smacked the whole Pakistan bowling. 136 runs consisted of 16 sixes, which is a real world record, says Shaskank. And yeah, I think it's the highest T20 score by a New Zealand batsman anyway. The next man to the crease, it would be Cam Green. Following him, Travis Head, Mitch Marsh, Alex Carey. If they can get into any of those later names that I mentioned, it would be massive for the West Indies. But Roach trying to get it across Khawaja again. 124k. So yeah, it's really down in his pace, but he's bowled for a long time. Kumar Roach. It's probably fair enough. He's allowed to bowl a little bit slower. In that regard, will Aussie lost any wicket till the 15th over? Says Shaskank. That's a great question. Is that for a bet of some sort, or is it just a predictions type thing? So I think it will depend on who the West Indies bowl as well. Roach for 2 runs in his first over, but then, first ball, prediction thing. Says Shaskank. So I'll say no. But I think they'll lose another wicket before 20 overs. There we go. It's a bit of a prediction. Probably going to be wrong, but we'll see. I know that it was mentioned earlier on that someone thought Kawaja would go out for 20, and they were the closest with the predictions in terms of when Steve Smith would go out. We have got there, can you make scoreboard a little clear to show? So, Celine, so the best way of doing it, if it is a little bit blurry for you, is if you go onto your YouTube settings and then click on quality, and rather than having it on automatic, if you adjust it so it's 1080p, then it should be a lot clearer for you. But yeah, sometimes YouTube automatically set it to only about 540 or somewhere around there, which might be why it's a bit blurrier. The inexperience on the West Indies side is baffling. There's Daytime TV, and yeah, it just shows how much T20 cricket has stolen away from a test side. But hopefully they'll do all right in this test. They need a couple more wickets early, though, to have a real good chance. It's going to be now Shamar Joseph again. Amana City liked the speed of the deliveries of Joseph, 136 Ks. He's got a little bit of charisma about him, it would seem, this youngster. Doesn't get a lot of bounce. That is mainly due to the fact that he isn't the tallest man in the world, but just skims it through. Yeah, I would assume another hour and 10 minutes remaining in the day, or at least however long it takes to get through all those overs. What is the local time in New Zealand, bro? Currently we are 7:20 p.m. New Zealand time. So we did start this live stream at 12:30-ish. We've been going for 7 hours almost on this live stream. So if anyone is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. It is the longest live stream we have done on the channel by far in a very long time. And it's been a lot of fun. My voice is going to be terrible tomorrow. I can tell you that right now, but it's been a lot of fun. And we've seen some decent cricket. I know that some people would say that West Indies getting bowled out for 188. It is disappointing, but we still saw some pretty cool moments for individual players. Oh, that one's come back in and kind of done a lot off the seam as well. I have a drinks break, dude. Says Daytime TV, and give a comment on the pitch for India versus South Africa second test, the New Year's test. Poor pitch. Not great batting from either side, really, but it is what it is. Unfortunately, it didn't really help South Africa in their case of the fact that they were already sending a B-class side to New Zealand, and then they prepared a B-class pitch. Tricky one at the moment for De Silva. Not an easy day for batting. A little bit of a short ball banged in by Shamar Joseph. Okay, my Sky Sports is down. I had every match on that channel over 2 months now. And as this match about to start, it went down. Says Patrick. Yeah, that is no good at all. I think it's also, if you've got Sky Sports, I'll just have a quick look. I think the TAB had some cricket. I don't know if it was this test match, though. I have a look. No, sadly they don't have it. And by the way, New Zealand also fighting belters in the T20 International. There's just Skag. That's going to be nicely claimed by Alzari Joseph, fielding at backward point. And I saw the West Indies okay in the mid 1970s in South Africa, one of the greatest teams ever, 5 of the fast bowlers, Sylvester Clarke, Michael Holder, etc., dynamic batsmen. Says Gavin. Yeah, the West Indies, like, they've had such a interesting journey from back in the day when they were doing extremely well. And now it's about rebuilding, trying to find what is our next side. Oh, awkward shot from Marnus, trying to whip it away to leg. Has managed to do so, gets it down there for a single. You've been into the bathroom in the last 7 hours. Says Daytime. Well, the good news is, you've got the lunch break and the tea break. So during the lunch break, I actually drove and went and got food because sadly 40 minutes isn't quite enough to cook it yourself unless you've already pre-prepared it, but I had not. So yeah, I went and got some food during the first break just in my little window that I got. It's a great catch there from Greaves. Of Steve Smith, needed to make sure he hung on to it. If that was another drop catch for the West Indies, would have really taken the wind out of their sails. Here's a bucket and a bag of biltong. Cheers, Gavin. 154 runs. I mentioned Australia, they'll be trying to get down to anything under 140 behind, but also they wouldn't want to lose wickets. They've lost one so far. Kumar Roach now coming back into the bowling attack. 5 overs bowled. Oh, doesn't quite get the drive there, Marnus, that he was after. Right, we will go like this. And we will go like that. There we go. Whom do you think will claim the BBL 13 trophy? It's a tricky one, isn't it? I feel like the BBL is becoming a lot more unpredictable. For some teams anyway. Some teams are consistently good in the comp, and then other times, like random teams will just go from being top of the top to really struggling. Like I think the Melbourne Stars are one of the teams that haven't really done what they needed to this year. I think Sydney Thunder, they're actually in the same boat, aren't they? Well, we go like this. Oops. Go like that. We go. Roach. 2-dot balls. Left alone. Just looking at the table currently, like the Heat are at the top of the bunch, which I don't think anyone would have really predicted at the start of the season. The Sixers or the Scorchers, I think that those two sides are once again going to be right up there. So I'd probably say for the competition, you need someone other than the Sixers or the Scorchers to be in the final, mainly because it's normally Sixers Scorchers every year. Is that MCG behind you? It is not. It is the Adelaide Oval. And Cam Green haven't really showed his best in Test cricket. Says daytime, beautiful drive from Marnus. Manages to beat the fielder as well, still racing. And it will be well cut off for Morty. They get back for 3. Some nice work. And the outfield, should Michael Ness and Boland get a game? Some rest and rotations, says Almac. I think so. I think that Australia were pretty weird to go with their full strength lineup for this game as well as the next. Definitely because we knew the West Indies were going to have some debutants. So that could have been the chance to bowl Nessa, bowl Boland, give Renshaw a chance with the bat, and just kind of, rotate it a bit. Khawaja on strike again here. Nice drive. This time he's got it a little bit better than Marnus got it, and there will be 4 runs for Usman Khawaja. Every time that ball hits the boundary rope, they will be reminded of dropping him on 3 runs. That brings them under the 150 needed now for the Australians. The half volley not as wide though as the wickets that managed to get the West Indies. Roach, a little bit of a slower ball outside off. It's left alone by Khawaja. That'll now make the score after 14 overs, 41 for 1. Australia scoring about maybe 2.8 and over at the moment, I believe it is, somewhere around there. In fact, have we got a run rate? Don't think we do. I was going to try and see whether or not they had that information. But yeah, I think it is around that 2.8 somewhere for the Australians. Not looking too troubled at this point, taking their time. And what about Nathan McSweeney? Opening for Australia, says Shashank. Well, they had plenty of options other than Steve Smith, but they decided that Steve Smith was the way they wanted to go with. I don't know whether that will be the same for every series after this. Beautifully whipped away by Marnus for the 1. Out into the deep. They won't sneak the extra run. Another player who's missing for the West Indies, Shannon Gabriel. In terms of the pace attack, they haven't got their spinner in Roston Chase. They haven't got Mayer in the midfield, in the middle order. So many times a player who's dropped very early, it goes on to score a century, it'll probably happen, says Gavin there. Hello, brother, says a waste, welcome in. And also watching the Big Bash games and the African Mansion Cup cricket. It's part of my life. Says Patrick, in 7 hours streaming, that's commitment. I salute you. Says bystander. Oh, the ball slipped out. I think Kawaja thought about going down and ramping that ball. But yeah, 7 hours ticked over. We will be going probably till 8 hours. I think by the time this day of Test match cricket is over, and we're going to be coming back tomorrow and doing pretty similar. Although we will have one session off, I believe, tomorrow, only because I've got my cricket on. I've actually got cricket training, so I will have to go to that. But that will be the last session of the day, which hopefully will still be theoretically Australia batting. They might send them in late in the day to try and get a few extra wickets. Hi, bro. Says Nia, welcome in, mate. You are doing extremely well. Why did Michael Clark retire so early? I mean, certain players did retire a bit earlier than others, but it's one of those ones that as long as they're happy with when they retire, that's the main thing for a player. Nicely whipped away again by Usman Khawaja. And point of view, Pakistan lose another match today. But Bubba played well, says Awas. And as we look at that, is Lara and Aussie, or in Aussie as a commentator. He certainly is, Brian Lara, in the commentary booth. And why does Australia doesn't play teams like Afghanistan or Zimbabwe? I think it's just because of how one-sided those games would be. That's not saying they shouldn't happen. It would be a great experience. And I honestly feel like a better way of doing it, if you're not going to play the Australian international team, the Australian 11, the ones who played the West Indies just before this game, could have been an option. But I think it's because those sides still need test match fixtures for the World Test Championship. So, yeah, it is a tricky one. Off topic, you hear about Reece Hammett joining the NFL? I did. I'm curious to see how he goes. Hopefully he does all right, but yeah, we all have to wait and see. A wicket, mate. Okay, I think you're a little bit ahead of me, perhaps. We're about to see it. Shamar Joseph. Oh, yeah, no, Marnus has gone after that and taken on the boundary rope. He was inches from being on the circle, on the rope, but done brilliantly. Marnus Labuschagne dismissed for 10. They needed wickets. He's now got Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne both in one go for his first ever bowling affair. Karaoke Singer said out as well. But yeah, to be fair, Sky Sport is a little bit delayed, so if you are able to avoid spoilers, it would be greatly appreciated, just because or else then, that wicket would have been awesome to watch without knowing it was happening, but it is what it is. He was celebrating big time there, Shamar. Yeah, big high five coming to his teammates as well. Australia, they have lost the 2 wickets. Marnus will be disappointed to be dismissed in that fashion. Caught by Motti out in the deep. He's done brilliantly to stay in the field of play. And bowled by Shamar Joseph. Pat Cummins, been a great captain despite of the Tim Payne drama when he got the captaincy. Says Daytime TV. Yeah, it's just a different element, isn't it? Having a bowling captain rather than a batting captain. Cam Green now makes his way to the middle. First chance at 4. Who is Reece Hammett? What position? I'm in the US, follow NFL. So he is the Welsh winger who's got a ton of pace. But yeah, he is left or right wing. Where you would put Lewis Reece Hammett. I can predict almost 1 minute before then you. Says Shashank, yeah, if you are able to not spoil it, it would be greatly appreciated, mainly because or else then I'll have to delay the chat so that I don't see it beforehand, which will mean that people don't get answered as quickly. So it's unfortunate. Cam Green now facing off with Joseph. First ball, it was on the money. Well played by Cam Green, getting him behind it. And that'll be the end of the over. A successful one for Joseph. It is 2 for 45. Have a blessed day and stay safe. I'll be with you in the morning, Wednesday evening my time, Thursday morning your time. Says Patrick Davey. And that's it. Yeah, we will see you later on, mate. Yeah, Marnus, it was a great bumper right towards the helmet. Marnus went for it. It was right into the sun as well. So that is a sensational catch from Motti, only having maybe less than a metre before he touches the rope. Joseph is really killing it. Yeah, he's had a dream debut first day. Because he's got himself the 35 or 36 runs. He's got 2 wickets, one of Steve Smith, one of Marnus Labuschagne. He's absolutely loving it, that is for sure. The big high five. For his teammate, what time do you start tomorrow? So the start of the day will be at 12:30 p.m. New Zealand time. So that'll be 6:30 p.m. American time, I think. Somewhere around there. But we will probably start 5 minutes prior just to give a little bit of time before heading into the match. Very nicely there with the catch in the deep Motti. We might get a bowl soon as well, although it doesn't look like they will be going with them. If these two continue the way that they are, Roach getting a bit of a away swing there. But 25 minutes, I believe, left until we have the next 30-minute add-on. But there is also a chance that it does end up ending a little bit sooner, depending on the overs. We've currently had around, I'd argue we've had maybe 11 left. What are you thinking, how many days this test will be over, says Shashank? It depends on how quickly West Indies are able to get these wickets, because if they do manage to clean them up relatively quickly, it means that Australia will have to bat again. Whereas if Australia is able to set a total of around 400, 500 runs, I do not believe Australia will be batting again in this test match. I think the West Indies will get more than their 188, but yeah, if Australia have 400 on the board, it's going to be very hard. But they've already lost a couple early wickets. Khawaja tries to drive, doesn't get it cleanly. Just talking about Shamar Joseph, takes 2 days to get to his village by boat. And somehow they were able to find him, and now they've got a real talent on their hands. 6:30 p.m. in Jamaica and USA tomorrow. Says Patrick. On the leg side, Khawaja hits it straight out to the man at forward square leg. I feel like there'll be a little bit of frustration here for Khawaja because he has played some quite nice shots. The unfortunate side of things is it's been straight to the fielder a majority of the time. They've just said Alzari Joseph may have to be careful not to lose that new ball opportunity. Nicely whipped by Khawaja down to deep fine leg, cut off by the youngster Joseph. And they'll get back for 2. The end of the over, 2 for 47. 5 a.m. start in India tomorrow, says Shashank. So yeah, very early start for you guys and very late finish for the West Indian supporters in the Caribbean and North America. They're just starting to build quite nicely here for the Australians. But they do need more runs, and they do know that they can't afford to lose those wickets. Cam Green back on strike. How many years do you think Khawaja has left? I'd say probably 1 or 2. I don't think it'll go too much longer than that, mainly because Australia, eventually they've got to realise they have to get the new guys in. Joseph just messing up his run in again. That's not going to be helping the over rate, do I have to say? But the first ball that he did bowl in Test match cricket Managed to get the wicket of Steve Smith. Then picking up Marnus Labuschagne a few overs later, where Motti took a screamer out on the boundary. Now running in here. See bowled, but Cam Green manages to whip it away. The backward square gets the single. I think the big one here is Khawaja. If Shamar Joseph can pick up that wicket, be massive. And which side, what John says, Jason Johnson, depends on whereabouts you are in the world for your different options. Bowl them out, Windies, says Nathaniel. Yeah, 1 or 2 more wickets before the end of the day. Massive for the West Indies confidence. And of course, we are covering day 2 right from the get-go. So we'll be able to see whether or not that momentum has continued into day 2. A little bit more excitish. Beautifully played by Khawaja. With his on his pads, he whips it away. And that'll be 4 runs. Moves up to 28 now. Do you like football? Says daytime. I don't mind it. I don't get a chance to watch too much of it, unfortunately. Have you heard the name of Kabaddi? Says Shashank. Is that the sport? Shashank? Maybe. And also Australia's 1 day ahead of us in Jamaica. Says Patrick Davey. And Motti will get a bowl before the end. Watch him pick up a few wickets, says Vernal. He's waiting patiently for his chance. Oh. The ball's slipping out of Joseph's hand. It is the second time that he has lost the ball in the run-up. See, he's starting to get a little bit frustrated with himself. He's scheduled a live stream for tonight or tomorrow morning. So it will be tonight that we do end up scheduling it. Just said the F word there. Joseph, he wasn't happy. Trying to keep that ball tight to the body. It's also probably the early nerves. That one was coming back around towards the stumps. Couldn't get it to go across enough. Wasted himself at not given opportunity. He played today, didn't he? Or did he not? A moment. I'll have a look. Scorecard. Where are we? New Zealand. Yeah, Tim Seifert, he got 31 off 23. Yes, Kabaddi is a sport buddy. Says Shashank. Anything come of the chatter about you doing some Premier League games? Not hugely. Only because the schedule got a little bit more hectic afterwards, and then we I want to make sure that if I do it, I'm able to do it consistently, if that makes sense. Some sort of tissue or something rolling across, so Kumar Roach puts it in his pocket. Australia trailing by 136 runs. Joseph, good length. Well played again, easy picking. Says Kenneth. They will regret putting Khawaja down the early chance to take the catch when he was on 3. Dropped by Joshua De Silva. We have it on Kyle Mayers. He's got 200 on debut, says the time. I think he's also gone to short format. And where our gaming video come back to Kiwi Lads Gaming. Yes, I give at name up. Oh, good ball again. Australia 179, says Vernal for the overall prediction. Every ball, there's half a chance of a wicket. But just not getting the edge of Khawaja. On another day, that could have hit the outside edge and she would have been on for young and old. Khawaja liked it though. As I went past, he made the face as if to say, whoops, that was close. Last ball of the Shamar Joseph over. Nice drive from Khawaja, but it is fielded well by the captain Brathwaite, and that will end out the 17th over. 52 for 2 now for the Australians. Believe it or not, Cam Green, since the wicket of Marnus Labuschagne, he's only faced 2 balls. He got a single on one of them, but hasn't had a huge amount of opportunity to face the ball. You're a Kiwi, you sound South African. Says ends here. I think the mistake might be you may have been listening to the Black Caps, our cricket team, talking, because half of them are South African. So maybe that's what you're basing it off. Or maybe not. I don't know what my accent is. It should be New Zealand, but we've covered a lot of Afrikaans games of rugby. So, like, I do get a little bit of the r there as well with the tongue roll. I can't do the, like, Abba Kaba. I haven't been able to say his name yet with the little click, but, oh, hit him in the pad. Game Green, Gavin, it's a sport where you touch each other. It's terrible. Says Daytime TV. And seeing gaming videos are gone. Says Brandon, yeah, there haven't been a lot of them recently. Maybe, I mean, Rugby 24 is supposed to be coming out in the very near future. So perhaps we could end up doing some videos on that. I think we will do some videos on that, I should say. Azadi Joseph, he has been brought back into the bowling attack. That is for Roach. Cameron just analysing the field, the conditions, the sun is out. I think Kawaja's just cut off a crisp packet, as Ishigawa has said. It actually looks like a roll of tape or something. Or a tube. It might be a Pringles can or something along those lines. Yeah, there's a lot of rubbish that is blown onto the ground from the windy conditions. You think New Zealand chokes in the finals? Says Daytime TVs. I mean, something that we can say is at least New Zealand do make it to some finals, which is always nice, but of course not the most recent T20 World Cup. He doesn't sound South African at all. I'm South African. Pronunciation of the player names is excellent though, or SA player names is excellent though, says Gavin. And yeah, I'm looking forward to that South Africa versus New Zealand Test series. We will be covering that one on the channel as well. I think that's at the point of Australia and West Indies coming to a close. Yeah, will be a very good series. We are hoping to cover most of it on the channel. Azadi Joseph hasn't given up yet. He managed to score a few runs for himself. I believe 14 in that first innings. He's conceded 17 so far in the second innings, so wouldn't mind picking up his wicket relatively soon. And like I've said, if we end up seeing one or two more wickets for the Australians falling before the end of the day, West Indies will feel like they've really had a good session. Maybe not so much with the day worth of their batting, although their last wicket partnership of 55 was immense. Are you excited to play GTA 6? I mean, it's very far away, so at this stage I haven't really decided to get too excited. Mainly because a lot of games are getting delayed anyway, so yeah, we'll wait to see. I feel like Kane Williamson is the nicest guy in the world, says Daytime TV, and Colin Mayers is playing in the African Nation Cup in South Africa, says Patrick. Yeah, a lot of players going to the SA20, and because of that, you know, that is why the West Indies side does look so new in terms of some of their players. They've got 3 debutants, they've got another man who's only had 1 test match. It's because of T20 cricket. It's trying to take away from test sides, and eventually it might win. So I think the best thing to say is enjoy test cricket while we can, because one day it might not be a thing, which would be a massive shame. Shot by Kawaja again, straight to Brathwaite. Runs for Australia. They haven't really been ticking over too much, about 2.8. It's all about money these days, says Daytime TV. Yeah. And it is unfortunate, but it's also, you know, the players want to get paid as much as they can, and the short format's the way to do that because of the broadcasting, because of the sponsors, franchises. Last ball of the Azari Joseph over. And it's nicely played by Kawaja. No test matches, thanks God, says Brandon. That'll be the end of it. 2 for 53. That's a good topic. Be awful to lose Test cricket. It would be, but unfortunately, it's a possibility. Next 10 years, we could see Test cricket go to zero, or at least become something that loses countries' monies rather than gaining it. I believe we've got more than 10 minutes remaining, ladies and gentlemen. Originally, the day was going to be finished at 7:30. They were going to add 30 minutes on to make it an 8 p.m. finish. And I thought that was the latest they could go, but I guess as long as the sun is still out and it's still bright, they are allowed to go later than that. As long as they get through almost all of their overs. Because they extended the West Indies batting, it means it's a little bit more of an awkward scenario for what time the day will finish, but it is a short ball there from Shamar Joseph. Dragging it down, Cam Green, you've got to drag it down drastically, get it towards his head. Just showing the rest of the dismissals for the Australians. And then the last wicket, Nathan Lyon got the LBW. That was actually his first wicket of the day. Adelaide's normally his stomping ground, but couldn't quite get it to work for him. As Elise Perry, the GOAT in women's cricket, says Daytime TV, she's certainly in the conversation. But once again, it just depends on who you ask and what you look for in your greatest player. McKenzie getting the 50 runs for the West Indies. 36 for Joseph. Roach got 17 not out. And Alzadi Joseph got himself 14 off 21. 4 wickets for Cummins and Hazlewood in the first innings. First innings batting for Australia thus far. We've seen Steve Smith dismissed on 12 and Labuschagne dismissed on the 10. And Brandon, you probably enjoyed baseball if you like the short game. It is a great sport, says Gavin. Nicely glided by Cam Green. It does go to the man at backward point though. Just showing the 2 wickets of Shamar Joseph. The first one being Steve Smith. 12 runs off 26 deliveries. And then Labuschagne bowled him a great bouncer right to the mush. Pulled it away. And Motti took a brilliant catch in the deep. Side off, left alone by Cam Green. And this is about discipline for Cam Green. There were talks of him being able to open the batting, and he needs to prove as a number 4 that he is patient. Today's attendance is 26,361, ladies and gents, for someone who asked earlier on. A decent turnout there for day 1. Day 2 just around the corner. Whether or not we see a day 4 and 5 is still yet to be determined. It all depends on how well Australia go with their batting here and how quickly they can pick up the wickets. Nice drive from Cam Green. Thought about taking the quick single, but will not get it. I'll field it again by Kumar Roach. Was the 2001 test between India and Australia. Greatest comeback, sorry. Says Daytime TV. Or story, I think that is. I mean, there's a lot of great test matches. It just, once again, depends on what you like. In terms of whether you like, the bowling side or the batting side. Possibly not see day 5, I think. See as Brandon. Shamar Joseph, last ball, nice punch from Cam Green. Off the back foot. That will be his first boundary of the day. And with that, Australia move up to 57 for 2. Who's your favourite player, says Manju. I do struggle to pick a favourite. I've got 2 batsmen that I love watching at the moment, which is Aidan Markram and KL Rahul, along with Fabian Allen and Pollard, and also Purin, and a couple more West Indies players. Who's your favourite player, says Dayton. So same as that last one. I kind of go through stages of which batsman I enjoy watching the most. Yeah, at the moment it's probably Rahul and Markram. You're doing the Six Nations in 2 weeks? We are indeed. Also, Super Rugby pre-season is just around the corner. We will be covering that on the channel as well. Yeah, it's going to be a very busy time on the Kiwi Lads channel. But if you are new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We're on the road to 44,200 and we are only sitting 25 away. If you want to help us get there, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Kawaja, or shorter ball, but nicely whipped off his legs. So in fact, more off the hip. It's another single. Cam Green now back on strike. Okay, so they are saying there is only 7 minutes remaining for today, ladies and gents. So they aren't able to extend for an extra 30 minutes. It just means that we will more than likely lose a few overs for the day. West Indies bowling got to get quick wickets, says Baba Aliko. And getting ready to go to the Big Bash cricket. So they're just getting a little bit of maintenance on the ball here for the West Indies. As a hot where you are in Northland, it's 26 right now. I think we're only about 14 degrees at the moment. So, nah, it's not too bad. It also looks like it's going to rain, which is unfortunate. Right, Cam Green. Ready to focus. Left alone. And favourite player I saw live was Graham Pollock. Still holds the 4th highest batting average in Test match history. Sweetest stroke I ever saw. Here's Gavin. And also ever got typos. Fahrenheit or Celsius. So 14 degrees Celsius for us here. I'm not too sure what that works out to be in Fahrenheit. Probably I think it's 50 something. 60 maybe. And come you get cold weather, die of the heat, says Brandon. Good Yorker bowl by Joseph. A little bit of a mix-up. Australia still trailing by 130 at this point though. Yeah, very nicely done. Mixing up the length. 4 minutes left in the session. Cam Green will be thinking, I need to be there tomorrow morning. Stepping away again. There's a lot of stoppages at the moment in this test. Well, that's a chip packet going across the screen. Oh, he's driven it again. A little bit playing away from his body, but he gets it out of the middle with the bat. I think West Indies can surprise Australia. The batters get to do better, at least 350 runs. Says Babaliko, can Kiwi birds fly? Only if you throw them, but no, they can't. They don't fly. Flightless birds, and nocturnal. Great drives from Usman Khawaja. He's got 4 boundaries so far. African Nation Cup is also on later in the day, says Patrick. Oh, gets the play in the miss for Alzari Joseph. Also, good night all, 2 a.m. here in Florida. And Dunky Amish says, Gavin, no worries at all, mate. And yeah, hopefully you will be back for tomorrow. Is just around the corner. In the SA20 tonight, I see Pile Royals will be taking on the Joburg Super Kings. And then Friday, Pretoria Capitals versus Durban Super Giants. Oh, ball again. Joseph beating the outside edge, getting extremely close to taking that wicket. Who's winning next week, India or England in the test match, says Louis. I mean, whoever has the home field advantage, I believe, really has a good shot. I think, is it being played in India? I think it is, isn't it? With 5 p.m. starts here. So yeah, I think India, I'll be honest, I want to see baseball in India because whether or not the pitches allow it will be a different story to what we see when they're playing in England. Joe Root had a really good record in India. Says Daytime TV. And also, what do you want on YouTube, Hamish? I want Twitch channel points. Says Brandon. I haven't really thought about it, to be honest, too much. I just am happy that I somehow managed to start a live stream without messing it up. What's it right? Moti. They're going to give him the last over of the day. See whether or not he can pick up the wicket. Anyone who is new, though, be sure to hit that subscribe button because we will be back tomorrow for session number 1. If you want to get notified and know exactly when we are doing that live stream, be sure to hit subscribe. Drag down rubbish there from Moti. It will just be the one at 7 a.m. here in England. Says Louis, and West Indies only playing well in the T20. They are undefeated at the moment. Says Babaliko. And also, it's the Kiwi lads. So where are the others? Says Daytime TV. Well, they don't like cricket, so it's just me. Best, easiest way of describing it. Now Moti can't afford to be dragging it down like he did there. That's better. Bit of a better length. Bit of a mix-up. Cam Green wanted the single. Usman Khawaja says, nope. I'm happy at the non-strikers end, thank you. 2 a.m. in Canada says John Mack. He turned him round pretty quick, Usman. Hardly backing up as well, only maybe one step or so. 3 balls of the Moti over. Can he pull off a ripper here to finish the day on a high for the West Indies? Already getting those 2 wickets, though, of Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne for the day. Shamar Joseph, he has had a day to remember on Test debut, scoring 36 runs with the bat. Alongside that, being able to get himself the 2 big wickets. Flat ball at 100 Ks. Cam Green saying it was skidding on. Of course, West Indies went out for 188. Says Louis. He's only just got his bat on that one for Cam Green. Last ball of the day. And it's well and truly blocked and covered by Cam Green. That will end off the day, ladies and gentlemen. 59 for 2. The Australians end off their 21 overs. Then for the West Indies, they were bowled out for 188. Some brilliant bowling from Cummins and Hazlewood, picking up the 4 wickets each. But now we are in that scenario of eagerly awaiting to find out what is next for this test match. It will be tomorrow, 12:30 a.m. that we are covering it. We're all crazy about cricket here, watching instead of sleeping. Says Daytime TV, and of course West Indies now for 188. Although overall, I think they had a pretty solid day, the West Indies. Like, there were moments that I think they will take, I guess, learnings from. Whether that was that last partnership that happened between Kumar Roach and also Shamar Joseph, who's just had a tremendous day getting those 2 wickets. Good morning. See you tomorrow. All being well, I really enjoy your commentary. Says Patrick, thank you very much, mate. And like I said, we will be back bright and early for the first ball, which is going to be taking place from 6:30 p.m. for you guys in the Caribbean. So be sure to keep an eye out for that. It's greatly appreciate you all being here for this live stream, though. We've had a lot of fun. There's been ups, there's been downs, but I'm sure we will see some of you for day 2 taking place tomorrow. But thank you all very much for tuning in, and I will see you all for the next one.